Chapter 801, Prince Pingnan.
Yi-Yun had always been worrying over Lin Xintong, but as the 10,000 Fey Emperor in heaven was too large and space seemed infinite, it was impossible for him to locate Lin Xintong with his strength alone.
Now with Fairy Black Bamboo mentioning a reward, Yi-Yun immediately raised the matter. There's such a thing?
Fairy Black Bamboo was surprised before she frowned. The space around the 100 Wraiths black hole is weird and unpredictable. No one knows where the spatial storm that swept the both of you would lead to.
Although I am an Earth Fire Hall elder, trying to find a person in the 10,000 Fey Empyrean heaven is like searching a needle in a haystack. Upon saying this, Fairy Black Bamboo paused before asking, "That girl, who is she to you?"
"She is this disciple's Dao partner and her name is Lin Xintong." Although Yi-Yun had yet to marry Lin Xintong, in their hearts, they were each other's Dao partner.
Fairy Black Bamboo frowned slightly. "I assented to giving you a reward, yet you make the request for me to look for your Dao partner. For this matter, I can only try my best to gather news for you. Don't have your hopes up. Finding a person in the 10,000 Fey Empyrean heaven is just too difficult." Fairy Black Bamboo's personality was like a bamboo. It was aloof, but since she had given her word, she would definitely do her best to keep it. "Thank you, Master," Yi-Yun said. At this moment, a bamboo person walked into the pavilion and quickly came in front of Fairy Black Bamboo. Fairy Black Bamboo lowered her head as though she was listening to something. Following that, she raised her head and said, "A guest of honor is coming, so take your leave first." "Guest of honor?"
Man Dao and Yun Xiaoer immediately stood up. For Fairy Black Bamboo to term the person a guest of honor, it was probably someone above the level of an elder of the Earth Fire Hall. They did not know who it could be. Yi-Yun also planned on leaving together with Man Dao and Yun Xiaoer. However, after a moment of thought, Fairy Black Bamboo said lightly, "Yi-Yun, stay behind." Man Dao and Yun Xiaoer were stunned and again felt extremely envious. Letting Yi-Yun stay behind at such a time indicated how much Fairy Black Bamboo appreciated Yi-Yun. Yi-Yun sat down on the bamboo mat once again, while Man Dao and Yun Xiaoer took their leave. The moment the duo stepped out of the palace, they felt that the light from above was casting a large shadow over them. Following that, a gigantic fey beast with a dragon head and turtle body gradually descending from the clouds. The clouds seemed to hastily make way for it as they dispersed. Light was completely blocked out, turning the day into night. The turtle shell that covered its entire body seemed like a divine metal that had formed naturally from absorbing the essence of the heaven and earth. It was dark gold in color and gave a very heavy feeling. Its dragon head was raised high up and it looked extremely massive. Looking from afar, it looked like a floating island in the sky, a shocking scene. Man Dao and Yun Xiaoer were members of the Fey race, so they could immediately sense the terrifying aura of the Fey beast. Baxia, one of the sons of the dragon. The true Baxia was a legendary primordial Fey beast. The one in front of them was impossible to be the pureblood primordial Baxia, but it had definitely had an extremely pure bloodline of Baxia or it would not have been able to grow into such a massive and suppressive Baxia body. It was one of the top noble existences amongst Fey beasts. Using Baxia as a mount? Who is this person? Yun Xiaoer muttered to herself. Just being under Baxia's body made her want to pay homage to this Fey beast. It was a result that came from a higher level Fey race's bloodline. The person who could use this as a mount was definitely impressive. Baxia carries an immortal mountain on its back, and there is a pavilion on the immortal mountain. Man Dao suddenly exclaimed in a low voice. He said it softly because there was an ancient emblem painted on the pavilion. It was like a shimmering flame. It's the emblem of the royal family. Man Dao drew a gasp. This meant that the person riding Baxia was a member of the Luo clan royalty. Royal family? Yun Xiaoer was stunned. She had not joined the Luo clan for long, much less have any contact with the royal family. People from the Luo clan royal family were like gods to her.
And for someone to have such a mount, even if they were from the royal family, they had to have a certain status in it. As for them, they were only ordinary disciples of the Earth Fire Hall, a division of the Fire Cloud State, which was one of the 196 states of the Luo clan. The person riding on Baxia was an elusive existence to them. Mandao enviously said, "A person from the royal family has come to our Fire Cloud State, and junior brother Yi Yun is able to meet such an important figure. If he gains the favor of this important figure, just a little help from him would result in Yi Yun's meteoric rise." Upon hearing Mandao's words, Yun Xiao'er could only nod her head without much thought. They were still working hard to enter the Heaven Fire Hall, but for Yi Yun, entering the Heaven Fire Hall was already something extremely easy. Now, he could even get to know an important figure from the royal family. Of course, the envy was unwarranted. They could only blame themselves for not being strong enough. The two of them did not dare to take flight with the Inferno Gold Condors. Even if they wanted to, the Inferno Gold Condors were trembling under the presence of Baxia, afraid of even taking flight. Mandao and Yun Xiao'er retreated to a distant corner as they looked at the immortal mountain on Baxia's turtle shell. There were 9 scantily dressed beauties with snow-white skin holding silk in their hands as they floated down from the ornate pavilion on the immortal mountain. Behind the 9 girls, a tall white-robed man began descending as he took strides on thin air. His clothes were embroidered with a bright red vermilion totem, and his aura was thick and intense. The Luo clan had outstanding bearing and looks regardless of their sex. This white-robed man was also no exception. Although he was tall and well-built, he gave off an elegant feeling. He was like a scholar with an elegant bearing. Phew! Phew! 2 black-robed figures appeared to the left and right of the white-robed man. Their facial features were a blur as there was a layer of smoke concealing them. They were the white-robed man's guards. At this moment, Fairy Black Bamboo had already come to the entrance of the palace to welcome them. Yi Yun accompanied her by the side. In Fairy Black Bamboo's palace, other than those black bamboos and bamboo people, she did not have any other servants. Hence, the only person standing beside her was Yi Yun. Looking at the Baxia above him, Yi Yun was also astonished. His heart jumped again when he saw the 2 black-robed people with fuzzy looks. These 2 black-robed people were also members of the Fey race. Their aura gave a baffling feeling, so even though he could see them with his naked eyes, it was as though they did not exist. Black Bamboo greets Prince Pingnan. Fairy Black Bamboo bowed slightly while Yi Yun slightly faltered. Prince Pingnan? Before entering the Fire Spirit Palace to mine for fire, he had heard Mandao say mention of how the 2 royal offspring were vying for the throne that was to be handed down by the Luo Emperor in the Luo clan royal capital. One of them was Prince Crimson Firmament, while the other was Princess Purple Spirit. Yi Yun had basically confirmed that Princess Purple Spirit was Luo Huier. As for Prince Pingnan, he was on Luo Huier's side. Many princes and princesses were destined to have no chance with the throne, so they would choose to follow one of the heirs apparent. Although they would not be able to become the Luo Emperor in the future, they could still be conferred the title of king without any problems. Prince Pingnan and Luo Huier were under the same camp, while Fairy Black Bamboo was a subordinate of Prince Pingnan. Chapter 802, Intent. As Yi Yun looked at the elegant man, he did as what Fairy Black Bamboo did and gave a salute. Greetings to the prince. Prince Pingnan glanced at Yi Yun and did not think too much about him as he continued speaking to Fairy Black Bamboo. Fairy, you don't have to be so polite. I happened to be free enough to come to the Fire Cloud State, so I took the opportunity to drop by and meet you. Your bamboo wine here is extremely fragrant and is a rare gourmet wine. Ordinary people can't even get a taste of it, so I wonder if a person like me has the chance to take a sip? Prince Pingnan said with a smile. His attitude towards Fairy Black Bamboo was extremely humble, surprising Yi Yun slightly. As an Earth Fire Hall elder, Fairy Black Bamboo's status was naturally far inferior to Prince Pingnan. For her to be thought of so highly by him impressed the talent she had. Ian knew that Fairy Black Bamboo had only cultivated for a relatively short period of time and that she had only recently become an Elder of the Earth Fire Hall. Having been recognized by the upper echelons, she would be promoted quickly in the future. Fairy Black Bamboo had a promising future, yet Elder Heaven Scorpio dared to target Fairy Black Bamboo. There was no other reason than because they were from different factions. They were destined to fight. Furthermore, the day Prince Crimson Firmament inherited the throne, it would greatly affect Fairy Black Bamboo's future in the Luo clan. Fairy Black Bamboo smiled slightly and said, "It has already been prepared for the prince." "That's great." Prince Pingnan clapped his hands once and said with a laugh. He spoke very casually and did not have the airs of a prince. It was as though he was speaking to an old friend when he spoke to Fairy Black Bamboo. As Prince Pingnan and Fairy Black Bamboo were speaking, the dragon turtle behind Prince Pingnan suddenly flashed a golden brilliance, and following that, the gigantic dragon turtle as large as an island shrunk in size rapidly. Its shape also began changing, and eventually, it transformed into a middle-aged man dressed in dark gold robes. The middle-aged man was stubby, with a genial smile on his face, and by the ends of his mouth, there were 2 long dragon whiskers. As for the immortal mountain the dragon turtle was carrying, it had flown off from the turtle's back and transformed into an enchanted treasure the size of a fist and then kept inside the stubby middle-aged man's body. Yi Yun drew a gasp seeing this. First, a large dragon turtle was able to transform into a person, and secondly, even the immortal palace it carried was an enchanted treasure. If any of these were placed in the Tian Yuan world, they would have been simply incredible. Uncle Dragon also likes drinking wine, so let's all enjoy it together. Although the dragon turtle was Prince Pingnan's mount, Prince Pingnan was still very respectful to his Uncle Dragon. "Ha, I love drinking wine," the stubby middle-aged man said as he followed Fairy Black Bamboo into the palace. As for Yi Yun, he followed them by the side. Be it Prince Pingnan or the stubby middle-aged man, none of them paid any attention to Yi Yun. This was understandable. They only treated Yi Yun as Fairy Black Bamboo's disciple or follower. Indeed, the duo needed to pay any attention to his identity. Moments later, in Fairy Black Bamboo's bamboo building, Prince Pingnan, the stubby middle-aged man and Fairy Black Bamboo sat around an antique round table. Fairy Black Bamboo sat carefully at the position meant for subordinates in a very upright manner. However, the stubby middle-aged man had already begun gulping down wine from the jug he held in his hands. "Ha, the flavor is really good," the stubby middle-aged man praised with a chuckle. As for Yi Yun, he was naturally standing behind Fairy Black Bamboo and listened to the trio's conversation. "I wonder what your Highness Pingnan is here in the Fairy Black Bamboo for?" Fairy Black Bamboo asked. Previously, Prince Pingnan had mentioned that he happened to drop by since he was on the way, but Black Bamboo knew that with his status, he definitely did not come to the Fire Cloud State on a whim but because he had work to do. "I came here under the orders of Her Highness Xianhou." Prince Pingnan drank a mouthful of bamboo wine and said slowly. "Her Highness Xianhou?" Fairy Black Bamboo faltered momentarily. Xianhou was Princess Purple Spirit's birth mother. "Ha, there's nothing I can do. Princess Purple Spirit is capricious by nature. From the looks of it, she doesn't have her mind set on inheriting the throne, so the person who is really anxious is Her Highness Xianhou." There was a saying that a mother's worth was determined by her children, so Xianhou was naturally anxious when it came to Princess Purple Spirit's struggle for the throne. Fairy Black Bamboo said, "Princess Purple Spirit is still young, so her disinterest in power struggles is considered normal. In the future, when Princess Purple Spirit grows up, she will naturally turn for the better." Speaking of which, what decree did Her Highness Xianhou give? I wouldn't call it a decree, but for the upcoming Luo Divine Hall trial, Her Highness Xianhou is paying great attention to it. As you should know, our Luo clan had fought with the sinkhole and suffered great losses, with many Luo Divine Hall disciples falling. Now, our Luo clan needs to nurture large numbers of the younger generation to slowly recover our strength. For this upcoming Luo Divine Hall trial,
His Majesty has even given the sacred decree that he would take out a few precious artifacts from the Divine Treasure Palace and heavily reward Luo clan disciples with excellent results. As you know, His Majesty is about to abdicate the throne, and the fight for the throne between Princess Purple Spirit and my elder brother, Crimson Firmament, is getting more intense. His Majesty would make his decision based on various small details.
Besides, the upcoming Luo Divine Hall trial is no trivial matter.
Since His Majesty places so much importance in it, Her Highness Xianhou naturally does not want to lose.
So that's the way it is. Fairy Black Bamboo understood.
For the upcoming Luo Divine Hall trial, Emperor Luo had personally decreed it and even offered treasures from the Divine Treasure Palace.
That was not something to be scoffed at. Anything that was placed in the Divine Treasure Palace was the best out of the best supreme grade items.
Ignoring the disciples from the various states, even princes needed to have sufficient talent and be outstanding enough to enjoy a minor portion of the resources held in Divine Treasure Palace. After the huge war, the Luo clan had suffered heavy losses, so using a portion of the Luo clan's accumulated resources to develop its strength was reasonable. This was indeed an opportunity for the younger Luo clan generation, one that came less than once in 100,000 years. If they managed to grasp it, they could really enjoy a great deal of valuable resources and enjoy a meteoric rise and have a bright future ahead of them. Prince Pingnan then said, "Black Bamboo, as you know, my elder brother, Crimson Firmament, is already 3,500 years old. His subordinates have already been around for about 3,000 years. And his birth mother, Her Highness Luoho, had entered the harem tens of thousands of years earlier than Her Highness Xianhou. Furthermore, Her Highness Luoho's family possesses an ancient Fey bloodline, so her faction is equally large. As for Princess Purple Spirit, although her talent is equal or even better than my elder brother, Crimson Firmament, she is still young. Princess Purple Spirit nearly lacks any power herself, and relies fully on Her Highness Xianhou. At the upcoming Luo Divine Hall trial, it is indeed the best opportunity for my elder brother, Crimson Firmament, to exhibit his prowess. If his men were to account for a majority of the spots, Princess Purple Spirit and Her Highness Xianhou would look bad regardless of the reason.
It might even affect His Majesty's decision about the heir." Fairy Black Bamboo nodded in response to what Prince Pingnan said.
She said, "Your Highness Pingnan, you are right.
However, for the upcoming Luo Divine Hall trial, I too am limited and won't be of much use.
I can only do my best to nurture the disciples under me and send them to give it a try."
"Alright, we just need to do our best.
For this trip, I have gone to 3 states and have brought some resources to do a last-minute push.
Let's hope it will be a little effective. Black Bamboo, tell me, who in the Fire Cloud state is up to it?"
Prince Pingnan placed his cup of wine down and began to cut to the chase.
Chapter 803, Receiving the Nomination. Black Bamboo said, "Your Highness Pingnan, in recent years, the Fire Cloud state has been doing waves of heavy recruitment, but although many are recruited, the quality is just average. The ones who are likely to excel at the Luo Divine Hall trials from the Fire Cloud state are still those core disciples from the Heaven Fire Hall, such as Tianchi, Ranyu and Gulyuo. Just the amount of time they have cultivated in the Heaven Fire Hall has exceeded 60 years. These few people, especially Tianchi, are very famous.
In recent years, Tianchi has done the Fire Cloud state proud during exchanges between disciples from the Fire Cloud state and the surrounding Luo clan states. He has been praised by Marquis Fire Cloud on several occasions. Marquis Fire Cloud was the person who had authority over the Fire Cloud state. In the 196 states of the Luo clan, each state had a marquis in charge of it.
There was competition amongst the different marquises as well.
The Fire Cloud state was considered average amongst the 196 states, so during any martial arts exchange, the Fire Cloud state's results could only be said to be satisfactory. However, Tianchi was usually the one who stood out from the flock. Even amongst the 196 states, he was first class.
"I know about Tianchi."
Prince Pingnan slightly sighed, We even get wind about him in the royal capital, such as how Tianqi's attainments in the fire elemental laws are outstanding and that even against other geniuses, he can leapfrog levels and defeat them.
Although Prince Pingnan was praising Tianqi, he was not pleased at all. This was because Tianqi was not under their camp.
This also meant that the stronger Tianqi was, the stronger the enemy was.
In fact, it was not only limited to Tianqi.
Even Ranyu and Gulyuo could be considered as leaning towards Prince Crimson Firmament if they had to forcefully trace the relation trees. The reason was very simple. These people had been cultivating in the Heaven Fire Hall for 60 years, and when was Princess Purple Spirit born? It wasn't even as long as those who had joined the Heaven Fire Hall. Princess Purple Spirit had become an heir apparent entirely based on her talent.
Of course, Xuanho's family background wasn't weak either.
In order to help Princess Purple Spirit vie for the throne, many geniuses from her family had been sent into the Luo clan to help Princess Purple Spirit stabilize her footing.
The succession of the throne did not only consider talent.
It also looked at heritage and prestige.
It needed to see if people were willing to follow the heir.
Hence, be it Princess Purple Spirit or Prince Crimson Firmament, they were recruiting more disciples and incorporating them into their own factions. Talk about those disciples that recently joined the Heaven Fire Hall.
Prince Pingnan said.
Most of the older disciples of the Heaven Fire Hall were under Prince Crimson Firmament's camp. After all, back at that time, Prince Crimson Firmament was the most likely heir apparent.
Who didn't want to associate themselves with such a mighty force? If he became emperor in the future, they would easily enjoy success in the future. And once the allegiance was formed, betrayal was no longer an option.
If one were to betray midway, neither side would be pleased having a betrayer in their camp. Only new Luo clan disciples had the choice to choose between the two heirs. Fairy Black Bamboo said, "If we are talking about new disciples, then there is no way to compare them with older disciples.
The cultivation time is just too short and they would be greatly disadvantaged when it comes to aspects like laws. If you insist on new rookies, Luo Fengling is considered a good one.
She has pretty good talent and has only entered the Heaven Fire Hall for 5 years. She is hard-working in her cultivation, but it is hard to tell what results she would get when she joins the Luo Divine Hall trials."
Fairy Black Bamboo shook her head.
The Luo Divine Hall trials were held once every 60 years. Only Luo clan disciples below the age of 100 years old could participate. Many Luo clan disciples would usually need to cultivate for 70 or 80 years for them to be able to stand out during the Luo Divine Hall trials. Nearly a century's worth of accumulation was no trifling matter. Of course, the Luo Divine Hall trials were not a simple test of strength. Those at a younger age would be at an advantage during the final evaluation, but its advantage was inferior to nomological insights and cultivation techniques.
Are there no more other new disciples?
Now with Xuanho in desperate need to expand her forces, Prince Pingnan did not expect new disciples to be able to obtain any amazing results in the Luo Divine Hall trials. However, since new disciples and old disciples were not judged on the same criteria, it was still possible to gain the attention of the upper echelons by showing their latent potential even if they did not perform well.
This would augment Princess Purple Spirit's prestige as well.
There are many disciples that can be considered, but I doubt any of them will be worthy in Your Highness Pingnan's eyes. However, if Your Highness Pingnan does not want to limit it to the Heaven Fire Hall, I have a good candidate to recommend from the Earth Fire Hall.
Earth Fire Hall?
Prince Pingnan was slightly stunned when he heard the name Earth Fire Hall. In his point of view, the Earth Fire Hall only had second-tier disciples. It was difficult for elites from the Heaven Fire Hall to attain much at the Luo Divine Hall trials, what more Earth Fire Hall disciples?
He frowned and said, "There is actually an Earth Fire Hall disciple that can do well at the Luo Divine Hall trials? Who is it?"
Black Bamboo smiled and said, "I don't dare to guarantee that he will do well, but in the entire Fire Cloud state, ignoring Tianqi, Gulyuo and those Heaven Fire Hall disciples that have cultivated for 60 years or so, this person is the best choice amongst all new disciples."
He happens to be in front of your Highness Pingnan. As Black Bamboo said that, she looked at Yi Yun.
Prince Pingnan as well as Uncle Dragon beside Prince Pingnan also turned to look at Yi Yun. Prince Pingnan was somewhat taken aback. He never expected that the inconspicuous young man behind Fairy Black Bamboo was so highly recommended by her.
He is the best candidate amongst new disciples? Prince Pingnan sized up Yi Yun and asked, "What's your name?" "This lowly one is Yi Yun," Yi Yun said as he clasped his fists. Yi Yun.
Prince Pingnan pondered for a moment, and at this point, Fairy Black Bamboo had already informed Prince Pingnan about what Yi Yun had done during the fire mining process from before through a voice transmission. Prince Pingnan was quite surprised hearing this.
Oh? There was such a thing?
To be able to gain the recognition of the spirit of the Earth Fire despite having just entered the Earth Fire Hall, and even managed to snatch the Earth Fire from a senior Earth Fire Hall disciple.
That is indeed not bad. Prince Pingnan nodded. Actually, a figure like Yang Zishan was completely inconsequential in Prince Pingnan's eyes.
Yang Zishan was just an Earth Fire Hall disciple and was considered nothing compared to a top genius like Tianshi. Hence, the reason why Prince Pingnan used the words not bad to describe Yi Yun was because he was still young and had yet to cultivate for 3 decades, so he had a promising future. Unfortunately, if we wait another 60 years with you cultivating under me during that period, you might be able to obtain pretty good results at the Luo Divine Hall trials when you approach the age of 100 years old. It is a pity that you have to participate in it when you have yet to fully mature. However, the upcoming Luo Divine Hall trials are too important.
The succession of the throne would probably happen before the next Luo Divine Hall trials.
I have to use whatever men I have, so I'll give you a nomination spot.
Just do your best.
After Prince Pingnan said that, he stopped looking at Yi Yun and continued chatting with Fairy Black Bamboo.
Yi Yun was indeed too young.
It was exceedingly rare for someone to achieve anything during the Luo Divine Hall trials at the age of 30.
There were very few who could do that even in the entire history of the Luo clan. Chapter 804, Notice.
Prince Pingnan left after spending only a day at the Fire Cloud State. Time was precious to him as he still had 2 other states to visit.
And on the second day of Prince Pingnan's departure, a notice appeared on Fire Cloud State's main mountain's peak.
It was just a notice made of a thin piece of paper, but it was like a heavy stone that had been thrown into water, creating a stir in the entire Fire Cloud State. The reason was because the notice meant a great opportunity.
The notice listed 16 people's names.
These 16 people were to be separately sent to 2 different places 3 days after the notice was put up. They would undergo a short period of collective training before the 2 groups would join what was the most important event to all young Luo clan disciples, the Luo Divine Hall trials that happened once every 60 years. The Luo clan disciples had a less than 1 in a million chance of being able to participate in the Luo Divine Hall trials once in their lifetimes.
Exterior disciples did not even need to think about it.
The Luo clan had 196 states and each state had hundreds of thousands of exterior disciples and miscellaneous choice disciple. The once every 60 years Luo Divine Hall trials might see 2 or 3 batches pass, so they did not even have the chance to look forward to the trials.
To them, the trials were mysterious and powerful itself.
It could be described with the saying of how a carp leaps into the Dragon's Gate.
For carps to leap into the Dragon's Gate, it meant an intense competition to begin with.
Many carps would leap at the Dragon Gate, but the ones who managed to leap through the Dragon Gate by passing the Luo Divine Hall trials were extremely rare. In fact, these exterior disciples did not even have the qualifications to be carps. Ignoring them, even Earth Fire Hall disciples did not have the qualification to be carps. Only Heaven Fire Hall disciples, or about 10% of them, had a chance of being a carp once in their lifetimes. They could try to see how far they were from the Dragon's Gate at the Luo Divine Hall trials. In fact, many Heaven Fire Hall disciples who went to the Luo Divine Hall trials did not manage to amount to much. This was because the Luo Divine Hall trials required the participating disciples to be below the age of 100. To ensure they would get reasonable results, numerous Luo clan disciples would only choose to use their one chance at participating in the Luo Divine Hall trials only when they exceeded 60 years of age, or when they were approaching 100 years old. The notice that came out listed down the names who would be participating in the Luo Divine Hall trials. There was a total of 16 people, so how could the Luo clan disciples not envy these 16 people who had obtained such a great opportunity? Even if they knew that they would definitely not be included, they also wanted to know who the 16 were. Just like in the mortal world, people who knew that they had no chance would still take a look at who the top scholar was. The notice was hung on a wall in a square right in front of the main mountain's main hall. A group of people were huddled around the wall to look at the notice.
Senior Brother Zishan, do you think your name will be listed on the notice for the next Luo Divine Hall trials?
Those who were looking at the notice included Earthfire Hall's Yang Zishan. When news of the notice was released, Yang Zishan happened to be mining for fire in Fire Spirit Palace, so he managed to quickly arrive since he wasn't far from it.
Now, Yang Zishan dodged Yun whenever he mined for fire.
Elder Heaven Scorpio had eventually gotten wind of the news of Yun snatching his Earthfire at the Fire Spirit Palace. This resulted in Yang Zishan being given an earful that he had to obediently endure. After the scolding was done, Elder Heaven Scorpio had flicked his sleeves, throwing Yang Zishan out the door, causing him to be bruised all over.
His face still hurt.
Yang Zishan rubbed his face and glared at the lackey who had just spoken. He grimly said, "It's just taking a look at the notice, why do you have so much nonsense to say?"
Yang Zishan liked to look good in front of others, so there was no way he would admit his inadequacies.
His lackey had tried kissing ass, but he had ended up kissing the wrong spot. Even though Yang Zishan usually liked to brag, he did not dare brag about being able to participate in the next Luo Divine Hall trials. If news got out, his enemies in Earth Fire Hall would probably laugh their heads off.
You have to take one step at a time. Meals should be taken bite after bite.
I don't care about the Luo Divine Hall trials now, and will focus on entering the Heaven Fire Hall first. On the day of the Heaven Fire Hall entrance exams, I'll trample that Yun beneath my feet.
Yang Zishan gnashed his teeth as he said.
It was already difficult for him to enter the Heaven Fire Hall.
He was consumed by hate having been trampled by Yun at the Fire Spirit Palace. He still did not know what trick Yun had used to snatch the earth fire from him, yet Yang Zishan absolutely could not believe that he had lost to a rookie like Yun. All he wanted to do was work hard at cultivation before he looked for Yun in the future to teach him a lesson. Especially a year later, there would be an extremely tiny number of Earth Fire Hall disciples who would be promoted to the Heaven Fire Hall. Yang Zishan planned on rising up the ranks to enter the Heaven Fire Hall and squeeze out Yun. Of course, this needed him to work hard at cultivation because at his present level, the chances of him being promoted to the Heaven Fire Hall were slim.
Senior Brother Zishan is right. You should eat your meals bite after bite. First enter the Heaven Fire Hall and proceed orderly.
As Earth Fire Hall disciples, wishing to join the Luo Divine Hall trials is just being overly ambitious. How can it be possible? After Yang Zishan indicated his stance, another lackey with greater seniority immediately stood forward to educate the junior lackey. The junior lackey hurriedly nodded his head, expressing how his senior was right, and then expressed his gushing admiration at Yang Zishan. Only then did Yang Zishan nod.
Just as he wanted to say a few nice words to consolidate his authority as boss, he heard someone in the crowd discuss about the notice. These people on the list, Tianshi, Ranyu, Guluo, are all famous, so it's no wonder they are there.
But Luo Fengling and Bai Chen, how old are they to be able to obtain the qualification to join the Luo Divine Hall trials? And that last guy called Yun, who is he? I've been in the fire cloud state for so many years, but why haven't I heard of this person before? Yun's name was placed last amongst the 16 people.
The notice was decided by the Fire Cloud State's Elder Consortium, but Prince Pingnan had suggested a few names and one of them was Yun. Even though the Fire Cloud State Elder Consortium was baffled at the choice, they did not go against Prince Pingnan's wishes. For a prince, closing one eye to let a disciple gain the spot to participate in the Luo Divine Hall trials was nothing to them.
Although they were unwilling to do so, the Fire Cloud State Elders still included Yun's name right at the back.
Nearly no one had heard of Yun when his name was mentioned. However, when Yang Zishan and company heard this, they were completely dumbfounded.
Yun? Which Yun? This name was extremely harsh on Yang Zishan's ears. All his other lackeys also had a deep impression of Yun. He had single-handedly made everyone in the Fire Spirit Palace apprehensive about mining for fire. They could only anxiously enter Fire Spirit Palace to mine for a few sparks of fire whenever Yun was not around. Is he the Yun who snatched the earth fire from us? One lackey asked in a daze. He found it unbelievable that Yun, who was a Earth Fire Hall disciple like them, was on the Luo Divine Hall notice. Was this a person with the same name? But in fact, the entire Heaven Fire Hall had only 108 people and the Earth Fire Hall had only slightly more than 1,000 people. All the warriors present had excellent memory, so they could memorize nearly everyone's name. Other than the Yun they had met at the Fire Spirit Palace, there was no other person with the name of Yun. Besides, although the name Yun was simple, the surname Yi was extremely rare. It was almost never heard of in the Fey race. This has to be fake. A lackey of Yang Zishan muttered. He still could not accept the fact. Chapter 805, Ranyu. Gloom began to cast dark shades over Yang Zishan's face. He had previously said that meals had to be eaten one bite at a time, and how one had to take one step at a time on every journey. He was planning on proceeding forward in an orderly fashion through cultivation to vie for a chance at entering the Heaven Fire Hall, winning the right to trample on Yun. But now, before he even made his first move to enter the Heaven Fire Hall, Yun had already been selected for the Luo Divine Hall trials. This was something many Heaven Fire Hall disciples had no chance of. He was still taking one step at a time, but he could no longer see Yun's back. How far was one stride of Yun's? Yun was just slightly better than he was in the Fire Spirit Palace and had snatched a plume of fire from him. That shouldn't be enough for him to participate in the Luo Divine Hall trial, right? At this moment, there was a hubbub around the notice board. There were also quite a number of Heaven Fire Hall disciples present who were complaining. There was no need to talk about the Earth Fire Hall disciples since they did not even qualify to join the Luo Divine Hall trials. However, the Heaven Fire Hall disciples had the chance, but now, their chance had been snatched by someone. A Heaven Fire Hall disciple said to his page, "Do a check and find out who this Yun is." There's no need to check. If I'm not wrong, this Yun is a newly recruited disciple, brought in by Luo Fengling. Just a month ago, he was Luo Fengling's steward disciple on Mte Fengling. He recently passed the exam to enter the Earth Fire Hall. Yang Zishan suddenly spoke out. As he looked at the notice, his gaze appeared as though he wanted to eat up Yun's name. The appearance of Yun's name on the board made him feel a sense of defeat. He still had hopes of chasing Yun, but now, how was he able to catch up? Earth Fire Hall? Steward disciple? Are you sure? As in the butterfly effect, a single rock could similarly stir up a tsunami. Yang Zishan's words attracted the attention of many. A man with a scroll in hand stepped forward and asked Yang Zishan in a soft-spoken manner. This fair-skinned man who was dressed in an azure-colored robe had fine facial features. His eyebrows were like a pair of swords and his eyes were long and slender. On the two corners of his eyes, there were 3 fish scales on his temples. This was not an incomplete human manifestation, but a symbol of the Shushui royal clan. The Shushui clan was subordinated to the Luo clan, but the Luo clan had conferred the title of king to the Shushui clan. In the 10,000 Fey Empery in Heaven, there were 3 major Fey race categories: Heaven Fey, Earth Fey, and Ancient Fey. The Shushui clan belonged to the Heaven Fey, just like the Luo clan. The Heaven Fey was considered a higher form of existence in the Fey race. Noble blood of primordial Fey flowed in their bodies. There was a chance of awakening it, and once it was awoken, their powers would improve rapidly. And even if it was unawakened, they were still far more powerful than ordinary Fae. Xiushui was an ancient family clan in the Luo clan. During the foundation of the Luo clan's empire, Xiushui had made huge contributions, allowing them to be conferred the title of kings that could be passed down through the generations. The young man in front of Yang Zishan may not be the crown prince nurtured by the Xiushui clan, but he too had the royal bloodline, which was enough proof of his noble status. Ran Yu! Someone in the crowd suddenly exclaimed. The young man with the scales near his temples was Ran Yu from the Xiushui clan. The Luo Divine Hall Trials notice had the following as the top 3: Tian Shi, Ran Yu, Guluo. In the Fire Cloud state, Tian Shi was the strongest without a doubt. And after him was Ran Yu and Guluo. It was difficult to tell which was stronger. But in recent times, Ran Yu had increasing momentum, making him appear stronger. Hence, the notice which was likely ranked ACC. Strength hinted at this conclusion by placing Ran Yu ahead of Guluo. However, Yi Yun, who was ranked last, had received the attention of second place, Ran Yu. Why is Ran Yu here? When did he come? For a famous figure like Ran Yu, nearly every disciple in the entire Fire Cloud State's Heaven Fire Hall and Earth Fire Hall knew of him. His appearance would have long created a stir. Only when Yang Zishan mentioned of Yi Yun's identity did anyone notice him. That implied that Ran Yu did not want others to notice him. Although Ran Yu was here, he had used certain means to prevent others from detecting his presence despite standing in the crowd. This method was indeed amazing. Indeed, senior brother Ran Yu likes peace and quiet. He does not like being placed on a pedestal all the time. He used certain means to prevent us from discovering him. A Earth Fire Hall girl who was in her 20s looked at Ran Yu from afar while her face blushed red. Ran Yu was of noble birth and strong, so he was naturally favored by young girls. If the Yi Yun on the notice is the Yi Yun I know, then whatever I said is true. Yang Zishan nodded and said. He was feeling quite a lot of pressure in front of Ran Yu. His eccentricity was only worth anything in front of other Earth Fire Hall disciples. He was nothing compared to Ran Yu, who was both of superior birth and talent. Oh! Ran Yu's sword-like brows pricked up. Yang Zishan swallowed a mouthful of saliva before saying, Senior brother Ran, you seem to pay a bit of attention to this Yi Yun? It is unknown how that kid managed to get on the list. It is already strange for Luo Fengling to get on it, now that even her steward disciple is on it. It's practically. Yang Zishan stopped mid-sentence. What he mentioned was indeed suspicious. What had happened? Senior brother Ran is already on the name list, and the Luo Divine Hall trials would be naturally in the bag for you. Why are you inquiring about a trivial figure who had gotten dogshit luck? Yang Zishan probed. Logically speaking, Ran Yu did not need to pay Yi Yun any mind, but since he was paying attention, Yang Zishan became interested. In Yang Zishan's point of view, regardless of what trick Yi Yun had used, since Yi Yun had managed to participate in the Luo Divine Hall trials, it was unrealistic for him to compete with Yi Yun. However, if Ran Yu was the one competing with Yi Yun, that would be completely different. Nothing much, I just thought that my younger brother would be on the list. Ran Yu said lightly. One could not tell if there was any trace of anger in his tone. However, many people knew that Ran Yu took great care to protect his younger brother. Back when his brother entered the Heaven Fire Hall, Ran Yu's presence prevented his brother, who was still weak, to be messed with. Later on, Ran Yu's brother cultivated in the Heaven Fire Hall for 4 decades, so he had already fully matured. Now, with both brothers working hand in hand, they could rule the Heaven Fire Hall. If Tian Shi does not appear, who can challenge them? But now, Ran Yu's brother had been displaced. Furthermore, his brother's age had passed the age of 60, so he could only participate in this year's Luo Divine Hall trials, and no longer the next. In that case, how could Ran Yu feel at ease? So that's how it is. Upon hearing this, Yang Zishan felt elated. Yi Yun could have snatched anyone's spot, but for him to snatch Ran Yu's brother's spot, this was virtually offending the Shushui family. Senior brother Ran, this Yi Yun must have used some despicable means to snatch senior brother Ran's brother's spot. This kid has always been very scheming. Yang Zishan once again said to fan the flames of discord. But at this moment, Ran Yu gave Yang Zishan a cold glance. The glance caused Yang Zishan's heart to shrink as he felt like he had fallen into an ice cavern. He could not say a single word. I do not like that my brother's spot was displaced by others, but similarly, I do not like others trying to induce or arrange for me to do certain things. Ran Yu took a deep glance at Yang Zishan before he turned around and disappeared, leaving Yang Zishan rooted to the spot and hands clammy. Just a moment ago, he felt like he had been eyed by a primordial powerful fae. This Ran Yu was too terrifying. Chapter 806, Mte Azure Billow. Mrs., it's time to come out. Mte Fengling had also received news of the notice about the Luo Divine Hall trials being released. When Tower learned that her mistress had been one of the 16 selected to represent the Fire Cloud State in the Luo Divine Hall trials, she was completely overjoyed. There were only 16 people selected, but how many years had it been since her mistress joined the Heaven Fire Hall? So how could she not be excited for her mistress to be one of the 16? Furthermore, the people who were selected for the Luo Divine Hall trials could undergo a collective training at Mte Azure Billow before the trials began. It was a place even Tower had heard of before. It was one of the few holy grounds of the Luo clan, a great benefit to be able to undergo training there. Mrs., did you hear me? While Luo Fengling was in reclusion, Tower was the only one who could contact her. Tower would only contact Luo Fengling unless it was an important matter. A few moments after Tower called out, Luo Fengling's cultivation chamber's entrance gradually rumbled before it opened. A white-dressed Luo Fengling came out of the chamber. Previously, when Tower informed Luo Fengling about the news, she had told her of the news. Tower handed her a letter that came from Fairy Black Bamboo. Fairy Black Bamboo made it very clear in her letter that it was Prince Pingnan who had given her the chance to participate in the upcoming Luo Divine Hall trials. Even with Luo Fengling's tranquil personality, she could not calm herself upon receiving this news. Members who were selected for the Luo Divine Hall trials were once targets she strived for. She never imagined that the opportunity had befallen her in just a few years. As for Prince Pingnan, Luo Fengling was very aware of his identity. She knew that by accepting to participate in the upcoming trial, she would naturally be labeled under Xuanho's camp. Luo Fengling had never joined any faction prior to this, but she was deeply aware that for a minor figure like her in the Luo clan, it was better to choose sides in order to obtain greater support. Furthermore, with such good conditions, there was no reason for Luo Fengling to reject it. Or it should be said that for a junior like her, such conditions was a form of flattery. I'll be going to the main mountain now. As Luo Fengling spoke, she made some minor preparations before she flew up into the clouds towards the Fire Cloud State's main peak. From afar, Luo Fengling saw two gigantic spirit cruisers floating above the Fire Cloud State's main mountain. And below it were numerous Luo clan disciples gathered. With a scan, Luo Fengling saw a few people she was familiar with, including Ran Yu and Gu Luo. To Luo Fengling, these powerful seniors in the Heaven Fire Hall were targets she strived for in the future. Now, they were fearsome peers that Luo Fengling had deep respect for. Just as Luo Fengling was about to land, her gaze made her suddenly see a very familiar person. She gaped her mouth in astonishment. She was surprised to notice that amongst the illustrious and powerful Heaven Fire Hall disciples, there was a youth that looked 16 or 17 wearing Earth Fire Hall garbs. Yi Yun? Luo Fengling was momentarily at a loss. Yi Yun was a steward disciple she had taken in, so from her reclusion up to now, she had no idea what had happened to Yi Yun, nor did she care. Wasn't he supposed to be an Mte Fengling? Why was he here? Senior Luo. Yi Yun cupped his hands when he saw Luo Fengling. He too had just seen the list and had naturally seen her name. Why are you here? Luo Fengling asked in astonishment when she landed in front of Yi Yun.
Yi Yun smiled and said, I was chosen to participate in the Luo Divine Hall trials, so I came.
Ah! Luo Fengling's shock was stupendous.
Others at least knew that Yi Yun had previously entered the Earth Fire Hall, but for Luo Fengling, her memory was still stuck at the moment of Yi Yun being her steward disciple, a miscellaneous chores disciple. Suddenly, he was her equal by joining the Luo Divine Hall trials. She immediately rushed to take a look at the list that was still hung on the wall in the square. From taking a glance, she indeed saw Yi Yun's name right at the bottom of the list.
He was really selected? Was this steward disciple she had taken in an impressive genius? In just a few months, he had showcased his talent and become one of the participants for the Luo Divine Hall trials? It sounded beguiling. She took a look at how Yi Yun was dressed in Earth Fire Hall disciple's garb, and clearly he had been selected into the Earth Fire Hall. Luo Fengling had left in a hurry, so Taura did not have the time to inform Luo Fengling about the news. As for Yi Yun being chosen for the Luo Divine Hall trials, Taura apparently did not know either. After all, Emta Fengling was separated from the main mountain by quite a distance, so she naturally did not have time to travel to the main mountain with her strength. Junior sister Fengling, you have hidden so much. Just after Luo Fengling spoke with Yi Yun, a voice came from behind Luo Fengling.
Turning her head, she saw the originator of the voice, a thin man by the name Laya. Although this man had nothing to speak of for his looks, he was not a weakling, considering he was able to stand there. Furthermore, Laya had spent more than 50 years in the Heaven Fire Hall. Senior brother Laya, you are teasing me. I didn't hide anything. Luo Fengling gave Laya a gentle bow in an extremely respectful manner. It's not a joke. Why would I joke? For junior sister Fengling to stand here, I'm astonished as a senior brother. Using the term well hidden isn't enough to describe it. And most impressive of all, even your steward is able to stand here. That makes it amazing. I believe since the establishment of the Fire Cloud State, you are the only one who has been capable of doing that. Laya said with a grin. His words did not seem hostile and he was just stating facts, but they sounded somewhat harsh in Luo Fengling's ears. Luo Fengling took a glance at Yi Yun. By calling Yi Yun her steward, Laya clearly did not consider Yi Yun as a peer. This was understandable. As a senior Heaven Fire Hall disciple, Laya had arduously cultivated for decades and endured through so much just to participate in a single Luo Divine Hall trial. But now, Yi Yun, who had just entered the Fire Cloud State for only a few months, had risen up from a miscellaneous chores disciple to the Earth Fire Hall and then immediately leapfrogged past the Heaven Fire Hall, directly entering the Luo Divine Hall trials. These senior disciples had worked so hard to obtain the same results as Yi Yun, so it was natural for them to be displeased. Ignoring Yi Yun, just having Luo Fengling participate in the Luo Divine Hall trials with them already made them peeved. Was the decades of dedication they put in worth anything compared to her? Behind Laya, several Heaven Fire Hall disciples looked at Luo Fengling with a myriad of expressions: doubt, puzzlement, suspicion as well as hostility. As for Ranyu, he only gave Luo Fengling a nonchalant glance before he retracted his gaze. He did not express anything and simply floated in mid-air. He was in meditation with his legs crossed and eyes slightly shut. Ranyu appeared very calm. He did not think much about being selected into the Luo Divine Hall trials as it was something within expectations. What concerned him was how to be outstanding in the Luo Divine Hall trials and achieve brilliant results. Chapter 807, Ancient Fey Edifice. Time passed as Ranyu, who was floating in mediation with his eyes tightly shut, suddenly opened his eyes and landed on his feet. Someone is here. Amidst the crowd, a Heaven Fire Hall disciple shouted. Everyone hurriedly looked towards the spirit cruiser. There, they saw a stocky man with a python coiled around him jump down from the spirit cruiser's bow. Upon seeing this man, Yi Yun was slightly taken aback. This person was quite exaggerated in size. He was at least 3.5 meters tall, and a single arm of his was as thick as a woman's waist,
while his legs were as thick as pillars. His body was covered in tattoos and there was a skull necklace around his neck. The skull necklaces were the size of fists. It was hard to tell if they were the skulls of humans or fae. As for the python coiled around his body, it was as thick as a water barrel. Such a large python could easily devour 2 people. All 15 Fire Cloud State disciples, follow me. The Snake Man's voice was as loud as lightning, shaking people to their very core. 15? There's someone who isn't here. 16 Fire Cloud State disciples were chosen, but there was one person was missing, the first person on the list, Tian Shi. Tian Shi was the strongest person in the Fire Cloud State and his reputation had even reached the royal capital. There's no need to wait. 4 hours ago, Tian Shi was brought away by King Hong's men. King Hong? Everyone was slightly taken aback. They had all heard of King Hong's illustrious name. Even in the royal capital, King Hong was a prominent figure with a powerful faction under him. His personal strength was also immensely powerful. Why did King Hong's men take senior brother Tian Shi away? Some people were puzzled, but others figured out the reason. King Hong is Prince Crimson Firmament's uncle, so... The person stopped mid-sentence. King Hong was the son of Emperor Luo, while Prince Crimson Firmament was actually the emperor's grandson. Emperor Luo had a long lifespan, but the sons and daughters he had were few in number. This was because the Luo clan was Heaven Fae, giving them the bloodline of ancient powerful Fae. The stronger the bloodline, the harder it was to have offspring. Although Emperor Luo did not have many children, there was a lot of descendants when his grandchildren, great-grandchildren and great-great-grandchildren were considered. Many princes and princesses even had more than a dozen generations beneath them. These children that were more than a dozen generations out were considered direct descendants of Emperor Luo, so they too had the right to succeed the throne. The seniority amongst Emperor Luo's offspring was extremely complex, hence they basically did not look at their seniority in the family tree but based everything on age. Many princes that were generations apart, such as Prince Pingnan, would not address the Luo Emperor as Father Emperor but addressed him as His Majesty. For Prince Crimson Firmament to address King Hong as his uncle, it was also only because it was appropriate both in terms of age and seniority. King Hong and Prince Crimson Firmament had close relations, so it was reasonable for him to support Prince Crimson Firmament's succession. As for the Fire Cloud State, Tian Shi's reputation in it was greater than the rest. Only Tian Shi was worthy enough for King Hong to send his men to take him away. Of course, Tian Shi was definitely not the only person King Hong brought away. In the other states, there were definitely large numbers of Heaven Fire Hall disciples that were brought to the King Hong residence and given special opportunities. Those gathered by King Hong were the most outstanding elites in the various states, and with King Hong betting on these people, it would allow Prince Crimson Firmament to take another step towards the throne if any of them could be amazing at the Luo Divine Hall trials. As expected, senior brother Tian Shi is different. He actually has someone dedicated to bring him away. Senior brother Tian Shi's benefits for this collective training is likely better than ours. Many people were envious of Tian Shi, but of course they could only have themselves to blame. Why couldn't they be stronger to garner the favor of King Hong? Amongst the crowd, Luo Fengling also sighed. Previously, she was pleasantly surprised to be favored by Prince Pingnan, but now she felt as though it was nothing much. The truly powerful ones had long been selected. The man with the python up above sneered when he saw the disciples' reaction. He said with a low, muffled voice, "Opportunities are obtained using your own abilities. If you have the time to be envious of the opportunities of others, you might as well look at what you have. Mte Azure Billow that all of you will be going will not be weaker than King Hong's cultivation grounds. Mte Azure Billow also has its opportunities, it will just be very difficult to obtain them. As long as you showcase your strength, the items you obtain will definitely not be weaker or fewer than Tian Shi's. If you are stronger than Tian Shi, then the opportunities you receive will exceed Tian Shi's.
With the man with the python snapping them out of their self-inflicted misery, the Heaven Fire Hall disciples present felt somewhat more at ease. However, no one believed that the opportunities they would obtain would exceed Tian Shi's. They knew their own strength and were self-aware of how big a gap they had with Tian Shi. Everyone boarded the Spirit Cruiser before it shot out into the sky. The Luo clan ruled over a large stellar zone, with numerous planets in it. In the cosmos, there were even small worlds hidden in it. These worlds also gave birth to countless living beings. 2 hours after the Spirit Cruiser lifted off, it directly burned a world stone and tore through the void, performing void transference. While shuttling through chaotic spacetime, the Spirit Cruiser itself experienced minor tremors. Yi-Yun stood in front of a window and looked at the spatial storms and streams of light formed from spatial dimension laws. He had mixed emotions while looking at this. Back when he was in the cloud wilderness, it was a struggle to even fill his stomach. Now, he had come to the endless cosmos in the 12 Empyrean heavens and was touring the universe. His encounters in life really evoked certain complex emotions. In 2 hours, the Spirit Cruiser traversed a distance of billions of miles, and when the Spirit Cruiser appeared out of the void, Yi-Yun saw a mountain through the windows. This mountain was not towering over a piece of ground. Instead, it was suspended in space. Yi-Yun had never seen such a large mountain, and a conservative estimate would place it as being tens of thousands of miles high. It was comparable to the size of a dwarf star. The Spirit Cruiser Yi-Yun was on appeared like a speck of dust when flying in front of this massive mountain. "It's huge," a disciple said on the Spirit Cruiser, his tone filled with astonishment. These disciples felt surging emotions the moment they considered that this mountain was just a location for their collective training, and not where the Luo Divine Hall Trials was. The Luo Divine Hall Trials happened once every 60 years, so it was not easy to obtain a single chance. The Spirit Cruiser approached Mt. Azure Billow, and Yi-Yun saw bands of blue clouds billowing at the peak of the mountain. It was like flowing water patterns, which probably gave rise to Mt. Azure Billow's name. Starting from the mountainside, there were swaths of architecture that ranged from palaces to herbal gardens, as well as grasslands, forests, and ranches for fey beasts. The Spirit Cruiser finally landed somewhere near the mountaintop. Everyone hurriedly disembarked the Spirit Cruiser when the doors opened as they stepped foot onto the grounds. At this moment, the man with the python walked out from the Spirit Cruiser and took a glance at all the young disciples present. He said, "Mt. Azure Billow's collective training will be short. Although it's said to be a collective training, it is actually to give you some benefits. It is to allow you to break through your cultivation realms and obtain better results at the Luo Divine Hall Trials. The Luo Divine Hall Trial lasts a period of 10 years. This 10 years will be the years you lay your foundation, so it is extremely important. So do your best." In the Grand Hall in front of you, its name is Ancient Fey Edifice. It's an important part of the collective training at Mt. Azure Billow. Feel free to take whatever you can obtain after entering the Ancient Fey Edifice. Chapter 808, Extreme Yang Illumination. Ancient Fey Edifice? Yi-Yun looked towards the dark but magnificent palace. Its main door was about 5 to 6 stories tall, but such a tall door was only 4 or 5 meters wide. As a result, it made the door resemble a sword more than a door. On both sides of the Ancient Fey Edifice's door, there were 2 Fey beast sculptures erected. They resembled evil demons, and the creatures carved in the sculpture had sharp teeth and keen claws. They had 2 wings on their backs, and they looked extremely ferocious. As Yi-Yun stared at the 2 statues, he had a feeling that the statues were watching him, as though the 2 statues were alive. It was quite astonishing. "Do you sense the killing intent?" At this moment, an arrogant voice came from behind. Yi-Yun turned his head to realize that the person who said it was Laya. Laya was scrawny and was shorter than Yi-Yun by half a head. However, he was floating in mid-air. As such, the top of Yi-Yun's head only reached Laya's chest. Laya looked down from above at Yi-Yun as the corners of his mouth gradually curled. These 2 statues were powerful Fey who protected the Luo clan from ancient times. When their lifespans came to an end, they became enchanted puppets by sealing their souls in sculptures that were meticulously refined. At any time, they might suddenly awaken, recovering most of their strength from years ago.
This is the Luo clan's heritage as Heaven Fae. It is not something ordinary people can imagine.
On the surface, Laya was introducing the origins of the sculptures placed in front of the ancient Fey edifice, but his choice of words had a great sense of superiority. Be it because he was a member of the Fey race or be it because he was a native of the 10,000 Fey Empyrean heaven, they were all sources of his sense of superiority.
Yi-Yun glanced at Laya and completely ignored him. He directly stepped through the ancient Fey edifice's entrance.
Laya frowned slightly when he was ignored by Yi-Yun.
He had the intention to flaunt, but Yi-Yun did not show any interest. You are just pretending to act profound. For a human warrior from a lower realm to act so nonchalantly after coming to the 10,000 Fey Empyrean heaven and see the ancient Fey edifice, one might even think he was of immortal Empyrean birth if they did not know any better. Laya shook his head and also entered the ancient Fey edifice. When Yi-Yun walked into the ancient Fey edifice, Luo Fengling followed him from behind. Junior brother Yi, how did you obtain the nomination for the Luo Divine Hall Trials?
As they had set off in a hurry, Luo Fengling did not converse with Yi-Yun.
On the journey, she was constantly plagued by thoughts of stupefaction.
I was lucky and was appreciated by Fairy Black Bamboo. She recommended me to Prince Pingnan, and he nominated me, so here I am being selected for the Luo Divine Hall Trials.
After Luo Fengling heard Yi-Yun's general explanation, she commended Yi-Yun on his good luck, but at the same time, she knew very well that there was definitely something amazing about Yi-Yun for him to be able to gain the appreciation of Fairy Black Bamboo. Yi-Yun was brought into the fire cloud state by her, so she naturally wished for Yi-Yun to have a bright future. Junior brother Yi, work hard then. You are still young.
Being able to gain the opportunity to enter the Luo Divine Hall Trials is exceedingly rare.
It's alright even if you are unable to achieve any desirable results. This is because the Luo Divine Hall Trial is an opportunity itself.
The trials will last for a decade, and during this period, your strength can increase by leaps and bounds.
Alright, thank you senior sister Luo. Yi-Yun smiled. He knew Luo Fengling was full of good intentions.
Just as he was about to continue speaking, he suddenly felt an ancient and irregular aura surge over. It was as though the long corridor was a time tunnel that led to a mysterious ancient world.
This is... Yi-Yun looked up and saw the end of the corridor approaching.
At the moment he stepped through the corridor, Yi-Yun drew a cold gasp.
At the end of the corridor was an inconceivable divine palace.
Looking up into the sky, the palace dome hung amongst the radiant moon and the myriad of stars. It appeared as though he had come outside, but Yi-Yun knew that he was still inside the ancient Fey edifice. Around Yi-Yun were 12 divine columns that pierced straight into the sky. Every divine column was so thick that it required dozens of people hugging it in order to encircle it. It was thick and heavy, as though they were supporting the firmament above.
This is the ancient Fey edifice's main palace. Fey gods from a primordial era are engraved on the 12 pillars. 12 primordial Fey gods? Yi-Yun was stunned as he gave a surprising look at Luo Fengling.
As he had snatched a nomination spot for the trials, Luo Fengling was the only person amongst the Fire Cloud State's Heaven Fire Hall disciples that would explain stuff to Yi-Yun. The 12 primordial Fey gods are already equivalent to legend.
During the early formation of the universe, when the chaos first came into existence, the heavens and earth produced 12 powerful ancient Fey.
They do not belong to the Luo clan, nor should they even be called ancient Fey. They are natural god spirits. Only the Fey race in the 10,000 Fey Empyrean heaven call them Fey gods, believing that the 12 Fey gods are the ancestors of the Fey race. But in fact, the human race have different names for them. Similarly, there are humans who believe that the 12 Fey gods are their own ancestors.
Is it so? Yi-Yun was slightly taken aback. It now appeared that the 12 pillars erected in the ancient Fey edifice was just used to worship the 12 ancient Fey, and not because the ancient Fey edifice had anything to do with the 12 ancient Fey. Although the Luo clan was powerful, it was impossible for them to have any relations with the 12 ancient Fey that appeared at the beginning of chaos. At this moment, someone in the palace suddenly shouted, "Luo Fengling!" The 12 Fey gods are naturally our Fey race's ancestors. At least other than the 7th Fey god, the others undoubtedly belong to the Fey race. They have nothing to do with the human race. The person who spoke out was Ranyu. Ranyu was usually calm and gave off a demeanor of a light breeze. Even when his younger brother's spot had been snatched by Yi Yun, he did not turn hostile towards Yi Yun, or at least, he didn't express it. But when Luo Fengling raised the issue of the way the 12 Empyrean heavens viewed the 12 Fey gods in a neutral manner, Ranyu had coldly interrupted her. As a member of the Fey race, Ranyu had pride that was ingrained into his bones. He believed that the Fey race was the noblest race in the 12 Empyrean heavens, and how its heritage began from the chaos, making it the earliest to be born. Luo Fengling's words had triggered him. Luo Fengling fell silent. In the 10,000 Fey Empyrean heaven, if one were to recognize the stories of the human race when it came to the 12 Fey gods, it was easy to incite the rage of the masses. From the point of view of the Fey race, the 12 Fey gods were half beast-like, so they were naturally closer to Fey in form. Seeing how Luo Fengling did not dispute any further, Ranyu took another glance at Yi Yun, but he did not speak. Yi Yun did not understand the 12 Fey gods at all, so he had no right to make any statements. He looked at the 12 gigantic divine columns, and an ancient Fey god was engraved on each of them. Yi Yun looked to the first column, and as the first Fey god of the 12 Fey gods, it was neither a dragon nor a phoenix. Its name greatly surprised Yi Yun. Extreme Yang Illumination. At the beginning of the heavens and earth, chaos transformed into the two opposites of Yin and Yang. The power of Yang entities and the essence of extreme Yang combined to form a Fey god, an evolution because of Great Tao. Extreme Yang Illumination had no shape. All Yi Yun saw on the pillar was a portrayal of the extreme Yang Illumination, which was a black circle. It did not even have any thickness. It was just a thin black plane, making it look mysterious and strange. This was completely unlike a beast, but an existence that was bordering on heavenly Tao. Extreme Yang Illumination. During the origination of the 12 Fey gods, after chaos transformed into Yin and Yang, it first gave birth to the Fey gods. This is probably the apex of pure Yang. As Yi Yun looked at the extreme Yang Illumination's carvings, he had a yearning desire. This was the true pure Yang origins, a chaos pure Yang that was equal to a heavenly Tao. And following that, Yi Yun looked at the second pillar. After extreme Yang Illumination was extreme Yin Nether Glow. Author's note: Extreme Yang Illumination and Extreme Yin Nether Glow are ancient gods in pre-Qin Chinese myths. The existing sculptures of the two gods can be traced back to the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors era. After the Qin dynasty, extreme Yang Illumination and extreme Yin Nether Glow were only found in records, while the images of the other divine beasts became increasing common. Compared to those divine beasts, extreme Yang Illumination and extreme Yin Nether Glow are a rather rare appearance in present literature. Sometimes when I read these ancient myths, I will reflect on the vastness of time and imagine the dawn of Chinese civilization, the lives of people and their ceremonies, hence, I wrote those in the text. If you are interested, you can search it up, T/N, he means in Chinese. There's nothing in English. Chapter 809, 12 Fey Gods. Extreme Yin Nether Glow was like the shadow of the extreme Yang Illumination. It was born out of the chaos together with extreme Yang Illumination. It was a Fey god formed from the power of Yin entities and the essence of extreme Yin. All of this was a portrayal of how chaos led to Yin and Yang. The extreme Yin Nether Glow similarly was not in the shape of a beast. The image engraved on the column was a white halo with a mist in its outer ring that appeared like a burning flame. In the middle of the extreme Yin Nether Glow, there was a black circle, as though it was where the extreme Yang Illumination should sit. When the two Fey gods were superimposed on each other, it appeared like a solar eclipse. It would be black in the middle, with a misty halo in its exterior. The saying of how extreme nether glow was the shadow of the extreme yang illumination was a result of this. Extreme yang illumination, extreme nether glow, when the universe was in its formative stages, the primordial universe, Wuji, generated supreme ultimate, Taiji, and therefore generated the two opposing forces. The primordial universe is chaos, and the two opposing forces are yin and yang. During the formation of the heaven and earth, the Fey gods that were born alongside yin and yang can even be considered the embodiment of heavenly Tao. They are the extreme yang illumination and the extreme yin nether glow. Yin seemed to gain something from it as he continued looking on. The third column had a large tree engraved on it. In the carving, the tree was shockingly large. Even the stars in the sky were like the size of fists, floating amongst the tree's leaves. The tree branches were lush and flourishing. Every leaf was large enough that they appeared like land that floated in space. On the leaf, a drop of dew could have formed an ocean. With time being pushed forward, after the large worlds were born, this Tao tree's leaves could still have plains, forests, and a myriad of living beings exist on them. The third Fey god Empress Earth Tao tree. It was a divine tree formed from 3,000 great Tao after the formation of the universe. When Yin saw the third Fey god, the first thing that came to mind was the Tao tree he had encountered in the Pyryang Sword Palace. The Tao tree that similarly existed for a long period of time was considered much smaller when compared to the engraved Tao tree that was much bigger than stars. That tree was encountered by the Pyryang Sword Palace owner, and by then, the tree had already existed for a long period of time. What relationship does the Tao tree I encountered in the Pyryang Sword Palace have with the Empress Earth Tao tree? This question arose in Yun's mind. Having come to the ancient Fey edifice, the 12 Fey gods struck Yun with surprise. The first 3 Fey gods already made Yun generate many feelings of longing in such an immense world like the 12 empyrean heavens. While being enlightened, he was simultaneously filled with questions. The fourth Fey god Dragon Emperor. Near the beginning of the heaven and earth, the god bred out of chaos was the king of all dragons. There were all sorts of divine dragons in the world, such as the noble 5-clawed golden dragon, red dragon, azure dragon, yellow dragon, as well as the torch dragon that fell into darkness and the bloodthirsty blood dragon. All these dragons came from the Dragon Emperor, they were its descendants. The fifth Fey god, 7-colored phoenix. If there was a dragon, there was naturally a phoenix. During the inception of the heaven and earth, the phoenix was born. It was the ancestor of all birds. The feathers had 7 colors, and these 7 feathers represented different powers of nature. The 7-colored phoenix could not only control fire, but it could also control wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, as well as the 5 elements. The world's fire phoenix, ice phoenix, azure swanbird, vermilion bird, and even the golden crow came from the bloodline of the 7-colored phoenix. The sixth Fey god, Kuan Peng. If the 7-colored phoenix was considered the ancestor of all birds, then there was probably only one bird that did not descend from it. That was the heavenly Pang. The heavenly Pang was not exactly a bird, but a fish and bird in one. In the form of a koan, it could easily devour thousands of seas, and in the form of a pang, spreading its wings spanned a distance of 45,000 kilometers. In its flying rage, it could tear apart galaxies. The seventh Fey god, Heavenly Man. Upon seeing this Fey god, Yun was momentarily stunned. Heavenly Man? Different from the other Fey gods, this was a Fey god in the shape of a man. His name was also Ancestor Pan. With a giant axe in hand, he was a giant with 5 different colored hair. He could split the heaven and earth apart, creating a world in the process. The 8th Fey god, River of Forgetfulness. This 8th Fey god was even more fascinating. Its shape was in an endless surging river. And what flowed in the river was not water, but time. The river of time only surged ahead in one direction, the future. By heading only for the future, it meant forgetting the past. Thus, the river's name was named River of Forgetfulness. The 9th Fey god was empty. Oh.
Yi Yun was momentarily stunned. He only understood after looking carefully. The ninth Fey god was not missing, but because its form was nothingness.
It had no shape or form, no edge or limits. The ninth Fey god, solitary nothingness. With time, there would naturally be space. Spacetime was like yin-yang. They were Tao formed at the formation of the universe. Solitary nothingness was an endless void with complete silence, and had nothing in it. Like the graveyard for the thousands of worlds, it was like the abode to everything. Worlds were created, but they were also annihilated. Everything would ultimately be transformed to nothingness, returning to the solitary void. Solitary nothingness name was a result of this. Legend said that solitary nothingness was an endless void itself. Being devoured into solitary nothingness stomach would result in permanent annihilation. The 10th Fey god.
When Yi Yun came to this point, he was stunned. If the 9th Fey god was a blank because solitary nothingness did not have any shape or form, then the 10th Fey god was truly missing. He did not see the 10th, 11th, or 12th Fey gods. In fact, the Fey race only knew that there existed 12 Fey gods, but the last 3 Fey gods were extremely mysterious. In the canonical books of the Fey race, there were many legends about it that attempted to reveal or speculate the identity of the 3 great Fey gods. However, every one of them was rather unconvincing. Eventually, the identities of the 3 great Fey gods could not be confirmed and was still a mystery up to now. They don't even know what sort of existence they are, but they know there are 12 Fey gods? Yi Yun was momentarily stunned as he found it incredulous. At this moment, Luo Fengling said, "Junior brother, the 12 Fey gods were inferred by the mighty figures of the Fey race when they gain insight into the heavenly Tao. It is not only the opinion of the Fey race. In the other empyrean heavens, mighty human figures have also gained insight into the heavenly Tao and they have also obtained the same conclusion. Of course, they are just not called Fey gods. Their common names are 12 Tao ancestors."
I see. Yi Yun nodded. Since all the mighty figures in the 12 empyrean heavens came to the same conclusion, then it was probably true. The only thing was that the last 3 great Fey gods, or Tao ancestors, were lost in the misty heavenly Tao, preventing others from seeing them clearly. However, Ranyu had previously mentioned that the 12 Fey gods were the ancestors of the Fey race, other than the 7th Fey god, Heavenly Man. There was no way the Fey race could categorize the Heavenly Man into the form of Fey, as he resembled humans in every form and manner. As for the other Fey gods being said to be naturally closer to Fey was in Yi Yun's opinion, just fictitious. Other than the Dragon Emperor, the 7-colored Phoenix, the Koan Pang, Yi Yun could not tell how the other Fey gods had a closer relationship with the Fey race. The 12 Fey gods, or the 12 Tao ancestors, must be the beginnings of heavenly Tao. They were born directly out of the chaos. Many divine beasts that sounded amazing, such as the divine beasts of the 4 symbols Azure Dragon, the Vermilion Bird, White Tiger, while Bifong, Taotai, Responding Dragon evolved after the 5 elements were split apart, and with everything being born. Compared to the 12 Fey gods, they are greatly inferior. With this thought in mind, Yi Yun suddenly felt like he had broadened his horizons. Although the 12 columns were engraved by progeny, nor did they contain any profound laws, just looking at them made Yi Yun feel like he had gained a lot. His gain came in the form of mental benefit. The more he knew how vast and spectacular the world was, the more motivation Yi Yun gained. This motivation came from the unwillingness to be tiny and the ambition of being equal to heavenly Tao. Koan Pang is a giant bird, Pang, that transforms from a giant fish, Koan. Sometimes translated as rock. Bifong is a mythical bird. It looks like a crane which owns red marking, white beak, and has only 1 foot. This creature does not eat grains but flames. Its appearance is a signal of big fire. Taotai is a mysterious monster in Chinese culture. The monster was very greedy and would eat anything within its sight and even ate its own body, so its image is just a big head and a big mouth without body. The Taotai ate too much and died as a result, and then it became a symbol of greedy people. A tout-yet-arrived beast is the primary antagonist in the 2016 historical fantasy epic film The Great Wall. Chapter 8:10, Sword and Phoenix. These ancient 12 Fey gods stand atop the world, and are just too far away from us. However, in the ancient Fey edifice, it is said that it hides a lot of opportunities. Also, Lord Song Mang had previously said that we can obtain things from the ancient Fey edifice. Luo Fengling said. With a sword in hand, her eyes were shimmering. Clearly, she was looking forward to the opportunities that awaited her. Although she was talented, the amount of time she spent cultivating had been short. After being nominated for the trials, she received a lot of pressure when she saw people like Laya and Ranyu. She had to use every available time to upgrade herself, if not, by wasting such a good opportunity having not done well, there was no way she could face Fairy Black Bamboo, who had given her guidance and support. At this moment, a disdainful voice was heard, "Obtain things?" Lord Song Mang did say that, but they are there only if you have the ability to get them. In the ancient Fey edifice, there are opportunities of all sizes, but only the able ones can obtain them. Luo Fengling looked at the speaking Laya, but her pretty face did not change in expression. "I naturally know that. You do not need to worry yourself to remind me." He. Laya gave an odd smile. Previously, Yun had ignored him, so he could not be bothered to conceal his contempt for Yun and Luo Fengling. "Senior sister Luo, you don't have to mind him," Yun said. "He is targeting us. The others are also hostile, but at least they aren't like him," Luo Fengling said with a frown. She usually only bothered herself with cultivation, so she seldom mingled with others and kept a low profile, yet she had become a thorn in the side of others. However, compared to her, the hostility Yun received was even worse. Despite being an Earth Fire Hall disciple, he was able to join these elites in the same trials, so how could the elites feel mentally balanced? This is the ancient Fey edifice's main hall. The burly man with the python had also walked over. Yun already knew his name was Lord Song Mang. "The things you want to obtain are in this main hall," Song Mang said. Yun and Luo Fengling looked around them, but the main hall was empty, so what was there? However, Ranyu, Laya and company did not move. They only looked at the divine columns of the ancient 12 Fey gods. They had prepared for the Luo Divine Hall trials for decades, so they had also obtained information about the ancient Fey edifice. Some of them were informed ahead of time by their family seniors. So while others were looking all around the main hall, these people looked calm like a breeze. It was obvious whose family clan's heritage was better just from this. Many Fey race had heritage passed down for tens of millions of years. Cultivators who were born in such Fey race naturally had the advantage against other cultivators. Seeing people of noble birth, like Ranyu, apparently understanding everything beforehand, Yun had a thought and opened his energy vision. That means the things must be on these 12 Fey god columns. Yun gave these people a nonchalant glance. They were standing by the side waiting to watch him make a fool of himself, but this did not affect Yun at all. He cast his gaze at the 12 Fey god columns. These ancient 12 Fey god columns emanated a pressuring aura. If there was anything in the main hall, it had to do with these 12 Fey god columns. The ancient 12 Fey gods were born at the beginning of chaos. They are the most primitive embodiment of laws. Their existences are also different manifestations of laws. However, these 12 Fey god columns were built by progeny. The laws they represent naturally are not the purest laws from the beginning of chaos. Song Mang spoke and indeed mentioned the ancient 12 Fey god columns. However, the people who constructed these 12 Fey gods columns were ancestors of our Luo clan. They were top mighty figures. The divine columns they constructed had managed to attract a glimmer of divine grace from the ancient 12 Fey gods. These divine columns are also manifestations of laws. All of you can't stay long in this ancient Fey edifice because there are other disciples from other states that will come here a day later. Time is limited, so make good use of it.
The 12 mighty figures in the 10,000 Fey Empyrean heaven had managed to attract the ancient 12 Fey gods after constructing the divine columns. Although it was just a glimmer of grace that merged into the divine column, it made the columns divine items too. The profoundness behind the 12 mighty figures' understanding of laws was beyond imagination.
These 12 divine columns are also 12 different entrances. The opportunities you obtain will differ according to the different entrances, Song Mang said. Similarly, the difficulty of opening each of the 12 Fey God columns are different as well.
Song Mang introduced the rules.
Beside him, Ran Yu took a deep breath. As a descendant of the Shushui clan, an ancient royal clan, he naturally knew about the 12 Fey God columns ahead of time. His father had previously participated in the Luo Divine Hall trials as well. For this, Ran Yu naturally did not want to shame his father or bring disgrace to his family clan. It was imperative that he did well at this trial. Laya and company must know which divine columns are the easiest to open, but I will not do that. Choosing the fastest one from the onset might make it simple, but by choosing the easiest path before the beginning of the trials, one will definitely be the fastest to be eliminated during the trials.
Ran Yu thought. His ambition was lofty. He chose to open one of the 12 Fey God columns that had a certain degree of difficulty.
Begin, all of you only have 1 day,
Song Mang said and crossed his legs to sit down on the same spot. He tightly closed his eyes while the python around him crept around his body in a slow fashion, its cold eyes sizing up the cultivators. Upon hearing Song Mang's words, these cultivators also immediately began, but first all of them looked at Luo Fengling, Yi Yun and another rookie disciple that had been nominated by Black Bamboo by Chen. The three of them were the most conspicuous in the group. Luo Fengling frowned slightly because these people were still waiting for them to make a fool of themselves. None of them were in a hurry to move and they were just waiting for Luo Fengling and Yi Yun's choice. As for Song Mang, his eyes were tightly shut, ignoring everything that was going on. He did not provide the means to open the doors, and wanted them to figure it out themselves.
Junior brother Yi, I'll go first, Luo Fengling said.
But just as she finished her sentence, Yi Yun had already walked towards the 12 divine columns.
Junior brother Yi, Luo Fengling hurriedly shouted.
But at this moment, Yi Yun had already come before a divine column. This was the 7-colored Phoenix divine column. Standing at the bottom of the divine column, Yi Yun was as small as an ant. He looked up and a 7-colored phoenix was circling the divine column in flight, with its eyes looking at the endless sky. However, when Yi Yun focused his eyes on it, the 7-colored phoenix's eyes seemed to look down. Immediately, an intense pressure surged over
Yi Yun's mind quivered.
What a powerful aura! Song Mang had already said that these divine columns only contained a glimmer of the divine charm of the ancient 12 Fey gods, but just this glimmer was enough to make Yi Yun feel that there was a 7-colored phoenix right in front of him. It was able to blot out the sky and tear through the heavens.
But how was he to open this divine column?
Yi Yun stretched out his hand and placed it on the divine column.
The ancient 12 Fey God columns were creations of top mighty figures.
Every carving they made contained the martial insights of these mighty figures. While stroking the carvings, Yi Yun could even feel himself being threatened. It was sword, a sharp sword technique that had been carved out slash after slash. The phoenix flew high, soaring over the horizons with the wind as its companion. It was as flexible as this sword slash. The sword scar from the Pyongyang Sword Palace appeared before Yi Yun's eyes. That slash had managed to split apart a small world.
It was no doubt a stunning strike.
If he produced the sword intent from that strike, Yi Yun believed that the divine column in front of him would likely resonate.
Using a sword would only end up with inferiority.
As for his fire elemental laws, they were derived from Pyongyang laws. Furthermore, fire elemental laws was just one of the 7 laws of the ancient phoenix, so it would not be considered an upper-grade choice. Upon realizing this, Yi Yun silently released his hand and looked at Song Mang.
He asked, Lord Song Mang, can everyone only choose one ancient Fey column?
Song Mang opened his eyes and said slowly, "Many ancient Fey columns can be chosen, and you can receive the recognition of several ancient Fey columns.
The recognition you will receive from each ancient Fey column will also be different.
The greater and deeper the recognition, the opportunity obtained will be better." Song Mang did not despise Yi Yun because of his age, and had seriously answered Yi Yun's question.
"I understand." Yi Yun retreated after saying that.
Having touched the seven-colored phoenix for the first time, it made him feel the immense power of the ancient Fey gods. He planned on looking at the other ancient Fey columns and learn of more opening methods. Seeing Yi Yun stand before the seven-colored phoenix divine column for a while before asking Song Mang such an ambitious question, Laya disdainfully shook his head.
"Being able to open one ancient Fey column is already not bad, but you want to open a few? Dream on."
Upon hearing Laya's words, Ranyu said, "Although the time he has spent cultivating has been short, he has previously snatched Earth Fire from a senior Earth Fire Hall disciple. He had even used the chance of absorbing Earth Fire to make a breakthrough. Just based on his insight into fire elemental laws, he might gain something with a bit of luck. He only beat an Earth Fire Hall disciple."
"I know that person. He's named Yang Zishan and has spent years in the Earth Fire Hall."
"If he were any good, he would have entered the Heaven Fire Hall a long time ago."
"So what if he defeated Yang Zishan?"
Laya could not be bothered to watch Yi Yun posturing. He said to the others, "Let us begin too. There's no need to mind him." As Laya spoke, he walked towards an ancient Fey column. He had long made his choice, the ancient Fey column of the sixth Fey god, Kuan Pang. Laya came in front of the Kuan Pang divine column and fully released his aura. His eyes stared with a shimmer at the divine column.
The legendary ancient Kuan Pang fed on flood dragons and had an extremely powerful body.
Laya was not confident in his own nomological insights, so he wanted to use his physique strength to obtain the sixth divine column's recognition. The other cultivators also went before different ancient Fey columns.
Their choices were mainly the three ancient Fey columns, Dragon Emperor, Kuan Pang, or the seven-colored phoenix.
In the ancient Fey edifice's main hall, there were 9 ancient Fey columns that were carved completely, but like the flow of time, the river of forgetfulness, or solitary nothingness that could contain the infinite void, these columns were too esoteric.
No one could understand them, so they were abandoned.
By choosing the Dragon Emperor, Kuan Pang, and seven-colored phoenix, not only could they gain the recognition through nomological insights, but they could also do so by using their physical bodies.
The physical bodies of the Fey race were much stronger than humans. Luo Fengling also came before a divine column.
She had chosen the seven-colored phoenix and planned on using her powerful physique, combined with fire elemental laws, to obtain the recognition of the seven-colored phoenix.
This was the lowest difficulty she could choose. At this moment, Ranyu stood in the same spot for a while before he walked to an ancient Fey column. What he chose was surprisingly, the Empress Earth Dao Tree.
Upon seeing Ranyu's choice, the other cultivators could not help but give a sidelong glance.
Empress Earth Dao Tree. Ranyu actually made such a choice? Dragon Emperor, seven-colored phoenix and Kuan Pang were after all Fey.
They had similar powerful bodies like the Fey race. As for the Empress Earth Dao Tree, it had condensed 3,000 nomological Great Tao and was a pure manifestation of laws, representing the truth of Great Tao. It was very difficult to obtain the recognition of the Empress Earth Dao Tree.
Actually, most members of the Fey race were not adept at nomological perception.
In their martial cultivation, they would tend to temper their bodies, so this was the reason why they were trying to obtain the recognition from the Dragon Emperor, Kuan Pang, or the seven-colored phoenix's divine columns. Ranyu chose the Dao Tree as his first choice, and he is also a Heaven Fey with a powerful physique. From the looks of it, Ranyu probably truly plans on gaining the recognition of 2 ancient Fey columns.
Chapter 812, Empress Earth Dao Tree.
Although the cultivators were astonished that Ranyu wanted to obtain the recognition of 2 ancient Fey columns, they did not think he was being overambitious. Instead, they felt a strange feeling suffuse from the bottom of their hearts. They were all the same participants of the same trial, but Tianshi had been taken away in advance, while Ranyu was prepared to obtain the recognition of two ancient fake columns. As the best trial participants of the Fire Cloud state, they had opened a gap from normal participants like them right from the very beginning. However, despite feeling a bit of envy, the cultivators found it acceptable after thinking of Ranyu's talents as well as his great reputation amongst the Fire Cloud state's younger generation. Two female cultivators were already looking at Ranyu with a different look in their eyes. As long as I do not fall behind others, it's fine losing to Tianshi or Ranyu. Laya thought, as he gave a sidelong glance at Yiyun.
It's fine if Ranyu asks if one can gain the recognition of many divine columns. But what is this Yiyun asking? Does he really think?
At this moment, Laya was completely stumped.
He saw Yiyun strolling slowly and standing in front of the Empress Earth Daotree divine column. What was he thinking of doing while standing there? Could it be?
An incredulous thought popped up in Laya's mind. As he watched Yiyun stand motionlessly before the Empress Earth Daotree divine column, Yiyun suddenly stretched out his hand and placed it on the divine column. His eyes were slightly shut like an old monk in meditation.
What's going on?
Other than Laya, the other cultivators also noticed Yiyun's actions. Even Ranyu, who was sitting cross-legged in front of the Empress Earth Daotree divine column, gave a look of surprise.
What is this Yiyun planning on doing?
He has talent in fire elemental laws, yet he does not put in further effort in it.
What is he stopping in front of the Empress Earth Daotree divine column for?
The Empress Earth Daotree contained 3,000 great Dao, and there may be fire elemental laws in them, but that was such a trivial detail. It was impossible to obtain the recognition of the Empress Earth Daotree just using fire elemental laws.
Can't you tell? Junior brother Yiyun is also trying to obtain the recognition of two divine columns.
Laya said nonchalantly, but anyone could tell that he was being sarcastic. Inquiring about obtaining recognition from multiple columns was fine, but Yiyun actually treated it seriously.
What sort of person was Ranyu?
He was a heaven fae, one of the best amongst the Fire Cloud state's younger generation.
As for Yiyun, he was only able to be here because of Prince Pingnan.
He had some dog-sh*t luck and a bit of talent only.
Yet, he wanted to obtain the recognition of two divine columns?
These elites were already indignant about being on the same name list with Yiyun. Now, seeing that Yiyun was actually attempting to be equal to one of the best, and trample them beneath his feet, they immediately felt infuriated.
At this moment, Yiyun opened his eyes.
He turned a deaf ear towards them and moved his hand away from the column. Upon seeing this scene, Laya immediately chortled, "It's a misunderstanding. Junior brother is just looking around." At least Yiyun knew himself, but from the way he looked, it was such obvious posturing. This was enough to fool low-ranking disciples, but everyone present was an elite from the Fire Cloud state, so when they saw Yiyun's posturing, they found it amusing. However, just as Laya said that, he saw Yiyun standing in front of the Extreme Yang Illumination divine column. This time, Yiyun was even more thorough and actually sat down in front of the divine column.
Laya was speechless. Yiyun could not be considered arrogant anymore, but definitely had a screw loose in the head. Trying to obtain the recognition of the Extreme Yang Illumination was much harder than getting the recognition of the Empress Earth Daotree. Extreme Yang Illumination represented the pure Yang laws at the birth of chaos.
It was one of the supreme great Tao that approached extremely closely to heavenly Tao. It was much closer to the great Tao of origins compared to the seven-colored phoenix. They were only given 1 day's time, but Yiyun was attempting 3 ancient fey columns, the seven-colored phoenix, the Empress Earth Daotree and the Extreme Yang Illumination. This was absurd. Without mentioning the 3 divine columns, it was already extremely difficult to obtain the recognition from any one of the 2 divine columns, Empress Earth Daotree and Extreme Yang Illumination. Besides, the 7-colored Phoenix divine column was not to be looked down upon.
Knowing fire elemental laws did not necessarily mean one could obtain its recognition.
There was just a slightly higher chance of success.
Others began to shake their heads and ignore Yi Yun.
A large number of them were still worried over being able to gain the recognition of one divine column, so they naturally could not be bothered with the overambitious Yi Yun. They had prepared decades for the trials and they were all Heaven Fire Hall disciples. Having finally obtained a spot through great difficulty, they had to take advantage of the precious one day that they had.
As for Luo Fengling, she gave Yi Yun a worried glance.
"Senior sister Luo, I believe junior brother Yi will not be listening to you." Bai Chen's voice was suddenly heard.
He was a newer generation disciple and was considered under the same camp as Luo Fengling and Yi Yun.
Luo Fengling also noticed that Yi Yun had his own ideas, so whatever she said was unlikely to be useful. She could only sigh and face the seven-colored phoenix divine column in front of her.
It was unknown if she could obtain the seven-colored phoenix divine column's recognition in a day. A resolute look flashed in Luo Fengling's delicate face.
Although she was weak, it was only because she had cultivated for a short period of time. She did not think her talent as weak, so she could not squander the precious opportunity of this trial.
At this moment, Yi Yun had already entered a completely ethereal state.
The other cultivator's gaze and chatter did not affect him at all. From the moment when Yi Yun stood in front of the seven-colored phoenix divine column, Yi Yun had already obtained a full understanding of these divine columns, so he was blind and deaf to outside events. Yi Yun did not care how these people were reacting to him. The laws represented by the 12 divine columns and what they showed to him were things Yi Yun cared the most. They were the most profound and abstruse laws. Although they were not the real ancient 12 Fey gods, they could benefit him greatly if he could see the glimmer of grace the ancient 12 Fey gods had left inside the columns through the laws inscribed by the creators of the divine columns.
The ancient 12 Fey god divine columns were not meant for gaining insight.
However, by taking a look at the great Tao origins, warriors could broaden their horizons.
Although they might not be able to obtain insight into great Tao origins through this, they could still verify the nomological insights they had.
When Yi Yun came before the Empress Earth Tao tree, he saw how each tree leaf was a world itself.
Every world was an embodiment of a law. These 3,000 worlds were the manifestation of 3,000 great Tao.
The 3,000 great Tao had been condensed to form the entire Tao tree. At the Pure Yang Sword Palace, Yi Yun had once gained enlightenment in front of a Tao tree. He still had a Tao leaf on his body, and when he reached his hand out to touch the Empress Earth Tao tree divine column, a glimmer of grace from the Tao tree immediately resonated with the Tao leaf Yi Yun had. Although the Tao tree in the Pure Yang Sword Palace might not be the Empress Earth Tao tree, they must be somehow related to each other.
As Yi Yun looked at the Empress Earth Tao tree, he felt a sense of familiarity.
He had once experienced life as though he was a leaf on the Tao tree during his enlightenment. Now, the Empress Earth Tao tree had rustled its leaves in response, making him feel as though he had once again become one of the leaves on the tree.
Chapter 813, Insights into Pure Yang.
When Yi Yun closed his eyes, he seemed to merge with the Tao leaves. They echo in unison how full and magnificent the Tao tree was. The Empress Earth Tao tree's aura was boundless. It was formed from the combination of 3,000 great Tao and was inclusive of everything and could accommodate anything. This admission of everything was the Tao of everything itself. It was too vast, and if Yi Yun had never transformed into a Tao leaf, it was very difficult for him to obtain the recognition of the Tao tree. And after the Tao tree, Yi Yun came before the extreme Yang illumination divine column.
It was a manifestation of pure Yang laws that was closest to the origins. The mighty figure that created this divine column was an ancestor of the Luo clan who was also a fire elemental Heaven Fei. Fire and pure Yang had features that corresponded to each other. When this particular ancestor carved the extreme Yang illumination, just the burning Yang flames that arose from this divine column alone was something enough to burn through a warrior's protective Yuan Qi, reducing them to ashes, what more obtaining its recognition. Only later, after an immense period of time, did the divine column slowly cool down. Now, one could not experience the burning aura in the ancient Fey edifice, as though it was just a normal column, but Yi-Yun knew that the pure yang aura in the divine column had just converged within, making it harder to awaken it. Yi-Yun circulated his pure yang body. After receiving the tempering from the Fire Spirit Palace's earth fire, his pure yang body had become even purer. If one were to check his body internally, his bones and flesh were as crystalline as glass as they shimmered with a subtle luster. A faint plume of phantom flame slowly emerged after being drawn out by Yi-Yun's pure yang body. Soon, what gradually appeared out of the divine column was the fire elemental laws left behind when the Luo clan Heaven Fate carved the extreme yang illumination. This phantom image was the reconstruction of the extreme yang illumination divine pillar from eons ago. The pure yang body had successfully drawn out the phantom flame, but Yi-Yun was not satisfied. In order to obtain the extreme yang illumination's recognition, just drawing out the fire elemental laws of a Luo clan Heaven Fei was far from enough. A flame plume appeared in Yi-Yun's dantian. It was the pure yang spirit that had been quietly residing in the purple crystal ever since it was absorbed by Yi-Yun. Once the flame appeared, the phantom flame on the divine column leaped out and expanded, as though the entire divine column was enveloped by the flame. The extreme yang illumination that was carved on it loomed within the flames. This was still insufficient. The extreme yang illumination's aura did not appear at all. Yi-Yun focused his eyes on the extreme yang illumination as his mind completely immersed itself into the flames. Scenes of what the earth fire saw materialized in his eyes. The fire had been there when the heaven and earth was born, so although it was just an earth fire that was born from the birth of a world, it was somewhat similar to the extreme yang illumination that was born out of chaos. Slowly, the engraved extreme yang illumination seemed to have an additional halo surrounding it. This halo was inconspicuous between the burning flames, but all the flames seemed to be subject to it as they circled the halo. Extreme yang illumination was pure yang laws at the beginning. Even flames were lit by it. Within this divine column was just the slightest bit of aura of the extreme yang illumination, but when the halo appeared, Yi-Yun immediately felt like his entire spirit was burning. Just a spark from the extreme yang illumination was enough to kill respected figures. Even the 10,000 Fei Empyrean Heaven's powerful Fei were like ants in front of it. Even just a trace of its flame was enough to reduce the entire 10,000 Fei Empyrean Heaven to ashes. Flames born out of pure yang laws at the beginning could consume everything, pure yang true flames that could even burn spirits to ashes. Yi-Yun caught a glimpse of the pure yang true flame's power, and as his spirit was being burned, his eyes also felt like they were burning in flames. The purple crystal constantly released its energy, preventing Yi-Yun's spirit from suffering the burns. As Yi-Yun's eyes shimmered, he had managed to come into contact with the pure yang true flames, allowing him to come to a realization that a pure yang body was just the beginning. Having a pure yang body was just passing through the beginning threshold of being able to truly grasp pure yang laws. Just as Yi-Yun was being slightly enlightened, the extreme yang illumination suddenly sent out a burst of radiance, causing the flames on the divine column to surge down like flowing water, flooding the entire hall in a blink of an eye. Yi-Yun's body trembled, and when he suddenly jolted out of his trance, he realized that everything in front of him had been restored to normal. As for his body, he did not know when it stood up and took several steps back. The extreme yang illumination's aura had been completely released, and it was the power of the heaven and earth. Although it was just an instant, it was enough to give Yi-Yun an utter shock. At this moment, Lia's laughter could be heard coming from the Kuan-Pong divine column. The other cultivators could not sense the extreme yang illumination's changes, but Lia had personally witnessed Yi-Yun suddenly stand up and retreat. Seeing Yi-Yun's face sullen and him appearing in a shocked daze, Lia could not help but burst out laughing. He did not believe Yi-Yun could obtain the recognition of the extreme yang illumination. Obtaining its recognition was extremely difficult, and even if one could obtain its recognition, it could not be so easily accomplished in such a short period of time. Junior brother Yi, are you fine? You don't look so good. Lia asked with concern. Yi-Yun gave him a glance and could not be bothered with him. When Lia saw Yi-Yun repeatedly ignoring him, he snorted in a cold and contemptuous manner. He continued trying his best to obtain the Kuanpong Divine Column's recognition.
After Iyun stood up and rested for a while, he returned once again to the seven-colored Phoenix Divine Column.
A day's time is almost up and you are changing again? So awesome. A few cultivators were impressed at Iyun's laughable actions.
Iyun had switched ancient Fey columns several times. And for warriors, a day's time would pass in a blink of an eye and more than half the allotted time had passed. Simultaneously, these cultivators also looked towards Ranyu as he sat in front of the Empress Earth Dao tree. Suddenly a faint white gas emitted from the top of his head as the aura he expelled suddenly turned misty. Seeing Ranyu's change, the cultivators were astonished.
Could this reaction be an indication of having obtained the Empress Earth Dao tree's recognition?
Instantly, the other cultivators were both feeling both envious and jealous. They were all trial takers for the upcoming Luo Divine Hall trials, but compared to these peerless figures, they appeared extremely normal. However, the peerless ones are only limited to Ranyu, Tianshi, and Gu Luo.
We still have a chance.
Upon thinking of this, these cultivators looked at the people beside them. They had already given up competing with Ranyu and company. They just needed to be better than the people beside them. Everyone felt a burst of motivational energy rise up them.
Luo Fengling also glanced at Ranyu enviously.
Ranyu was truly extremely talented and he had cultivated for a long period of time, giving him outstanding strength. At this moment, Luo Fengling also saw Iyun come in front of the seven-colored Phoenix Divine Column. Compared to Ranyu, who was suspected to obtain the Empress Earth Dao tree's recognition, Iyun, who had given up the extreme yang illumination and returned to the seven-colored Phoenix, was probably somewhat frustrated. Junior brother E, channel your fire elemental laws and there will be a higher chance of obtaining the seven-colored Phoenix's recognition.
This is just a collective training and not a trial, Luo Fengling said.
Iyun looked up and gave her a glance, but he was somewhat stumped.
He then said, "Thank you, senior sister Luo."
At this moment, Ranyu suddenly opened his eyes and stood up.
His face had a look of satisfaction on it before he came before another divine column, the Dragon Emperor Divine Column. Dragons were considered royalty amongst the 10,000 Fey.
In the 10,000 Fey Empyrean heaven, the dragon totem meant something special, symbolizing supreme imperial power.
Ranyu's expression was filled with confidence, making everyone feel envious.
This meant that he was certain he could obtain the recognition of two divine columns.
The first was the Empress Earth Dao tree and the second was the Dragon Emperor.
Being able to accomplish that feat with two ancient Fey columns was no trifling matter.
At the ancient Fey edifice, Ranyu was clearly the best. Chapter 814, Phoenix Fermiana State. Not long after Ranyu sat down before the Dragon Emperor Divine Column, another person stood up from the ancient Fey column he was at, before walking towards the Kuanpeng ancient Fey column that Laya was at. Laya's pupils immediately constricted because it was Gu Luo. Gu Luo was a person with a glum personality and kept a lower profile than Ranyu. His strength was exceptional, and was nearly equal to Ranyu. Yet, he did not attract the attention of anyone amongst the crowd. Gu Luo was a person who was accustomed to even hiding his facial features in his gray garb. Gray cloth wrapped around his head, leaving only a pair of eyes to be seen. Only one of his eyes remained open, but its pupil was gray in color. The other eye was tightly closed, and on it was a hideous scar. When warriors attained a cultivation realm of his level, a tiny scar like this could be completely healed. Even warriors of lower levels could use elixirs that aided the growth of bodily tissue to fade a scar away. However, Gu Luo had appeared to have deliberately left the scar behind. Although they were all Heaven Fire Hall disciples, no one was on close terms of Gu Luo. He was a loner partly because no one would rush to have a chat with him maintaining an expression and a gaze that resembled a dead man's. Gu Luo has been silent, but from the looks of it, he will be gaining the recognition of two divine columns. Laya thought. Ranyu had not spent much time meditating in front of the divine column, so when he saw this scene,
there was a drastic change in his expression with a gloomy shade concealing his learned and refined face.
Gu Luo.
Before the beginning of the Luo Divine Hall trials, Gu Luo had left the Fire Cloud state and immersed himself in experiential training for a decade. After he returned, he was only left with one eye, and the aura he emanated was something Ran Yu could not understand. Back in the list posted at the Fire Cloud State's main mountain, Ran Yu may have had an apparent slight advantage according to his ranking, which was above Gu Luo, but ever since Gu Luo returned, Ran Yu had never truly fought him before.
Other than Tian Shi, Gu Luo was Ran Yu's biggest foe.
As for the others, Ran Yu disparaged them. The Shushui Heaven Fae were naturally filled with pride. Other people of average birth was not worthy of being remembered.
Gu Luo is also doing 2 divine columns.
Compared to the 2 freaks of nature, the gap between us are too far apart.
Many people private discussed, while Luo Fengling ground her teeth.
Just the Fire Cloud state alone made her feel immense pressure.
The starry skies in the ancient Fey edifice were unmoving, giving it no sense of time.
Suddenly, Song Meng opened his eyes and bellowed, "A day's time is up." Immediately, all the cultivators hung different expressions on their faces. Some looked flustered, while others pondered in silence. Only Ran Yu appeared indifferent. As for Gu Luo, his only gray eye still looked as lifeless as before, preventing anyone from telling what he was thinking.
"Time's up!" Song Meng shouted once again, "It's time to stop."
However, there were still a few cultivators who stood before their divine columns as though they were reluctant to part with them. This was only normal expected human behavior, but a few more seconds would not have changed anything. There were always people unwilling to accept their failures. At this moment, an unfamiliar voice interjected, "If you can't obtain the recognition in a day, it would still be useless to loiter around here for a few more moments." Ran Yu realized something as he turned towards the voice.
Immediately, his expression turned ugly. "It's you." Gu Luo looked at the person who came in silence.
All the other cultivators were astounded. They did not sense anything before the sudden booming of the voice.
"It's the Phoenix Fermiana state's Luo Tian." Bai Chen whispered in alarm.
The man who came was thin and built and his hair was combed high up. He was barefooted and barehanded, while a long tail whipped around behind him.
Luo Tian? Luo Fengling found the name familiar. Luo Tian is the strongest amongst the Phoenix Fermiana state's younger generation.
Although he is slightly less famous than Tian Shi, he is much stronger than us. There was competition amongst the cultivators in the Fire Cloud state, and similarly, the Fire Cloud state and the Phoenix Fermiana state had competed against each other for tens of thousands of years. The contention between the 2 states was in no way weaker than the competition between the cultivators. Does the Fire Cloud state lack people for the upcoming Luo Divine Hall trials? Why are there a few kids that should still be sucking on tits here? Luo Tian said when he scanned the crowd.
The kids he were referring to were naturally Luo Fengling, Bai Chen, and Yi Yun.
Luo Tian only swept his eyes past Yi Yun and company before finally stopping at Ran Yu and Gu Luo. "Only the 2 of you can barely qualify."
"Preposterous." Ran Yu coldly grunted. "What high-sounding statements, that's good. Since you are now here, we will let you understand the eminence of the Fire Cloud state."
Ran Yu was very confident of himself, and his confidence stemmed from himself. He did not care about the other Fire Cloud state disciples. Furthermore, the ancient Fey columns he had gained insight from were the Dragon Emperor and the Empress Earth Dao Tree divine columns.
Any one of these 2 divine columns was not easy.
The Empress Earth Dao Tree was especially the foundation of his confidence.
"Sure, I want to see how able all of you are." Luo Tian wrapped his arms across his chest and said teasingly.
At this moment, about a dozen more people entered. They were all cultivators from the Phoenix Fermiana state. They stood behind Luo Tian and looked at the Fire Cloud state's cultivators with interest, their presence causing the atmosphere to turn rigid. Ran Yu scanned the people from the Phoenix Fermiana state. Just from their cultivation levels, they were probably senior disciples that had cultivated for about 60 years or more.
Prince Pingnan's factional power was not wide enough.
He could only nominate a few young disciples in the Fire Cloud state, but he did not enjoy such prestige in the other states. Back when the entire Luo clan was embroiled in a war, the Phoenix Fermiana state had conserved a portion of its strength because of its remote location. Now, with them sending out their disciples, they were all senior disciples of the Phoenix Fermiana state. Looking at the confident looks of these Phoenix Fermiana state cultivators, it was clear that they had come prepared. Ranyu drew a deep breath of air as a beam flashed in his eyes. Even if all of you are filled with confidence, I will still trample you beneath my feet. With the Phoenix Fermiana state's cultivators here, the few cultivators sitting in front of the divine columns also naturally stood up. Quite a number of them looked uneasy, while Luo Fengling's delicate face had a look of resolve. She noticed that Yi Yun had also just stood up. He patted his sleeves lightly, his eyes the same as before. "Junior brother Yi, how was it?" Bai Chen leaned over to ask. He was not much older than Yi Yun. "It was all right," Yi Yun said. "Did you gain the recognition of the seven-colored phoenix?" Bai Chen asked again. It was actually just a polite question, as he did not believe Yi Yun would obtain the recognition. "Yeah, gained it," Yi Yun said with a nod. Upon hearing Yi Yun's answer, Luo Fengling and Bai Chen were stunned. Laya and company also heard their conversation. What? Yi Yun had first taken a look at the seven-colored phoenix before going to the Empress Earth Dao Tree and then went to the extreme Yang illumination before finally giving up to return to the seven-colored phoenix, as though he was at a market shopping for goods. Now, he actually said he obtained the recognition of the seven-colored phoenix divine column? What a joke! Could this kid actually be unsure of what it meant to gain the divine column's recognition? If he was just putting on a false front, he would be exposed very quickly. Ah, that's good. Bai Chen forced a smile, but felt unease. Are you serious? Chapter 8:15, Entering Motion. Bai Chen had actually failed. He had asked Yi Yun only to find a companion in misery. If Yi Yun was worse than him, he could at least have someone line the bottom with him to stabilize his mind. Yet, Yi Yun said that he had gained the recognition of a divine column? From the looks of Luo Fengling, she had just barely obtained recognition from the seven-colored phoenix divine column. Was he the only one amongst the rookies who failed? Or could it be that Yi Yun was just bluffing? Alright, enough nonsense. The Phoenix Fermiana state's cultivators, wait by the side. It will soon be your turn. The Fire Cloud state's cultivators, stand over here. Song Mang was indifferent towards the conflict between the disciples. To survive in the 10,000 Fey Empyrean heaven, cutthroat competition was essential. If not, the Luo clan would not have survived so long. Open. Song Mang stamped the ground with a foot as the large python around him opened its mouth and spat out its scarlet tongue. There were shimmering runes on the snake's tongue which were formed from energy. It was unknown if Song Mang had placed it in the python's mouth beforehand or if it was actually condensed by the python. The runes looked extremely complex, dazzling anyone who took a few more looks. The opening of the ancient 12 Fey God Divine columns requires a special rune, just like a key. The 12 Fey Divine columns were constructed by the Luo clan's mighty figures and were meant for their progeny to gain insights from. Naturally, there were means of protecting them. As Song Mang spoke, the python's tongue stabbed forward like lightning, immediately causing the runes to float into the sky and explode. Buzz! A sound that could not be traced was heard as it instantly echoed in the minds of everyone. At this moment, a layer of hazy light suddenly fell from the ancient Fey edifice's starry sky. Immediately, it enveloped a Fire Cloud State cultivator within it. This Fire Cloud State disciple did not panic nor dodge. He just looked somewhat nervous. Simultaneously, a Fey Divine column suddenly experienced some changes. It was the Kuan Ping Divine column. The engraved Kung Pang on it suddenly seemed to come alive. One of its claws began to slowly lift. The disciple looked on nervously with bated breath. The amount of recognition given by the 12 Fey divine columns depended on the extent to which the Luo clan disciples managed to awaken the ancient Fey god. At this moment, the Kuan Pang lifted another claw, causing the disciple to look excited. However, just as the claw was lifted halfway, it stopped before the Kuan Pang appeared to return to its slumber. This fire cloud state disciple's talent was insufficient to wake it up. The pillar of light on the fire cloud state's disciple slowly turned to a pale white before disappearing.
Rating, entering motion, Song Mang said. The disciple's face turned gloomy because he was very disappointed. It was only entering motion, his goal was to gain the recognition rating of eye-opening. To reach the rating of eye-opening, it needed the Kung Pang to open its eyes. However, his talent, perception, physique and nomological insights, when all added up, was only enough to make the Kuan Pang move its claws. It was still a distance away from making it open its eyes. And the most basic rating of entering motion was insufficient for him to obtain any treasures from the ancient Fey edifice nor open the Kuan Pang ancient Fey column's door.
Yi Yun asked, "How is the rating divided?"
Just gaining the least bit of recognition is the entering motion rating.
It also means causing the ancient Fey that was condensed out of laws to move slightly. Above it, there is eye-opening, hibernation awakening, etc. This senior brother made the Kuan Pang move a bit, but its eyes did not open to glance at him, so this is the lowest bit of recognition.
Luo Fengling whispered to him. Bai Chen had an ugly expression by the side. He wasn't even able to gain the lowest amount of recognition.
As pillars of light appeared on the fire cloud state disciples, those who were enveloped by the light immediately tensed up. They only knew if they had gained the recognition of their respective Fey divine column, but was unsure of the extent of the recognition. After the first fire cloud state disciple, 3 others were given ratings of entering motion. Amongst the cultivators, it was most common to obtain the entering motion rating.
And one of those who obtained entering motion was Laya. When Song Mang announced the result, Laya's expression turned extremely glum.
In fact, he had long learned about the situation with the 12 Fey divine columns from his family clan. Furthermore, he had already chosen the Kuan Pang divine column beforehand as a target to pass the test. He originally believed that after a long preparation, he could at least reach the rating of eye-opening.
The entering motion rating was just ordinary and most critically, it had no rewards.
In comparison, the eye-opening rating pushed one to the ranks of excellence, allowing them to obtain some resources. Laya thought highly of himself, so although he never wanted to compete with freaks like Ranyu, Gu Luo, or even Tianshi and Luo Tian, he believed that he was at least stronger than the other fire cloud state disciples.
But the final outcome was greatly disappointing. He took a sidelong glance at Yi Yun.
Noticing how most people looked apprehensive unlike Yi Yun, who appeared as though he was an immortal touring the heavens, Laya immediately turned infuriated.
This kid was still pretending to posture, was he courting death?
Laya had only attained entering motion, and for a person like Yi Yun, he did not believe Yi Yun could obtain any recognition.
It was as though he was shopping at a market, so how could he have gained any recognition? However, what if Yi Yun really had some dogshit luck and as Yi Yun said, he had already obtained the recognition? Then wouldn't Yi Yun's results be the same as his? Once recognition was obtained, it was entering motion. There was no difference between 2 entering motion ratings. Senior brother Bai Chen. Luo Fengling suddenly said with a change in expression.
Bai Chen had suddenly been enveloped by a pillar of light and in it, his face turned slightly blue as he clenched his teeth. The 7-colored Phoenix divine column did not react, and soon, the pillar of light on Bai Chen's body disappeared. At the moment he was enveloped by the pillar of light, he had become the focus of attention, but the feeling of being focused on by everyone was a torture that felt like years.
Bai Chen, no rating. Did not obtain any recognition.
Song Mang glanced at him and said mercilessly. Bai Chen's body quivered as his face turned paler. His trembling lips was unable to utter a word. Bai Chen was not the first person who had failed to obtain any recognition. There was another Fire Cloud State disciple who had also failed to obtain any recognition.
Ha ha ha, Ranyu, is this what you want me to see, the eminence of the Fire Cloud State disciples? For entering motion in two that did not even gain any recognition. Such a result is indeed wonderful.
It has never been seen before. Luo Tian scoffed brazenly. The Phoenix Fermiana State disciples also laughed and began their derision, causing the expressions on the Fire Cloud State's disciples to change. Laya also clenched his fists because he was one of the few who was being mocked.
He was categorized into a group along with Bai Qin and Yi Yun.
Actually, entering motion was not said to be too bad. Even amongst the Phoenix Fermiana State disciples, a majority of them would only obtain entering motion. However, from the smug looks of the Phoenix Fermiana State disciples, they clearly did not believe that there would be any disciple who failed to gain recognition. Such a comparison led to the Fire Cloud State having two disciples who failed to gain any recognition.
In a while, there might be the addition of Yi Yun, making it 3. The difference would appear extremely jarring. Luo Tian, don't feel so smug too soon.
The poor performance of the Fire Cloud State disciples was nothing of concern to Ranyu.
He only cared about his own rating and if it was enough to shut Luo Tian's savage gap. Chapter 8:16, Hibernation Awakening.
You seem pretty confident this time, said Luo Tian as his smile disappeared.
Indeed, these ordinary disciples don't matter at all.
At the upcoming Luo Divine Hall trials, they are not participants at all, but only there to make up the numbers. The true participants are people like us.
Ranyu, I wish you would not disappoint me.
Before he finished his words, a pillar of light fell from the sky, enveloping Ranyu's body. Luo Tian stopped speaking as he revealed a faint smile. Let's see if you have what it takes to back your words.
Luo Tian's words incensed the other ordinary cultivators, but with Ranyu's evaluation beginning, they ignored Luo Tian.
Ranyu was a person with top-tier strength amongst all the Fire Cloud State disciples present. If he failed, Luo Tian and the Phoenix Fermiana State disciples would definitely laugh their heads off. However, Ranyu, who was cloaked in the pillar of light, had calm eyes and appeared poised, giving off a confident demeanor.
Even the arrogant Luo Tian did not speak.
Although he still hung a faint smile on his lips, he had already stopped giving a look of contempt. For Ranyu to dare make such a claim, it was definitely not without reason. With his personality, unless he was extremely certain, he would definitely not have made such a bold claim. Ranyu was an extremely prideful person, a person who did not tolerate failure from himself. As the pillar of light emitted a faint glow, Ranyu stood silently within.
It's the Dragon Emperor Divine Column. All the cultivators immediately noticed a divine column turn abnormal.
The Dragon Emperor Divine Column had been attempted by a previous Fire Cloud State disciple. He had received a reaction, but it was extremely weak. At this moment, the Dragon Emperor Divine Column that appeared to be deep in slumber immediately roused its scales when it was Ranyu's turn. Up to this point, the rating would still be at entering motion, but despite being in the same state, the previous cultivator had only managed to make the Dragon Emperor move its claws slightly. In comparison, Ranyu was able to rouse all the scales on the Dragon Emperor to stand up, making the contrast obvious.
This difference.
The particular Fire Cloud State disciple who had attempted the same divine column turned pale as he silently shook his head.
More transformations happened as the Dragon Emperor's head shook as its pair of eyes suddenly opened.
The pair of eyes was as bright as the stars.
Its gaze looked indifferent, as though the people in front of it were just ants.
For a powerful ancient life that was born at the beginning of time, even if it was just a glimmer of its grace, these warriors were like specks of dust.
Everyone held their breaths and focused. Dragon Emperor, eye-opening. This was reaching the second rating of eye-opening.
He was the first person amongst the Fire Cloud State disciples to obtain the rating of eye-opening. The Dragon Emperor's star-like eyes stared intently at Ranyu, who was immersed in the pillar of light. It was as though this minute life had given it the slightest cause of attention. One of its claws suddenly raised up before it clasped the divine column. Its body seemed like it was about to move. Could it be? Laya's expression looked unsettled. If the Dragon Emperor moved its entire body, that would mean Ranyu had attained the third rating, Hibernation Awakening. The difference between him and Ranyu would be even greater. Above Eye-Opening, there was Hibernation Awakening. It meant making a dormant ancient Fae, who had been hibernating for billions of years, move. To make an ancient Fae god open its eyes to take a look at an ant-like person meant that this ant was a stronger ant. If the ant made the ancient Fae move and hold its head up to size the ant up properly, that meant the ant was an outstanding one. The ancient Fae represented the laws of chaos, the most origins of energy. The more they belittled people, the more people felt awed by the great Tao increased their yearning for it. The Phoenix Fermiana state cultivators had mixed looks. Could this Ranyu really attain Hibernation Awakening? Even Sung Mang, who did not show any interest about what recognition the cultivators obtained, raised his eyes to look at Ranyu. If he really obtained the Hibernation Awakening rating, Ranyu was a person worthy of attention. Boom! The pillar of light that enveloped Ranyu suddenly became extremely bright, but it was only an instant before the burst of light disappeared. Everyone immediately looked towards the Dragon Emperor Divine Column. All the visions they had seen had already disappeared. Rating, Eye-Opening, Song Mang said. Luo Tian immediately revealed a schadenfreudian expression. After all this choosing, it was only the Dragon Emperor. Even if you obtain the Eye-Opening rating, it is also nothing impressive. Luo Tian said as he shook his head. The Fire Cloud State cultivators were incensed. By saying that Eye-Opening was nothing impressive, wasn't that implying that they who had received Entering Motion were trash? Entering Motion could be ignored, but the difficulty of Eye-Opening was not low at all. Luo Tian was being too arrogant. Ranyu chuckled, "Oh? I wonder if the Empress Earth Tao Tree would make you, Luo Tian, see it in a different light?" Luo Tian's pupils immediately constricted. The cultivators also noticed that the pillar of light enveloping Ranyu only changed in intensity but did not disappear. And at this moment, another divine column began to experience changes. It was the Empress Earth Tao Tree. The Fire Cloud State disciples immediately recalled that Ranyu had attempted to gain the recognition of two divine columns. The Dragon Emperor Divine Column had a rating of Eye-Opening, but it was only one. Next, there was the Empress Earth Tao Tree. The Empress Earth Tao Tree had an extensive magnificence to its aura. People could only feel a heavy feeling emanate the surroundings, and following that, an azure-colored gas appeared from Ranyu's pillar of light. This azure gas contained extremely profound Great Tao, as well as extremely vigorous life energy. Empress Earth Tao Tree. The Empress Earth Tao Tree was too esoteric. As people looked at the azure-colored gas, no one could decipher what recognition rating this was. As the azure gas turned increasingly rich, as though it was about to condense into something, it slowly dissipated moments later. The ancient Fei column was restored to its calm state. At this moment, Song Mang's voice boomed, rating, Entering Motion. Only Entering Motion. Ranyu frowned and was somewhat disappointed. The Empress Earth Tao Tree was a manifestation of the 3,000 Great Tao Laws. It was too terrifying and complicated. Trying to gain its recognition was too difficult. Luo Tian's brows moved. It was not surprising to obtain Entering Motion. If the Empress Earth Tao Tree's Tao leaves condensed Tao eyes, that would be terrifying. Luo Tian knew that even if it came to him, he was still very far from that step. It could be said that in the 196 states of the Luo clan, such a genius was nearly impossible to find. How could gaining insight into 3,000 Great Tao be easy? Having obtained Entering Motion for the Empress Earth Tao Tree and simultaneously obtain Eye-Opening for the Dragon Emperor, it meant that Ran Yu's strength was indeed good. Seeing Luo Tian and the Phoenix Fermianus state disciples relatively silent, the Fire Cloud state disciples also heaved a sigh of relief. Although Ran Yu's achievements made them feel somewhat jealous, they felt great being able to vent their anger once the Phoenix Fermianus state disciples had their mouths gagged. The shock brought about by Ran Yu did not dissipate immediately as the next pillar of light enveloped Guluo. Right, Guluo also wanted to gain the recognition of two divine columns.
Guluo. Phoenix Fermianus state's Luo Tian looked at Guluo with a slight daze.
Amongst the Fire Cloud state's younger generation, Tianshi, Ran Yu and Guluo were the leaders of the pack. The person that was hardest to see through was Guluo. Guluo was like a shadow that lived in the dark shadows, with no one being able to notice him usually. Guluo walked straight into a pillar of light and was illuminated by it.
However, under the wrapping of the gray cloth, no one could see Guluo's mouth move.
His voice seemed to directly come out of his head. It sounded dreary and buzzed in one's ears.
Boom!
On the Kuanpang divine column, the Kuanpang suddenly rolled around in the sea of clouds. Half its body flew out of the divine column and formed a phantom image in the sky, overlooking Guluo. Next, the Kuanpang opened both its eyes. Its eyes were open. Having the eyes open immediately was a scene that stunned both the Fire Cloud state and Phoenix Fermianus state's disciples. The motionless Guluo formed a contrast with the moving Kuanpang that was like an irresistible force. It was extremely shocking.
Shao!
At this moment, the ancient Kuanpang let out a shrill as it began to flap its wings, causing a violent wind to rise up. It made the Luo clan disciples present have trouble finding their footing. They nearly did not react in time. Could this be?
Someone said in utter surprise, HIB, hibernation awakening.
Ran Yu's pupils immediately constricted to the size of a needle tip. Guluo, who was from the Fire Cloud state just like him, had returned 10 years after an experiential training outside the Fire Cloud state, but now he had managed to stir the Kuanpang Fei God on the ancient Fei column, completing hibernation awakening.
Chapter 817, Solitary Nothingness.
Luo Tian wrapped his arms across his chest as a coldness revealed in the way he looked at Guluo. He slowly said, "Guluo, you are truly one that never rains, but when it rains, it pours." The other Luo clan disciples were also secretly horrified.
For Luo Tian to say that, it was undoubtedly hibernation awakening.
From entering motion to eye-opening, and from eye-opening to hibernation awakening, he had done it in one fell swoop.
Guluo had quietly obtained such a high level of recognition.
Especially for Laya, his expression changed greatly as he clenched his teeth tightly. It was the same Kuanpang divine column, but Guluo had only spent half the time he spent in front of the Kuanpang divine column. However, the difference in their recognition was like night and day.
Can the difference be so big?
Laya found it hard to accept the truth.
He can actually obtain the recognition of hibernation awakening.
Ran Yu's eyes were no longer calm. On the cultivator's name list, his ranking was higher than Guluo, and although Ran Yu had been vigilant against Guluo, his true goal was Tianshi. Especially with Tianshi being taken away in advance this time, although Ran Yu still appeared calm on the surface, he was actually feeling indignant. Ran Yu wanted to prove that even if he lacked the special treatment of Tianshi being nurtured with dedicated care, he would still not be any inferior with existing resources.
But now, Guluo had obtained the hibernation awakening rating.
Under the different gazes of everyone, Guluo remained silent. He stood in his spot motionless without even blinking his eyes.
He gave an aura of death like he was a walking zombie. Even the strong wings conjured by the ancient Kuanpang did not make Guluo react. And at this moment, the ancient Kuanpang's phantom image exploded and dispersed. The Kuanpang divine column returned to normal, as though everything that had happened was just a mass hallucination. Rating, hibernation awakening. Song Mang's voice resounded. Song Mang glanced intently at Guluo.
However, the pillar of light on Guluo's body did not disappear.
Two people in a row. There is another divine column. What is it? The cultivators hurriedly looked over. It's the solitary nothingness divine column. Gu Luo chose the solitary nothingness divine column first before the Kuan-Pang divine column. I wonder what rating he will receive this time. A sharp-eyed person shouted. The ninth Fey god, solitary nothingness, was an endless void itself. It was the tomb of great worlds, and was represented dead silence. Above the solitary nothingness divine column was just blankness. It was no wonder no one noticed anything at a glance. The changes it produced were invisible ripples that radiated throughout its surroundings. As the ripples swept past, everyone's eyes went into a blur, as though they were being swallowed into solitary nothingness body. It was as though they had fallen into infinity, a world with nothing. This feeling was just instantaneous, but a few cultivators with a lower cultivation level were left in a trance that took them some time to recover from. The feeling just now felt like death. This solitary nothingness Fey god is so strange. Bai Chen was one of them. His entire body quivered as cold sweat oozed out his forehead. The boundary of life and death was too horrible. It was definitely not a good feeling to experience the coming of death. Yi Yun looked at the solitary nothingness divine column. The aura from before was something even the Death Soulwood could not absorb. However, with the Death Soulwood and the purple crystal, Yi Yun was far from being seriously affected by it. He looked thoughtfully at Gu Luo and wondered what species Gu Luo was and what cultivation technique he cultivated. However, from his appearance, he must be somehow related to the solitary nothingness divine column, so it was no wonder he could obtain the solitary nothingness divine column's recognition. The difficulty of solitary nothingness and the Empress Earth Tao Tree divine column's recognition was nearly equal. It was just unknown what rating Gu Luo would obtain from the solitary nothingness divine column. Rating, entering motion. Song Mang announced, but after that, he looked at Gu Luo with an appreciating gaze. That ripple from before was the solitary nothingness divine column's entering motion? Kuan-Pang divine column, hibernation awakening. Solitary nothingness divine column, entering motion. This rating. The cultivators, including the Phoenix Fermiana States cultivators, were startled as they shook their heads. There was really no way to compare. Ran Yu's delicate face was already extremely sullen. Pa! Pa! Luo Tian began clapping. Each clap from this applause felt as though it was smacking Ran Yu heavily in the face. Impressive, truly impressive. Luo Tian said from the bottom of his heart. Ran Yu, so this is the reason why you told me not to laugh too early. Luo Tian looked at Ran Yu and said with a smirk. The corner of Ran Yu's eyes immediately twitched. Luo Tian was rubbing salt into his wounds. Luo Tian, your Phoenix Fermiana state should be convinced this time, right? A female disciple from the Fire Cloud state said to vent her anger. Gu Luo's rating was extremely high, while Ran Yu was just slightly inferior to him. Their performance could be said to be absolutely brilliant. Seeing the Phoenix Fermiana state's people completely silent, the Fire Cloud state disciples felt they could lift their heads high. Gu Luo, it was indeed my mistake to think lowly of you. Hearing Luo Tian's admission, the female disciple from the Fire Cloud state immediately revealed a smile. But before she said anything, she saw the tail behind Luo Tian twitch. And once again, his face revealed an arrogant look. However, it's just a hibernation awakening and an entering motion. That's nothing when it comes to me. If you received eye opening from the solitary nothingness divine column, I would be impressed. But now, all you got from the solitary nothingness divine column was entering motion. Trying to use hibernation awakening from the Kuan-Pang divine column to beat me is impossible. Luo Tian's words made everyone shocked. Ran Yu's face turned ugly as he coldly said, "What arrogance! If Gu Luo was nothing, wasn't he completely unacceptable? I don't mind all of you staying for another day to see my rating before leaving." Luo Tian said. A strange glint appeared in Ran Yu's eyes. What Luo Tian said was him having true confidence. If his rating was lower than Gu Luo, he would completely lose all face. The other Fire Cloud State disciples also understood this point and were amazed. Ran Yu and Gu Luo's rating was already miles above others, but Luo Tian was even stronger than them? Could it be gaining the recognition of 3 divine columns? A Fire Cloud State disciple said. However, before he finished his sentence, he shook his head, thinking it was rather unlikely. The Phoenix Fermiana State disciples only had 1 day to obtain the recognition just like them. Cogitating 2 divine column meant half a day's time each. If there were 3 columns, that meant a third of a day. The difficulty was extraordinary. With the current situation, nearly no one paid any attention to the remaining evaluations, but it was still carrying on. Amidst the crowd, a pillar of light lit up a person's body. Junior Brother E. Only Luo Fengling and a few people around her quickly realized that the person enveloped by the pillar of light was Yi Yun. Others also noticed it, but quickly turned their gazes away. With Ran Yu and Gu Luo before him, who would pay any attention to Yi Yun's recognition rating? Now, everyone was guessing at Luo Tian's possible feats. Chapter 818, Yi Yun's rating. I wonder if Junior Brother Yi Yun really passed. Bai Chen was actually the person most concerned about Yi Yun. As a new disciple, Bai Chen truly wished that Yi Yun failed the test, just like him. Laya also noticed Yi Yun, but did not pay him much attention. Ran Yu and Gu Luo's rating had given quite a setback to Laya, so he was feeling disheartened. He did not look forward to Yi Yun making a fool of himself at all. He was not in the mood. As for whether Yi Yun's failure to gain any recognition would cause the Fire Cloud State to be ridiculed by the Phoenix Fermiana State, Laya could not be bothered. At this moment, he heard Luo Fengling say, "The 7-colored phoenix is moving." Laya was surprised and hurriedly turned over. It moved? A warrior's eyesight was very good, so Laya instantly saw the 7-colored phoenix's tail feathers and 1 claw tremble slightly. Laya's face sunk. Be it a tremble or a flap, as long as there was any motion from the 7-colored phoenix, it meant entering motion. He actually managed to gain its recognition. Forget it, it's just luck, why do I need to care about him? Laya gave Yi Yun a displeased glance. This punk had truly gotten dogshit luck. It was shameful for him to share the same rating as Yi Yun. Bai Chen also sighed and did not feel good. Yi Yun had truly passed. Rating, entering motion. Song Mang announced. Bai Chen looked at Yi Yun and said with a bit of bitterness, "Junior Brother Yi Yun, congratulations." Yi Yun did not speak. In fact, making the 7-colored Phoenix Ancient Fei column move was not easy for him. The other cultivators who had obtained the recognition from the 7-colored Phoenix did it through fire elemental laws. However, Yi Yun's fire elemental laws was born out of pure yang laws. Hence, it was not something great. He had to use a bit of sword intent to aid him, the sword intent from the pure yang sword palace. When he stood in front of the 7-colored Phoenix divine column for the first time, Yi Yun knew that the 7-colored Phoenix would resonate with the pure yang sword palace's sword intent. However, the source of the resonance was the Tao the carver of the 7-colored Phoenix divine column had. He had used a sword to carve the ancient Fei column, giving the ancient Fei column a bit of sword intent. This was Yi Yun failing to use a great Tao, but in fact, a trick. Hence, regardless how ingenious the Pure Yang Sword Palace's sword intent was, the amount of recognition gained by the Pure Yang sword intent was not much in front of the 7-colored Phoenix divine column. After all, the 7-colored Phoenix was born out of chaos, and not a companion of sword intent. Hence, sword intent combined with fire elemental laws only allowed him to attain entering motion. It was only the basic recognition, but for this, Yi Yun was very satisfied. "Junior Brother E, your luck sure is good," someone said sourly. It was as though they would feel better if they concluded that Yi Yun's entering motion was a result of luck. Bai Chen sighed and said, luck is also a form of strength. Junior brother Yi, you sure are good. Unfortunately, I lack that bit of luck. If I were to have just a bit more. Bai Chen said indignantly, as though he felt bitter resentment. There was indeed a bit of luck in this. Yi Yun smiled. It was true that there was a bit of luck. After all, he spent only a couple of hours in front of the seven-colored Phoenix Ancient Fey column, much shorter than others. At least you know yourself. When Laya heard Yi Yun's dialogue with Bai Chen, he cursed in his heart. Your luck will not last forever. Laya coldly said before turning his gaze away. Taking another glance at Yi Yun would only upset him. But at this moment, he suddenly heard Luo Fingling's puzzled voice say, why is the pillar of light still on junior brother Yi Yun's body? Oh. Laya turned his head back right immediately after he turned his head away. Seeing Yi Yun still being enveloped by the pillar of light, Laya was unable to come to a quick realization. What was going on? The others had yet to notice this. Only Laya, Luo Fengling, and Bai Chen were staring intently at Yi Yun. At this moment, a divine column had a reaction. There's a sound. Luo Fengling also stared widely with her beautiful eyes. Phew, a gentle breeze suddenly appeared. The Phoenix Fermiana state were also alarmed by this. They hurriedly looked over and soon, everyone noticed the strange phenomena from Yi Yun's body. Who was this punk? Wasn't it just announced that he had gained a divine column's recognition? Although the Phoenix Fermiana state disciples did not pay Yi Yun any attention, they had heard Song Meng's announcement. It was only entering motion, so there was nothing to care about. However, why was there a commotion from a person who had obtained recognition? A divine column is moving. Someone suddenly exclaimed as everyone looked over. It's the Empress Earth Dao Tree. At this moment, the Fire Cloud State disciples suddenly recalled that Yi Yun had stood in front of the Empress Earth Dao Tree divine column for a period of time. Of course, everyone thought that he was being overambitious. Besides, he had left rather quickly. Could it be? Motion meant entering motion. That meant that Yi Yun had obtained the recognition of the Empress Earth Dao Tree? This was something unbelievable. If obtaining the seven-colored Phoenix Divine Column's recognition was luck, could it be the same for the Empress Earth Dao Tree? Then wouldn't this luck be preposterous? Rustle! A sound suddenly rang. In a trance, everyone felt like they were standing beneath a towering tree. Surrounding them was the sound produced by the rustling of the leaves. Under this large tree, everyone was extremely minute, like ants or dust. People looked up and saw the lush foliage on the tree. As they faced the sun, their Dao patterns seemed to form eyes as they blinked. This is eye-opening? The Empress Earth Dao Tree has opened its eyes? The Fire Cloud State and Phoenix Fermiana State disciples were extremely shocked. People who previously thought that Yi Yun had gotten lucky were stunned. The Empress Earth Dao Tree's eye-opening? This was a result from Yi Yun? If it was entering motion, they could use luck to explain, mainly to console themselves. But for eye-opening, was this something that could be attained with luck? Furthermore, it was the Empress Earth Dao Tree. The Empress Earth Dao Tree was much stronger than the ancient Fey columns like the seven-colored Phoenix, Dragon Emperor, or Koan Pang. To obtain its recognition was extremely difficult. Even the powerful Guluo only obtained the rating of entering motion in front of the solitary nothingness divine column, a column about the same level as the Empress Earth Dao Tree. But instead, Yi Yun had entering motion for the seven-colored Phoenix, but eye-opening for the Empress Earth Dao Tree. This result might appear similar to Ranyu, but in fact, it was much better than Ranyu. Ranyu's breathing stagnated as he looked at Yi Yun. Previously, he had treated Yi Yun as a sycophant that had gained Prince Pingnan's support, a shameless puny person that squeezed his brother from his spot. But who knew? He could forget about Guluo, but even Yi Yun was about the same as him. The 7-colored phoenix's rating Yi Yun obtained was him barely scraping through. But for the Empress Earth Dao Tree, is he using some treasure to cheat? I don't believe it. He's just a new disciple, how can he have such a rating? A female disciple from the Fire Cloud State said with a resenting tone. She was an admirer of Ranyu, so she could not help but speak out when she heard the surrounding people discuss how Yi Yun's rating was better than Ranyu. Everyone did not believe her so-called cheating because in front of the 12 Fey divine columns, other than one's grasp of laws, no other means was effective. At this moment, something suddenly floated down from the top of the pillar of light where Yi Yun was at. At first, these people could not see it clearly, but slowly, they managed to discern what had floated down. It was an ordinary leaf. There was no splendor, just an ordinary leaf that was inferior to spiritual plants. However, when everyone saw the leaf, their pupils constricted as they could not move their gazes away. They watched intently as the leaf slowly floated to the top of Yi Yun's head. Yi Yun reached out his hand and the leaf fell into his palm. Once the leaf landed in his palm, it went from a bright green color to a withering yellow. It then went from yellow to powder. With the blow of the gentle wind, the powder was blown up, dispersing into the air. Many people were dazed seeing this. The Empress Earth Dao Tree had shed a leaf, letting it fall into Yi Yun's hand? What did Yi Yun do or deserve to make the Empress Earth Dao Tree shed one of its leaves? And at this moment, Song Mang suddenly stood up and gave Yi Yun a deep meaningful glance, and said, rating, Hibernation Awakening. His formidable voice woke everyone up from their shock. Hibernation Awakening. Translator's note: I saw some people request for me to set up a Patreon, and it can be found here. Feel free to support if you can do so. I have nothing much to offer except increasing the regular chapter releases for both novels, True Martial World and Absolute Choice, that are purely mine. I look forward to your support. Chapter 819, Extreme Yang Body Illumination. The crowd of people that was jolted awake could not believe their ears. Hibernation Awakening. Furthermore, it was the Hibernation Awakening recognition of the Empress Earth Dao Tree. People were such curious creatures. When a person that was always much stronger than their wildest imagination, such as Ranyu or Guluo, they would not doubt feats accomplished by those people despite feeling shocked. They would only accept it reluctantly, and they would even look up to the person as an idol. An idol being great was taken for granted. But if the person who accomplished a feat was one who everyone believed was someone weaker than them, it would become something unacceptable. Eye-opening was already unbelievable for them, but now, it was Hibernation Awakening. Impossible. The moment Song Mang said his words, Laya could not help but cry out. Are you doubting me? Or are you doubting our Luo clan's 12 Fey divine columns? Song Mang looked coldly at Laya. A dangerous aura immediately arose from Song Mang's body. The gigantic python coiled around him also raised its head and stared at Laya. Laya immediately felt his scalp go numb as he uttered, "No." Song Mang coldly grunted. The 12 Fey divine columns contained a tinge of the ancient Fey god's grace, of course it was impossible to cheat. The truth was placed before them. Yi Yun had truly obtained the rating of Hibernation Awakening from the Empress Earth Dao Tree. Ranyu's delicate face could no longer maintain its calm, as his expression turned extremely ugly. Although the rating on the 7-colored Phoenix Divine Column was weaker, just the Empress Earth Dao Tree's Hibernation Awakening rating was enough to indicate that Yi Yun's performance was better than Ranyu. Luo Tian also revealed an unexpected expression. I thought the Fire Cloud State was just only average. Who knew that a Yuan opening realm disciple can have such good performance? However, the short period of cultivation might mean a disadvantage for people with low cultivation levels, but from another point of view, having a young bone age gives a bonus. The test of the 12 ancient Fey columns may not be one's final evaluation of strength. What Luo Tian said was actually a fact, but it had been proven over numerous occasions that the longer one cultivated, the deeper one's nomological insight was. the recognition obtained would be higher. Hence, a disciple that had cultivated for 60 years should be stronger than a new disciple. Senior Brother Luo, does that mean you can exceed this rating? Could it be that Senior Brother Luo is going to attempt to obtain the recognition of 3 ancient Fey columns? On the Phoenix Fermiana State side, a few disciples were shocked from hearing Luo Tian's words. Luo Tian's confidence made them all believe that he had the chance to achieve even better results. Luo Tian shook his head. Forget about 3 columns. That's just pomposity. I will only choose 2 columns, one with eye-opening and another with hibernation awakening. That, I can still guarantee. Luo Tian may have remarked that 3 columns was just pomposity, but the Phoenix Fermiana State disciples knew that it was just Luo Tian's prideful way of expressing himself. As meditating before 3 ancient Fey columns was too much a rush for time, it was very difficult to obtain good results. It was safer to meditate over 2 ancient Fey columns. An eye-opening and a hibernation awakening would be a better result than Yun. However, could the hibernation awakening rating that Luo Tian guaranteed exceed the Empress Earth Dao Tree? That was the Empress Earth Dao Tree. Seeing the Phoenix Fermiana State disciples still in doubt, Luo Tian laughed and said, "He's just a Yuan Opening Realm disciple junior. Surpassing him will be very easy." Just as he wanted to say more confident words, someone suddenly said, Why hasn't the pillar of light around Junior Brother Yi's body disappeared?" That's right, and in fact, it seems to be getting brighter. People broke out into a flurry of discussion, but these discussions made Luo Tian feel like he was a rooster that had its neck strangled. Slowly, he lowered his voice till it was completely stuck in his throat. As though he had seen a ghost, he stared intently at Yun. Why was the situation not over? It was not only limited to him, the gazes people gave Yun were completely filled with incredulity. Wah! A more intense golden beam of light fell from the sky, as though a brilliant sun was illuminating Yun from the 9 heavens. It bathed him in its golden light, making him look like a god. Ran Yu immediately felt as though his brain had been brutally punched. It began to buzz. Even the way Song Mang looked at Yun had an additional strange hint to it. Could there be more? The corners of a Fire Cloud State disciple's eyes twitched as he whispered, "Speaking of which, didn't Yun meditate for quite a period of time in front of the Extreme Yang Illumination Divine Column?" Could it be? He did not need to finish his sentence as everyone recalled. Immediately, everyone's expressions appeared extremely complicated. Yun had obtained the hibernation awakening rating from the Empress Earth Dao Tree. He couldn't have also obtained the recognition of the Extreme Yang Illumination, right? The Extreme Yang Illumination's birth was immediately after chaos. The difficulty of grasping it was extremely horrifying. The Empress Earth Dao Tree was the fusion of 3,000 great Dao, while the Extreme Yang Illumination was the ultimate embodiment of pure Yang laws. It was a great Dao of supremacy that was born alongside the beginning of the universe. Yun's previous performance had already shamed them to the point of not being able to raise their heads. Only Ran Yu and Gu Luo, as well as Luo Tian, could still compete with Yun. If he obtained the additional recognition of the Extreme Yang Illumination. Just now for the Empress Earth Dao Tree, Yun might have used some small Dao, including fire elemental laws, to obtain its recognition. However, for the Extreme Yang Illumination, no matter how profound one's fire elemental laws are, it is just too weak in front of the pure Yang laws at the beginning. In my point of view, even if the Yin gains its recognition, it will just be entering motion. A cultivator said. Entering motion would also be terrifying enough. Many people said with great difficulty. Saying that Yun would obtain entering motion was not because they were sure of it, but because such a result was something more acceptable for them. These people originally believed that they were much stronger than Yun. They were the ones who truly had the qualifications to participate in the Luo Divine Hall trials. As for Yun, he came from a lower realm, and had just joined the Earth Fire Hall. If not for Prince Pingnan, how could he have been able to participate in the trials? This understanding formed a huge contrast with the reality before their eyes. How could this bunch of elites accept it? If the Empress Earth Tao Tree's rating was because of Yi Yun's amazing talents in fire elemental laws, and if the extreme yang illumination was only at the entering motion rating, this result would still make them uncomfortable, but at least it was something acceptable. Ran Yu did not speak, but in his heart, he too was having similar thoughts. He really could not accept that he who was a heaven fae with noble blood would be surpassed by a human from the lower realms. To obtain hibernation awakening from the Empress Earth Tao Tree, obtaining entering motion from the extreme yang illumination is also extremely good. Baichen thought bitterly. Previously, he wished that Yi Yun would fail to gain any recognition, but now, he did not care what rating Yi Yun obtained. The differences between the two of them was too great. It did not matter if there was one bit more or less. Everyone had disparate thoughts, however, the extreme yang illumination would not change its inclination because of these people's thoughts. A small fire plume suddenly lit up from the extreme yang illumination. Seeing this plume of fire, everyone immediately felt the same thing, as though this was the only ray of light left in the entire world. The light from their surroundings, even the starlight above their heads, appeared deficient in comparison before the plume of flame, as though they had all been engulfed. The first ancient Fey column, Extreme Yang Illumination, moved. Chapter 820, Interspatial Space. After the plume of fire on the Extreme Yang Illumination Divine column came into being, it began to burgeon like prairie fire. As it burst out, even the large python coiled around Song Mang raised its head up high. The face which Song Mang used to look at the extreme yang illumination was filled with astonishment. As the halo of light expanded, a layer of the halo suddenly burst outwards with a loud boom. Everyone could not help but take a step back. Even though they knew that it was a phantom image, they could not help but feel that infinite heat radiating towards them. It felt like just touching it would render any protective yuan qi useless, reducing immediately to ashes. Even the heaven and earth could not withstand the terrifying heat, what more them? This was naturally not Yi Yun's strength, but the Fey God's grace contained within the extreme yang illumination divine column. As for Yi Yun, he was just the person who had triggered it. But what truly shocked them was not the power of the heavens and earth, but Song Mang's words. Hibernation awakening. Song Mang muttered to himself as the way he looked at Yi Yun completely changed. Seven-colored phoenix entering motion. Empress Earth Tao Tree, hibernation awakening. Extreme yang illumination, hibernation awakening. Obtaining the recognition of three divine columns, with two of them being at an extremely high difficulty, and it were these two extremely difficult divine columns that Yi Yun had obtained a rating of hibernation awakening. To obtain the recognition of three divine columns in a day's time, he had to do so in a third the time what others had for each divine column. At this moment, even the zombie-like Gu Luo's pupils had contracted into a needle tip. Regardless of the speculation from before, be it about having good luck or being good at fire elemental laws, the halo that burst forth was like a resounding slap, slapping them hard in their faces. Luo Tian remained silent for a long time before he silently turned around. He was in fact thinking of turning around and leave the place. After knowing of Yi Yun's ratings and then recall the words he had just said, he felt like he would be sitting on pins and needles just staying here. In particular, he had even commented on Yi Yun's performance in the capacity as a senior disciple. Seeing the result, Luo Tian's face was burning. And at this moment, not a single Fire Cloud State disciple cared about what Luo Tian had previously said. Compared to the immense shock Yi Yun gave to them, Luo Tian's words were nothing. 2 hibernation awakening, 1 entering motion. You are very good. Yi Yun, right? I shall remember your name. Song Mang looked at Yi Yun and said with a deep voice. Upon hearing Song Mang's words, Ran Yu immediately clenched his fists. Song Mang's status and identity was far from simply leading them around for their training. And even though Ran Yu's performance was not bad, Song Mang had not said any additional words at all. This Yi Yun had gotten the favor of Song Mang. Ran Yu had intended to chase after Tian Shi,
hoping to prove that even without Tianshu's resources, he too could excel. Ranyu was actually satisfied with his performance, but now, compared with Iyun, he was greatly inferior. He was inferior to Tianshu and Guluo, and now, he was even inferior to a rookie disciple of the Earth Fire Hall. However, the 12 Fey Divine Columns is just a testing of one's nomological insight. Just having insights alone is not enough for a warrior, because a warrior also requires sufficient strength. Song Mang said with great meaning behind his words. Iyun's performance was indeed amazing, and combined with his cultivation realm and age, it could only be described as absolutely brilliant. However, the more Song Mang favored Iyun, the more he wanted to specially say those words to warn Iyun so as to prevent him from feeling inflated. That's right, Iyun is only having the upper hand for the time being. Now, I still possess great advantages in various other aspects, such as my body. A keenness flashed at the bottom of Ran Yu's eyes. When it came to bodily strength, the human race was inferior to the Fey race. Furthermore, Iyun's cultivation had been short, so even if he was a true genius, the Luo Divine Hall trials were not his stage. Other than those outstanding disciples being able to receive the attention from various factions at the Luo Divine Hall trials, those who passed the trials would also receive generous rewards. These rewards were very helpful in increasing their strength. Before the Luo Divine Hall trials that lasted a decade began, they needed to use such training experiences like this to attempt to go one step further, as well as the opportunities obtained during these training experiences. Following that, pillars of light appeared on the other Fire Cloud State disciples. However, after Ranyu, Guluo and Iyun's raiding, no one paid attention to the remaining disciples, regardless if they received any recognition or not. Even they themselves felt a lack of interest. Previously, every disciple was feeling nervous, wishing they could gain the recognition of the Fey Divine Columns. But now, this feeling of unease was already gone. Even if they passed, it was just entering motion, they did not offer any grounds for comparison with Iyun. The remaining disciples quickly obtained their ratings of the 12 Fey Divine Columns. The evaluation had given them quite a setback. Song Mang glanced at the disciples with a smile that did not look like a smile. The Fire Cloud State disciples were all having a myriad of expressions. After the evaluation, nearly everyone had different expressions from when they first came in. However, this was one of the goals of organizing the Luo Divine Hall trials. The Luo clan was able to last for eons through the steady stream of genius warriors. Letting these elites with eyes as high as the heavens gather together was the only way to let them recognize their shortcomings, inspiring greater potential from them. As for those disciples who suffered setbacks and could not recover from them would be eliminated without any worries. The Luo clan did not need such warriors. Previously, I mentioned that in the ancient Fey edifice, a large number of opportunities are prepared for you. The only thing that determines whether you can obtain it is based on your individual skill. Song Mang said. Immediately, all the disciples who gained the recognition of the 12 Fey Divine Columns felt their spirits lifted. The 12 Fey Divine Columns made them clearly understand their own nomological insights and limitations. This resulted in their minds being focused on this, making them nearly forget there were still opportunities waiting for them. The 12 Fey Divine Columns represent laws. They are profound and esoteric. To obtain their opportunities is not a simple task. Song Mang looked at the disciples and slowly said, although it's just a hint of their grace, the ancient Fey columns have their own consciousness. The constructors back then left their mantle behind, sealing them in the ancient Fey columns' interspatial space. It will provide you with different opportunities depending on the recognition you received. Those who had gained the recognition of any of the 12 Fey Divine Columns obtained the qualification to enter the 12 Fey Divine Columns interspatial space. As Song Mang spoke, everyone who gained the recognition of the 12 Fey Divine Columns were enshrouded by a sheen of pale light. Following that, the ground began to issue a dull, rumbling sound, as though an extremely gigantic Fey beast was being awakened beneath it. A feeling of being stared at by a primordial existence enveloped the crowd as the grounds trembled gently, causing the cultivators to tremble in fear.
At the same time, they also began having an intense anticipatory feeling. The door was about to open. Translator's note: my Patreon is now at 128 to 300 to the next goal. There will be a guaranteed 9 TMW chapters a week if this goal is reached. Chapter 821, Door to the Fey Gods. Accompanying the sound of rumbling, those Fey divine columns that had been lit up slowly fissured a crevice each. The crevices continued to widen until they formed gigantic doors that connected the sky to the ground. The 12 Fey divine columns were immensely huge to begin with. This gigantic doors appeared like mountains, so when the cultivators stood in front of the door, they were as minute as specks of dust. You can enter, Song Mang said as his mouth twitched after seeing the expressions of these people staring with widened eyes. Upon hearing this, the disciples who had gained recognition eagerly headed towards their doors. Just as a cultivator reached a divine column's door, he realized he was being repelled by an invisible force. You can only enter the door that you passed. Song Mang added on before he looked at Yi Yun and company again. As for the three of you, you can choose any door from the divine columns that you have gained the recognition of. The cultivator who was repelled stared at the magnificent door in front of him and sighed. Standing outside the door, everything in the door was filled with a dense fog, preventing him from seeing the situation inside. As for this great door, it was for the Empress Earth Dao Tree Divine Column. It was unknown when he would ever have a chance to enter this door. Junior brother Yi, let us go, Luo Fengling said. Yi Yun nodded. He felt extremely curious looking at these doors. They gave him a feeling that there was a primordial behemoth entrenched behind the door. Even the fog at the door felt like they were formed from the behemoth's breathing. At this moment, Ran Yu proceeded through the Empress Earth Dao Tree's door, and after Yi Yun sized up the doors, he decided to follow suit. While passing through the dense fog, Yi Yun suddenly had a feeling of being watched by numerous pairs of eyes. There were whispering amidst the fog, and when Yi Yun traced the direction of the sounds, he was instantly stunned. It appeared like there were numerous shadows flashing around in the fog. These shadows seemed to be either man or beast, while some did not even have any specific shape. But soon, Yi Yun was unconcerned over it. This was the door to one of the 12 Fey divine columns. It was unlikely that there was anything trying to make mischief. Those figures that are speaking are said to be spirits born out of the 12 Fey divine columns. Just after Yi Yun walked out from the fog, he heard a faint voice. Ran Yu was standing not far from him, and had said without even turning his head back. Spirits? Yi Yun frowned. He was unsure about such matters. However, Ran Yu no longer spoke. Yi Yun was also unsure of what Ran Yu was alluding to, but he did not probe further. When he looked forward, a look of surprise took over his face. Walking in from the door, he was apparently treading a path in the form of a bridge. And in the path ahead, there was a huge cave. The cave was twinkling like starlight. Looking up, there was a recondite sky, and looking down was an infinite abyss, a mystery to where it led to. Yi Yun and Ran Yu had walked in from the Empress Earth Dao Tree's door and stood on the same stone bridge. And around him were 12 similar stone bridges that circled the cave. The cave was so large that it made the stone bridges distant from each other. However, the starlight was illuminating the stone bridges, allowing people to see each other from afar. Other than Ran Yu and Yi Yun, there were already people standing on several stone bridges. Just as Yi Yun looked at the cave, Ran Yu slowly came to the forefront of the stone bridge and looked down at the abyss. He slowly said, "Do you know why our Fey race built the 12 Fey divine columns at a blue hole in this endless sea?" Endless sea? Yi Yun was confounded. So this was a blue hole. However, wasn't Mt. Azure Billow a large mountain suspended in the universe? Where did the sea come from? At this moment, Ran Yu did not wait for Yi Yun's reply and directly said, "That's because the cultivation of us warriors are like standing on this stone bridge, shaky. Some people can achieve success in a short period of time, but they are like fireworks, only having a momentary brilliance. Truly good materials will burn ever brighter.
Some of them can burn for tens of thousands of years, or even hundreds of millions of years.
Yi-Yun glanced at Ranyu and understood what he meant.
Clearly, Ranyu's pride prevented him from accepting Yi-Yun's evaluation to be higher than his. The fireworks were probably a metaphor for himself, while Ranyu wanted to be the good material he mentioned.
Yi-Yun only smiled in silence.
Ranyu's face turned surly because he did not like it when people disparaged him.
Yi-Yun, you are human.
The perception of the human race indeed surpasses the Fey race, but the Fey race has its own advantages, which are its extremely long lifespans and their powerful physiques.
With this comparison, humans are considered too weak.
The Fey race can use their long lifespans to close the advantageous gap humans have in laws.
For example, I may be decades older than you, but when contrasting this with my Fey race's lifespan, I am actually younger than you.
It is difficult to bridge the differences in the physiques of the human race and Fey race. And it is for this reason that the humans are always the weaker ones in the 10,000 Fey Empyrean heaven. Most humans, even if they share the same origins as members of the Fey race, they would eventually only become the servants or followers of these Fey.
Ranyu said again, but Yi-Yun did not think much of it.
It was true humans had a shorter lifespan than the Fey race, but that was only limited to their low cultivation levels.
With the increase of cultivation level, the lifespans of the mighty figures of the human and Fey race would have the gap closed.
In the end, once one had the power to control the heavens and earth, sharing the lifespans of the suns and moons, the racial lines would have long been blurred. There was not much of a comparison who had a longer lifespan amongst the human and Fey race mighty figures, but the number of mighty human figures would be a lot more. Yi-Yun said, from what I know, only the 10,000 Fey Empyrean heaven belongs to the Fey race amongst the 12 Empyrean heavens. In the 10,000 Fey Empyrean heaven, the position of the human race is indeed deplorable, but there are even more Empyrean heavens where humans are supreme. Yi-Yun lightly said, putting a plug to Ranyu's words. As he looked at Yi-Yun, his eyes flashed a hint of sharpness.
The Fey race faced a tremendous problem.
Only the Heaven Fey possessed greater potential, but the Heaven Fey's fertility was much weaker than the human race.
And at this moment, Song Mang's voice sounded from the cave.
He had also walked in from one of the doors of the divine columns, stunning everyone.
However, they immediately understood that since Song Mang was a guardian of the ancient Fey edifice, he would definitely have gained the recognition of the ancient Fey columns. He was naturally free to enter the door. The opportunities are here and what you obtain is up to you. Even with the same rating, the opportunities you obtain will be different. Song Mang said.
The cultivators standing on different stone bridges immediately revealed strange looks. These cultivators who had managed to gain recognition naturally could not be compared to freaks like Ranyu, Guluo and Yi-Yun, but it was possible for them to obtain better opportunities than others.
Everyone was filled with anticipation, hoping that their luck was better. Chapter 822, 9-volume Celestial Axis.
At this moment, a light curtain suddenly flew up from deep beneath the chasm before it headed towards the Dragon Emperor Divine Column's stone bridge. The Dragon Emperor Divine Column's stone bridge was in the shape of a giant dragon from afar, and there were a few Luo clan disciples standing there. These Luo clan disciples were watching earnestly at the light curtain that flew over. This light curtain seemed to possess eyes as it flew straight towards a person, and in a blink of an eye, appeared in front of a disciple.
As the light curtain dispersed, it revealed a box in it.
The disciple was stunned as he hurriedly caught it. After opening it, all that could be seen from his face was mixed looks.
What is it?
A Luo clan disciple beside said, World Stones. World Stones were a form of salary given in the Fire Cloud state. Earth Fire Hall disciples were given 1 World Stone a year, while Heaven Fire Hall disciples were given 5 a year. This Luo clan disciple had obtained 20 World Stones as a reward, and it was considered not bad if this was any other time, but when contrasted with the ancient Fey edifice's countless opportunities, it was understandably disappointing.
In the ancient Fey edifice, only those above eye-opening can obtain better awards. We only obtained entering motion, so forget it. This disciple shook his head with an ugly expression and sighed. He had barely obtained the divine column's recognition, but even so, he still had a tiny bit of hope, but he never expected to receive the poorest reward of world stones. Another light curtain burst out from the chasm and flew towards a Luo clan disciple on the seven-colored phoenix's stone bridge. Immediately, that disciple revealed an uneasy expression. The degree of his entering motion was not much higher than the previous person. Luo Fengling was also on the stone bridge, so she was similarly extremely nervous. Luo Fengling had very little time for cultivation, so obtaining a bit of resources would be very beneficial for her. It's a cultivation technique. The light curtain transformed into an ancient tome as the disciple beamed. Things were different when it came to cultivation techniques. The cultivation techniques stored in the ancient Fey edifice wouldn't be too bad, even if it was the lowest grade. It's the first and second volume of the 9-volume Celestial Axis. One of the cultivators said after they saw the words on the ancient tome. Even if he obtained the first 2 volumes, trying to obtain all 9 volumes is nearly impossible. A Luo clan disciple said. The 9-volume Celestial Axis was a top body tempering cultivation technique in the Luo clan, but it did not belong to the Luo clan, but a heritage left behind by an ancient mighty figure who was famous in the entire 10,000 Fey Empery in heaven. Although the 9-volume Celestial Axis was extremely valuable, its first few volumes were relatively simpler and have been replicated into many similar copies. However, after the 5th volume, the subsequent volumes' prices grew at a geometric rate. Even the Luo clan did not have the complete 9-volume Celestial Axis. 9-volume Celestial Axis. ZZE. According to legend, mastering the entire 9-volume Celestial Axis would result in a body that can shatter a great world. This is the top body tempering technique in the 10,000 Fey Empery in heaven, but it is very difficult for humans to master it. Ran Yu suddenly said. He did not look at Yi Yun, but he was clearly directing it at Yi Yun. Laya, who wasn't very far away, heard this and echoed, "Senior brother Ran Yu is right. Humans are far inferior to us at cultivating body tempering cultivation techniques. Humans only have 2 body tempering stages when they first come into contact with martial arts, called mortal blood and purple blood. Compared to the Fey race's body tempering techniques, that's far inferior. It is mainly due to a problem with physique. The physique of humans is just too weak, so they can't be trained up." After Laya said that, he glanced proudly at Yi Yun. He admitted that he was inferior to Yi Yun when it came to laws, but he was unwilling to admit that he was inferior to Yi Yun, hence, he mentioned body tempering techniques. This was the forte of the Fey race, something the human race was really bad at. Even for Yi Yun, his body was his weakness. Back when he was fighting against the black-armored demon god, the black-armored demon god's extraordinary defense came from his body tempering technique. And because Yi Yun's body was weak, he was unable to resist the black-armored demon god's frontal attacks even once. He could only summon his Draco First True Gold avatar to block the attacks for him. Although the 9-volume Celestial Axis could be used by both the human and Fey race, nearly no human cultivated it because it was too difficult. After the 9-volume Celestial Axis, a beam of light flew towards the 7-colored Phoenix's stone bridge, headed straight for Luo Fengling. "Mine?" An uneasy Luo Fengling hurriedly reached out her hand. "Pa!" A small jade box landed in Luo Fengling's white palm. She first raised her head to survey the cultivators around her, and these people also looked back at her. Luo Fengling had been recommended by Fairy Black Bamboo and had cultivated for a short period of time, so she was equally unpopular as Yi Yun. Although the recognition she obtained was nothing outstanding, these people probably wished that it would be best if the opportunity she gained was very bad. Luo Fengling sighed lightly and opened the jade box under the watchful eyes of others. A round pill, pink like a woman's lips, exuded a faint aroma as it sat in the middle of the jade box. It's unknown what pill this is. A few cultivators, especially those that had obtained rewards but had been inferior to Luo Fengling, revealed downcast looks. Regardless what pill it was, how could it be bad if it was a pill given by the seven-colored Phoenix Divine Column? It was definitely slightly better than World Stones or the first 2 volumes of the 9-volume Celestial Axis.
They had all obtained entering motion, but everyone's opportunities were different, turning everyone who had not received their opportunities uneasy.
Luo Fengling revealed a look of pleasant surprise.
Only after taking a careful look at it was she willing to put the box away.
And after her, another disciple obtained a World Stone.
From the way he groaned, he was extremely depressed about it. At this moment, a light curtain flew out, and this time, the target was the Empress Earth Dowtree's stone bridge.
Standing on the Empress Earth Dowtree's stone bridge was Ran Yu and Yi Yun.
These cultivators were all guessing the target of this light curtain and what was inside.
"Say, is this mine or yours?" Ran Yu said in a drawn-out manner.
After making the assertions regarding the body tempering situation with the human and Fey race, he had seemingly regained his confidence.
The light curtain charged at the duo and abruptly appeared in front of Ran Yu. "Looks like it's mine."
Ran Yu chuckled and reached his hand out. The light curtain immediately dispersed as Yi Yun saw clearly a golden beam of light appear on Ran Yu's palm the moment the light dispersed. Ran Yu and Yi Yun were the only 2 people on this stone bridge, so regardless of who it was that obtained an opportunity, they were bound to be the focus of attention. Everyone's gazes were trained on this stone bridge. They had also seen that golden beam of light. The golden beam of light constantly changed in shape in Ran Yu's hand, at times in the shape of a small sparrow and at other times a miniature golden snake.
"What's that? I wonder if it's a reward from the Dragon Emperor or the Empress Earth Dowtree."
Previously, Song Meng had said that those who passed a few divine columns could choose any column. This meant that even if Ran Yu stood on the Empress Earth Dowtree's stone bridge, he too could receive the opportunities from the Dragon Emperor divine column.
Chapter 823, Intermediary Spirit Pearl. Pa! Ran Yu suddenly clenched his 5 fingers, shattering the pocket-sized tiny golden snake with a squeeze. When he opened his fingers, a golden piece of paper-like charm was revealed. The golden beam of light that could transform into different shapes autonomously was actually a charm? All the Luo clan disciples looked at the charm with astonishment and curiosity.
And the moment the charm came into being, those cultivators that had been staring at the charm immediately felt a sense of danger. It was as though they were the ones being stared at by the charm. Without even using the charm, it already imposed such feelings on others. Could it be weak when it was truly put into use? Compared to other opportunities, charms were actually considered a consumable item, but truly powerful charms could be used at critical junctures. Some extremely profound charms were equivalent to a strike of a warrior at the supreme level.
To Yuan Opening and Heaven Ascension Realm warriors, this charm was especially valuable.
However, the more profound a charm was, the more difficult it was to produce one. Like the one Ran Yu had, the difficulty of constructing it was extremely high. Upon thinking of this, the other cultivators were filled with envy.
The cost of the charm definitely would not be low.
Ran Yu was rather satisfied with this charm as he silently kept it. Ran Yu glanced at Yi Yun beside him, and he immediately sneered when he saw Yi Yun having a ruminating look. Clearly, this was the first time Yi Yun had seen such a charm.
Warriors from the lower realm were limited in their worldview, so how could they recognize the charms from the 10,000 Fey Empyrean heaven?
At this moment, another light curtain flew over.
It's headed straight for Ran Yu.
Ran Yu reached out his hand and grabbed the curtain of light. As the beam of light shattered, an extremely lustrous pearl appeared in Ran Yu's hand.
This pearl gave off a faint azure luster and emitted light.
As it quietly sat in Ran Yu's palm, its incandescent radiation fixated the gazes of those cultivators.
This is... Some cultivators did not recognize it at all. Intermediary Spirit Pearl. Someone exclaimed.
This was not an offensive or defensive item, but a Dao pearl carved with all the nomological insights of a mighty figure of the Luo clan when he was close to his death.
Once it was shattered, one could gain enlightenment from the nomological fragments. Of course, a mighty figure could produce many intermediary spirit pearl over tens of thousands of years.
And if one managed to gain insight from an intermediary spirit pearl, it was still impossible to directly obtain the nomological insights of that particular mighty figure. But even so, it was still extremely valuable. A cultivator said with an envious tone, "This is similar to the pill Luo Fengling received, but it is much higher in grade than that pill. Ran Yu is a heaven fei, so he has a powerful body. Now, by having his nomological insights improved, his strength would improve before the Luo Divine Hall trials begin. He would definitely obtain a higher placing at the trials." The cultivators broke out into discussion. They shook their heads gloomily as they looked at Ran Yu. The opportunities they had obtained was nothing compared to Ran Yu's.
However, Song Mang said, "This is the most basic grade of intermediary spirit pearl." The most basic grade? But it was still an intermediary spirit pearl. However, being able to obtain an intermediary spirit pearl is indeed not easy.
People in the past have also gained the recognition of the Empress Earth Dao Tree, but the ones who obtained an intermediary spirit pearl are few in number.
There is a bit of luck involved in this. Song Mang followed up. When these disciples heard it, they immediately sighed with emotion over the intermediary spirit pearl's value.
A sneer flashed beneath Ran Yu's eyes. Although the grade wasn't high, the opportunity he had received was not bad. Just as people had said to Yi Yun, luck was also a form of strength. For Ran Yu to obtain this opportunity, it's a wonder what Gu Luo and Yi Yun would obtain.
A cultivator turned his gaze towards Gu Luo and Yi Yun. This cultivator had obtained his opportunity, a notebook from a mighty fei, in his youth.
If he carefully studied it, he too could gain some insights and knowledge. This group of cultivators had already obtained their opportunities, so they had lost all sense of anticipation.
Hence, they focused their attention on Gu Luo and Yi Yun.
The opportunities depend on fated luck. Senior brother Li, you just got entering motion and was weaker than younger brother me. However, the item you received is so much better than mine. Another cultivator spoke with a look of speechlessness. He too had only obtained 20 world stones.
Ha ha. That particular senior brotherly could not conceal his laughter as he said, hence, Gu Luo and Yi Yun might not receive much better opportunities. The ancient fei columns have strange rules with their ratings. Maybe as a human, Yi Yun might receive something even worse.
Then, his results would be for nothing. The other cultivators nodded their heads in unison. Yi Yun's rating had made their face warm, as though they had been smacked in the face. If the opportunities Yi Yun received were not that great, they could feel more comforted. Of course, they also knew that with Yi Yun's ratings, no matter how bad his luck was, the opportunities he received would be much better than theirs.
It's Gu Luo's turn.
A beam of light shot into Gu Luo's hands, and when everyone managed to make out the beam of light, they were taken aback.
Gu Luo's first opportunity was also an intermediary spirit pearl.
And when this intermediary spirit pearl appeared, it immediately made the people present feel like their skin was being pricked.
A sharp aura made everyone involuntarily retreat.
Upon seeing this intermediary spirit pearl, Ran Yu frowned.
It appeared as though Gu Luo's intermediary spirit pearl was of a higher grade. The first treasure was an intermediary spirit pearl, and for the next item,
Solitary Nothingness Divine Column, eye-opening. A light curtain flew out of the Solitary Nothingness Divine Column, transforming into a stone slip.
It's a fragmentary technique. A keen-eyed person shouted.
This stone slip was unwhole, and only a portion of the technique recorded on it remained. Gu Luo was seen silently putting away the intermediary spirit pearl and stone slip into his interspatial ring with a deadpan expression.
No one could tell if he was happy or not.
Everyone were engaged in discussion, but Gu Luo did not have the intention to take the two treasures out. They were curious about the fragmentary technique, and speculated that it was an ancient fragmentary technique,
and if Guluo managed to master 10 or 20% of it, it would be extremely good. However, the comprehension of fragmentary techniques also depended on luck. Whether it could be comprehended and the amount one could comprehend was an unknown. Hence, from this point of view, this fragmentary technique might not be better than Ran Yu's charm. The other cultivators also came to this conclusion as they looked at Ran Yu. Although Ran Yu had received a relatively disadvantaged rating, his luck was still not bad. However, Ran Yu appeared expressionless. After saying those words to Yi Yun, he had restored his refined and indifferent collectedness. He had thought things through. As a Heaven Fae, and a member of the Shushui Ran clan, even if his nomological insights were inferior to Yi Yun, he surpassed Yi Yun in various other aspects. Why did he need to use his weakness as a comparison? As for now, all that mattered was what opportunities Yi Yun obtained. Chapter 824, The Path of Body Tempering. By now, everyone had realized that the rewards given by the 12 Fey Divine Columns were issued in order of recognition. After Guluo, it was likely Yi Yun's turn. Everyone's focus turned onto Yi Yun as they were all eager to know what sort of opportunities he would receive, with him being the cultivator with the highest ratings. Even Guluo's dead-like eyes turned to look at Yi Yun. I wonder how junior brother Yi Yun's fated luck is. Luo Fengling looked from afar as she stood on the 7-colored Phoenix stone bridge. The stone bridge beneath Yi Yun was like a shriveled piece of wood that appeared to have been in such a state for more than 10,000 years. Its surface was also covered in a layer of stone. But beneath the shriveled wood, it was covered with spiritual flowers and spiritual grass that grew lushly and colorfully in an extremely beautiful manner. These spiritual plants would usually only grow in grounds with rich spiritual energy, so it was rather surprising for them to grow on this shriveled wood in this interspatial space. Suddenly, a light curtain flew up from deep within the chasm. It began out as a tiny dot of light before quickly transforming into a long fogbow, and its direction was headed for the shriveled wood. The light curtain directly came before Yi Yun, and the moment he stretched his hand out, he felt his hand sink as a box appeared in his hand. What is it? The Luo clan disciples focused at his hand. Yi Yun immediately understood the moment he came into contact with the light curtain. This was the reward from the 7-colored Phoenix Divine Column. Yi Yun had barely gained the 7-colored Phoenix Divine Column's recognition, so he did not have his hopes up on the reward from it. Yi Yun opened the box and in it was a book. The cover was written in ancient Fey race text, 9-volume Celestial Axis. The first 2 volumes of the 9-volume Celestial Axis. This reward is very average. Ran Yu said with a smile from the side. The 9-volume Celestial Axis was a top-level body tempering technique, but its price only began soaring past the 5th volume. Upon reaching the 8th volume, it was already a huge treasure of the Luo clan. As for the legendary 9th volume, it was already considered lost. The moment the 9th volume appeared, it would most definitely set off a bloodstorm in the 10,000 Fey Empyrean heaven. In the world of martial arts, to create a copy of a cultivation technique one obtained, one needed to first master it. Mastering to whichever level allowed one to make a copy of that level. If not, it would be impossible to describe those profound and esoteric laws as well as the energy flow trajectories. The first few volumes of the 9-volume Celestial Axis were easy to cultivate, and there were many copies. Previously, a little-known Luo clan disciple whose rating had barely reached entering motion had also obtained the first 2 volumes of the 9-volume Celestial Axis, so Yi Yun's treatment was identical to that disciple. This made Lai Yi gloat as he said, "It's after all a rating of entering motion. The 9-volume Celestial Axis is still passable and it's much better than World Stones." However, with the physique of a human, cultivating the 9-volume Celestial Axis is impossible. The opportunities handed out by the ancient Fey edifice differed from person to person. These 12 divine columns had been established for an extremely long period of time, and the grace within each of the 12 Fey divine columns was mysterious and profound, giving these divine columns a bit of consciousness.
They had a special way of judgment, so the opportunities and rewards they handed out were usually best suited for the cultivator.
For example, Ran Yu and Gu Luo had both obtained intermediary spirit pearls, the reason being their weakness in laws. But Yi Yun obtained the 9-volume celestial axis?
This made many people find it interesting. It was well known that humans could not temper their bodies, so for the ancient Fei edifice to give a 9-volume celestial axis to Yi Yun was no doubt smacking Yi Yun in the face. It appears like junior brother Yi's body is too weak, resulting in the ancient Fei edifice to hand a body-tempering cultivation technique to make up for it. If junior brother Yi is confident, he can attempt learning it. Ran Yu said to Yi Yun with a smile that did not look like one. Time was very precious for warriors in their youth. If Yi Yun was being prideful and remained indignant, which resulted in him attempting to temper his body, it would definitely waste a lot of his time.
This was an outcome Ran Yu was very willing to see.
Junior brother Yi, don't be provoked by him.
It's best you cultivate on laws properly.
As for body tempering, it's not that humans can't do so, but the amount of effort and resources required outweighs the outcome from tempering one's body.
The gains cannot make up for the losses. Luo Fengling was afraid that Yi Yun might be hot-headed due to his youth, and if he were to be led astray, the outcome would be disastrous. Thank you, senior sister Luo, for your advice. This junior brother will keep it in mind.
Yi Yun took a glance at the 9-volume celestial axis before keeping it into his interspatial ring. Although Ran Yu had deliberately belittled him, what he said was indeed true. His body was a pure yang body, and this pure yang body was inclined towards laws. As for body tempering techniques, it was about having powerful bones, blood, muscles and veins.
It had nothing to do with a pure yang body.
However, Yi Yun had the purple crystal. If he truly cultivated in body tempering techniques, he could use the purple crystal to absorb large amounts of energy to reconstruct his body even if his body was not up to standard.
It was still possible for him to cultivate in body tempering techniques. It was just as Luo Fengling said, the amount of effort and resources could not outweigh the results.
There was no need to do so.
Yi Yun did not mind the first reward.
After all, it was given by the 7-colored Phoenix Divine Column. He had barely gained its recognition, so it was expected that the reward he obtained wasn't good.
And next? Phew!
Another light curtain rushed out of the chasm, straight for Yi Yun. After the 7-colored Phoenix Divine Column, there was the Empress Earth Dao Tree and Extreme Yang Illumination. Yi Yun had obtained Hibernation Awakening in both the 2 divine columns. The first reward runs counter to Yi Yun's cultivation path.
I'm interested to see what is the second reward he will receive.
If it runs counter again from his path, that would be interesting.
Ran Yu said with a laugh. He admitted that Yi Yun's nomological insights were good, but he still looked down on Yi Yun's origins and bloodline.
Although he had obtained ratings of Hibernation Awakening, the opportunities given by the 12 Fey Divine Columns might not be something he could necessarily enjoy.
His body and cultivation level was weak.
If the item he received could not immediately improve his strength, it would also not help out at the Luo Divine Hall trials. In the Luo Divine Hall trials, no matter how high one's talent and laws were, it was useless because strength was everything. I might not beat you in the ancient Fey edifice's 12 columns, but the Luo Divine Hall trials are what's critical. I will certainly surpass you. Ran Yu said silently in his heart. At this moment, the light curtain had landed in Yi Yun's palm. It was a squarish stone box.
This stone box looked ordinary and even looked a bit crude. However, no one dared to belittle it.
Quite a number of people shared the same thoughts as Ran Yu, believing that regardless of how good the items Yi Yun received, his low cultivation realm would render them temporarily useless. However, they still knew that the opportunity he received would not be bad. This was a reward given out for a Hibernation Awakening rating. Yi Yun looked at the stone box in his hand. It was about the length of a forearm and was simple in appearance. It did not appear special while held in his hand, and the aura inside it was completely isolated. He also had no idea what it was.
Chapter 825, Ancient Heaven Devouring Flood Dragon.
Yi-Yun ignored the gazes of others as he slowly opened the stone box. When the stone box opened, a chilling aura immediately emanated. The aura was like a water wave that instantly filled the entire area. While everyone was immersed in this aura, they could not help but quiver. They sensed a baffling sense of pressure and found it difficult to stand properly. What sort of aura was this? People were alarmed, and the reason why they couldn't stand properly was not because of the powerful aura, but mostly the pressure they felt from it. What was that? That aura from just now is very odd. As the aura rushed past them, they felt their bodies turn cold. What was stored in this stone box? Yi-Yun opened the stone box completely as his eyes also flickered with a look of anticipation. He was indeed too young to participate in the Luo Divine Hall trials. And it was because of this reason that he needed to grasp every opportunity he had to raise his strength, allowing him to have greater confidence in the upcoming Luo Divine Hall trials. Yi-Yun wanted to look for Lin Xintong, and if he could increase his strength by leaps and bounds through the Luo Divine Hall trials, it would be much simpler for him to traverse the 10,000 Fei Empyrean Heaven in the future. The moment the stone box was opened, it appeared as though what lay inside the box did not seem particularly special compared to the cold and rugged aura. It was a white bone that was crystalline like jade, exuding a faint shimmer. The Luo clan disciples did not react when they saw this white bone, but Song Mang, who was hovering mid-air in a seating position, stood up. Even the large snake coiled around him raised its head.
This is an ancient Fei bone.
Song Mang could not even maintain his calm as he looked at the Fei bone.
Ancient Fei bone.
Song Mang's voice was heard by all the cultivators. A tiny phantom swirled in the white as jade bone, as though it contained a spirit. These cultivators were all members of the Fei race, so how could they not have heard of ancient Fei bones? However, if it came to seeing one, this was the first time Ran Yu saw one, much less those disciples from smaller family clans.
Ancient Fei bone, how can it be? Ran Yu's face went pale when Song Mang exclaimed that Yi-Yun had obtained an ancient Fei bone.
As he looked at the bone, he clenched his fists tightly, causing them to tremble gently.
It's actually an ancient Fei bone. The ancient Fei edifice's 12 ancient divine columns actually prepared an ancient Fei bone for a human. The 10,000 Fei Empyrean Heaven had three major categories of Fei race: Heaven Fei, Earth Fei, and Ancient Fei. Ran Yu was Heaven Fei, and he was considered to have outstanding talent. He was the favored child of the heavens, but the reason why Heaven Fei were strong was because of their ancestors. They were split off from Ancient Fei, inheriting the Ancient Fei's bloodline. What was Ancient Fei? Other than the 12 Fei gods, the dragons and phoenix in the skies, and the Kuan-Peng in the sea from chaos, the golden crow, Qilin, musical dragon, Basha, vermilion bird, white tiger were all ancient Fei. These ancient Fei were powerful and mighty, as were the primordial divine beasts of the 10,000 Fei Empyrean Heaven. Of course, there were differences amongst ancient Fei. A pure-blooded true dragon was thousands of times more powerful than a flood dragon with mixed bloodlines. But even a flood dragon's bone was invaluable because the bones contained bone runes and blood marrow. After ancient Fei died, their flesh and blood would return to the world, leaving only their bones behind. The runes within the bones carved the laws the ancient Fei practiced when they were alive. As for blood marrow, that was where the mighty power of the ancient Fei's bloodline was. The blood marrow could be transplanted directly to the bodies of warriors, changing their physique greatly. This would strengthen a warrior's body, allowing the warrior to gain a tremendous leap in power. And it was this reason that the desolate heaven masters of the Luo clan would find it a waste refining the ancient Fei bones into relics. Instead, they would use mystic techniques to directly absorb the ancient Fei bone. Why did Heaven Fei have a superiority complex from birth? It was because of their powerful bodies when they inherited the bloodline of ancient Fei at birth. For example, the Shushui Ran clan, their ancestors had inherited the bloodline of the Rani fish. The Rani fish was a kind of ancient Fei. The 10,000 Fei Classic of Mountains and Seas recounts, the Rani fish has the body of a fish and a head of a snake. It has 6 legs and eyes that of a horse. Obtaining a scale of the Rani fish allows warriors to distance themselves from dream terrors and remove mental demons. The Shushui Ran clan may have inherited the Rani fish's bloodline, but its concentration was not necessarily high. A genius within the clan was able to awaken the ancient bloodline to obtain a scale, but for Ranyu, he was far from awakening the ancient Rani fish bloodline. If Ranyu received a bone of the Rani fish and absorbed it, the concentration of his bloodline would improve to a whole new level, making it more possible for him to awaken his ancient bloodline. However, ancient Fei bones were too valuable. Although the Shushui Ran family clan had remnant bones of the ancient Rani fish, they were all an accumulation and bedrock of the family clan, so it was impossible for them to give it to Ranyu for his use. Ranyu had hid the bones of the Rani fish in his family clan for a very long time, but he had never been able to obtain it. But now, Yi Yun had already obtained an ancient Fei bone. How could this not make him envious? Humans had good perception and laws, but their physical strength was bad. However, if it was reconstituted using the blood marrow in the ancient Fei bones, it would not be impossible for him to cultivate the 9-volume celestial axis. Previously, Ranyu and Laya had mocked Iyun for his weak body, and how the 12 divine columns had given Iyun a body-tempering cultivation technique that he could not use. However, before they could even laugh for long, the ancient divine columns had prepared an ancient Fei bone for Iyun, making them nearly vomit blood. Iyun's weak body could be made up with the ancient Fei bone. Why is the ancient Fei edifice favoring this kid so much? To give an ancient Fei bone to a human with such a weak body is a waste of a heavenly treasure. If it's given to me, I might be able to awaken the ancient Rani fish bloodline. Seeing the stone box in Iyun's hands, Ranyu's entrails churned. The reason why he had restored his calm and regained his superiority over Iyun was all because of his body being much stronger than Iyun, a hallmark of the Fei race. But now, Iyun's body condition was also chasing up to him. The more Ranyu thought, the more envious he became. Unknowingly, a killing intent effused from his body. And at this moment, a cold gaze was projected onto Ranyu, giving him a rude awakening. Turning his head, he saw the large python beside Song Mang staring coldly at him. If Ranyu could not resist the temptation and ended up doing something rash, he would immediately be attacked by the large python. Ranyu took a deep breath and remained silent. At this moment, Song Mang said to Iyun, "The ancient Fei bone in your hand is the tailbone of an ancient heaven-devouring flood dragon." The ancient heaven-devouring flood dragon might not be considered a very powerful ancient Fei, but even so this piece of Fei bone is something of considerable worth in the entire 10,000 Fei Empyrean heaven. The tailbone of the ancient heaven-devouring flood dragon is most suitable for warriors at your cultivation level. At a higher cultivation level, the effects would become increasingly weaker. This is quite an opportunity for you, so make sure you make full use of it. Chapter 826, Protective Charm. With even Song Mang saying so, the other Fire Cloud State disciples looked at Iyun with even greater jealousy. This was an ancient Fei bone. It's such a waste of treasure to give this Fei bone to Iyun. With a human's physique, absorbing an ancient Fei bone would result in a lot of waste. If it were given to us, it would be put to full use. What a pity! Someone said while clenching his teeth. And the moment he said that, another light curtain burst forward. It shot out from the extreme yang illumination divine column. There's still more. Everyone watched as Iyun reached his hand out to grab the light curtain. As the light curtain landed in Iyun's hand, it seemed like it had spiritual intelligence to it. It burst open, revealing a small burning fire plume that was golden in color. Upon seeing this flame, Ranyu, who was the closest to it, immediately felt his scalp tingle as he hurriedly took a deep breath to resist the urge of dodging. The other cultivators also had their faces change as they moved their sights away. Why did that small fire plume resemble a tiny golden crow? Looking straight at it made their eyes hurt. Even those standing on the stone bridge furthest from the Empress Earth Dao Tree Stone Bridge felt as though the hair on their bodies were being burnt to a crisp. The golden crow appeared only for an instant before it disappeared, eventually reducing to a charm. This charm looked bland, but the scene from before made everyone feel like all the energy from before was stored inside that thin charm, adding a hint of danger to it. Yi Yun had also obtained a charm. Ran Yu's fist immediately clenched even tighter. They had both received charms, but it was obvious that Yi Yun's charm was of a higher grade than his. Previously, receiving a charm had made Ran Yu feel relieved, but now, there was no way he could compete with the charm Yi Yun obtained. This was likely a protective charm. The main reason for the ancient Fey edifice to give a protective charm was to prevent a genius from dying before having fully matured. There was a body-tempering cultivation technique, an ancient Fey bone, and now, there was a protective charm. Its protection and care for Yi Yun was too thoughtful. This Yi Yun always gets items that don't match his strength at all. Ran Yu said hatefully in his heart. And at this moment, Yi Yun happened to glance at Ran Yu. As though he had seen through Ran Yu's thoughts, he said with a smile, "Senior brother Ran, it seems my luck isn't too bad either." Ran Yu immediately felt his chest turn stuffy as he snorted and said, "Your luck is good, but it's such a pity for those treasures." With Yi Yun's cultivation realm and his body as a human, how much of the ancient Fey bone could he absorb? It was already much harder for humans to absorb ancient Fey bones when compared to the Fey race. This meant that a large portion of the ancient Fey bone would be wasted. It could be ignored if it was just wasting ordinary medicinal items, but if it was wasting an ancient Fey bone, it would be a great pity. As for that charm, it also needed one's Yuan Qi to activate it. The stronger one was, the stronger the effects of the charm. If one was weak, the effects would naturally be smaller. In terms of cultivation realm and physique, Yi Yun was far inferior. This was not only Ran Yu's thoughts, but the other Fire Cloud State disciples also had similar thoughts. In that case, even if Yi Yun improved his body, it would also be severely limited. It would still not be sufficient compared to their bodies as Fey race. Gu Luo opened his only eye and also stared at Yi Yun constantly, only turning his head away when Yi Yun sensed his lifeless gaze. Song Mang glanced at the cultivators on the stone bridge with a faint smile that did not look like one. Yi Yun's talent and laws was indeed amazing, and he was truly outstanding this time. At the same training, Yi Yun had not only obtained a high rating, but the opportunities he received were also very good. Furthermore, his strength and age was the lowest amongst the other disciples. So how could the disciples who always thought so highly of themselves be able to remain nonchalant? It was normal to feel jealous and be unbalanced over this matter. For this, Song Mang did not interfere, as this was what the Luo Divine Hall trials acquiesced. Geniuses were never rare, and there was no lack of geniuses who died. Only a genius who could truly mature was worthy of being nurtured and valued. However, Yi Yun was indeed too young and his cultivation realm was too low. Although the items he received were good, they did not suit him. For example, if Yi Yun absorbed the ancient Fey bone at the Heaven Ascension realm, the results would be much better than if he absorbed it now. But even at the Heaven Ascension realm, he would still not be able to match the effects if it were a Heaven Fey that absorbed it. But what if he waited till he broke through to the Heaven Ascension realm? By then, Yi Yun would probably have been eliminated at the Luo Divine Hall, and might have even died. Thinking of this, Song Mang's eyes glanced at Ran Yu once again. Although Yi Yun had stolen the limelight, he would not be able to lead the coming days well. After Yi Yun, no one paid any attention to the opportunities received by the rest. Quickly, all the rewards from the 12 Fey Divine columns were in the cultivator's hands. Deep in the chasm down below, a sound that sounded like a tsunami was heard. Yi Yun was startled before he recalled that the area beneath was a blue hole of an endless sea. It was unknown what massive marine animal had produced the stir from before. "You can go out now," Song Mang said. After they came out of the interspatial space, Bai Chen walked over. His expression did not look too good.
Seeing how the cultivators that had come along with him enter the interspatial space, while he had to wait outside, there was naturally extreme bitterness in him. Bai Chen saw Yi Yun from afar and walked towards Luo Fengling and asked, "Junior sister Fengling, what opportunities did you and junior brother Yi Yun receive?" Luo Fengling's face revealed an envious look as she said, "What I received is not worth mentioning, but for junior brother Yi Yun, he received an ancient Fei bone." "What? Ancient Fei's bone?" After hearing Luo Fengling's description, Bai Chen felt as though he had heard wrongly, but when he saw how all the other Fire Cloud State disciples, including Luo Fengling, did not have any other reaction, they were clearly giving unspoken acknowledgement. Bai Chen finally confirmed the fact as he squeezed a smile that looked uglier than crying. "Congratulations to junior brother Yi." Bai Chen also noticed that the cultivators that walked out were either intentionally or unintentionally looking at Yi Yun. At this moment, Yi Yun was just too striking. Truly far behind. Bai Chen shook his head and did not speak any further. He walked to aside himself as he felt that standing beside Yi Yun made him feel uncomfortable. Luo Fengling too had mixed emotions. Just as she was about to walk towards Yi Yun, she saw him take the initiative to walk over. "Junior brother Yi Yun." Luo Fengling sighed as she looked at Yi Yun. Back then, she had saved Yi Yun from the void of space, thinking that Yi Yun could be made a steward disciple. She had never paid much attention to Yi Yun, but who knew that in such a short period of time, she had been flung far away from Yi Yun. However, Luo Fengling was resolute in her own way. She might have suffered a crushing defeat in the ancient Fei edifice, and not considering Yi Yun, she might be considered below average amongst all the cultivators present, but at the true Luo Divine Hall trials, she would still put in her best. Chapter 827, Black Wind Valley. Congratulations junior brother Yi. After today, you would definitely be somebody in the Fire Cloud State. Luo Fengling said sincerely. Yi Yun smiled before looking in Bai Chen's direction. Previously, Bai Chen was in high spirits when he came to the ancient Fei edifice, but now, he had lost all of his comportment, as though his entire being was covered in a layer of dust. "Senior brother Bai Chen appears to have been dealt a heavy blow," Luo Fengling said. "The Luo Divine Hall trials happen once every 60 years. It has yet to officially begin, but the competition is already this intense." Luo Fengling sighed. The world of warriors was as such and the situation was unavoidable. If Bai Chen could not recover from his setback, and suffer a damaged state of mind, his future in martial arts would be limited. It might even come to a halt and no longer proceed forward. Yi Yun nodded as he saw the Phoenix Fermiana State disciples standing across the hall. Seeing these Fire Cloud State disciples come out, Luo Tian did not lead his people over, but instead watched from afar. Separated by such a distance, Yi Yun and Luo Tian looked each other in the eye. Suddenly, Luo Tian's eyes burned with fighting spirit as a glint flashed in his eye. Luo Tian transmitted his voice, "You are very good, and I'm very satisfied. It appears that other than Tianshi in the Fire Cloud State, there is still an opponent to look forward to. However, your laws may be strong, but your strength is too weak. When the time comes, don't disappoint me." Yi Yun frowned slightly. This person sure was trouble. Previously he was so ashamed to even stand here, but now, here he came being provocative again. The ancient Fei column was just a training ground of Azure Billow. To put it bluntly, it was just a place for these disciples to gain some benefits. The obtaining of the 12 Fei Divine Columns recognition was a test of one's nomological insight. And passing them naturally led to the receiving of opportunities. Those who did not pass were not punished at all, so the entire process was without any danger. However, the other collective training spots in Azure Billow were not that relaxing. Azure Billow was a gigantic mountain. After leaving the ancient Fei edifice, they returned to the Spirit Cruiser. Whoosh! The wind howled and soon, the Spirit Cruiser pierced through blue nebula before it began to make an abrupt descent into a valley. This valley was extremely steep, so steep that if one did not see it with one's own eyes, it was hard to imagine that Azure Billow,
which looked like an immortal's paradise from afar, would have such a place where even birds found hard to cross. Deep underneath the valley was a surging black river. Black gas rose up into the sky from it, filling the entire valley. From the moment Yun walked out the spirit cruiser, he immediately wrinkled his brows. He saw some people conjuring their protective Yuan Qi, but for people like Ranyu, they appeared calm and composed. This Black Wind Valley is the second venue of your collective training. Before leaving Black Wind Valley, you have a month's time to train up. I believe you have already discovered that Black Wind Valley is extremely dangerous. It constantly emits toxic gases that would eat at your bodies and even your sanity. Those who feel like they can't take it, it's best you put up your protective Yuan Qi constantly. However, even with protective Yuan Qi, it will also constantly be eroded. Song Mang said. However, despite saying so, he himself did not do so. The large python coiled around him also appeared unaffected. As for what Black Wind Valley tests, it will be the Fey race bloodlines left in your bodies. With Song Mang saying this, all the Fey race present was taken by surprise that the Black Wind Valley tested the Fey race's bloodline. Fey race bloodline. Ranyu clenched his fists tightly as his eyes shimmered. It finally was something he was good at. He belonged to the Shushui Ran clan. His ancestor possessed the Rani fish's bloodline, the pride of the Ran clan as well as his. He was not good at laws, but would he be afraid of anyone when it came to a test of the Fey race's bloodline? Upon thinking of this, Ranyu looked at Yun with a sneer suffusing across his lips. There was no need to say that this time, this was his home turf. There was nothing that Yun, a human, could do. Even an Earth Fey was stronger than him. Yun did not speak, all he did was overlook the Black Wind Valley from the spirit cruiser. Do you see the caves in the walls of the mountain? With Song Mang pointing them out, people managed to notice the mountain caves hidden by the thick black fog. The entrances of those mountain caves were narrow, and they were not deep. There was just room for one person to sit in each. The entire mountain face was filled with densely packed mountain caves. The mountain caves below were shrouded by black toxic gases with no way of seeing them clearly. However, it was easy to guess that they reached all the way to the surface of the river. This black toxic gas grew thinner with altitude, but deep below, it was like black ink. It was not a place one could last long there. These black wind caves become even more fatal the lower you go. Stimulate the Fey race bloodlines in your body and using your bloodline, resist the black gases' erosion. A month later, those who fail to reach the 5th level, it is advised you go home. With that standard, going to the Luo Divine Hall trials would just be an embarrassment. Song Mang said as he crossed his arms. With this said, the cultivators were immediately taken aback. They had been chosen from the Fire Cloud state to participate in the Luo Divine Hall trials. Now, before the trials began, there would be people eliminated at a collective training? However, this was Lord Song Mang, who had an extraordinary status in the Luo clan. People could really be eliminated just with a single word from him. Especially for people like Bai Chen, their faces went slightly pale, but they had vigor in their hearts. They could not fail again. You don't have to feel indignant. Those who can't pass the training, do you think you would have the qualification to carry on wasting resources? Song Mang said without hesitation after seeing the cultivators' reactions. Everyone fell silent. Song Mang was right. As warriors, if they were weaker than others, it was only deserving that they be eliminated. However, was cultivating in a toxic environment a good thing? Don't underestimate the Black Wind Valley. I heard that the valley is filled with mysteries. As long as you reach the 5th level and below, you will naturally experience the benefits. A cultivator who knew some of the secrets said with glee. In fact, he had only heard others talk about the Black Wind Valley, and now, with him being the only person to talk about it, it made a normal cultivator like him to be the focus of attention. What you said isn't wrong, but reaching the 5th level is easy, but to really get any benefits, the 7th level is just the beginning. Ran Yu suddenly said in a cold manner. Ever since the ancient Fey edifice training began, he appeared colder than before. Although that person had been unceremoniously debunked by Ran Yu, his heart skipped a beat after seeing Ran Yu's ice-like face after flashing a trace of fury in his eyes. He did not dare speak further. 7th level is just the beginning? The cultivators looked downwards. At the 7th level, that was truly the zone where the toxic gases became extremely thick. They were still in mid-air, but there were already people who needed to use their protective Yuan Qi. Some warriors who endured for a while also began to feel their bodies ache all over and could not help but conjure their protective Yuan Qi. Besides, as Tsang Mang said, they could sense that the Yuan Qi around them was slowly being eroded away. Although the speed wasn't significantly fast, it was expected that some people's protective Yuan Qi would not hold up once they reached the 5th level. As for reaching the 7th level? It was unimaginable how difficult that would be. All of you proceed below. The best way to resist the black gas is to stimulate your Fey race bloodline, Song Mang said. Chapter 828, Blood of the Blood Dragon. With Song Mang saying this, many people looked at Yi Yun with faint smiles that were void of any good intent. Yi Yun was a human with much weaker physique. In the previous training segment, Yi Yun had stolen the limelight, but this time, this was the Fey race's home turf. Luo Fengling walked over and said, Junior brother Yi, are you alright? Shall we go together? At least we can look out for one another. Luo Fengling had said that because she was afraid of any misfortune that might befall onto Yi Yun. All right. Yi Yun nodded. At this moment, many Fire Cloud State disciples were flying towards the Black Wind Valley. Ran Yu also took a deep, meaningful glance at Yi Yun. He was destined to shine at this trial. He wanted to let everyone know how powerful the Shushui Ran clan's bloodline was. He wanted to let Song Mang see his strength and potential. He was still holding a grudge from being constantly ignored by Song Mang. So, Ran Yu flew down rapidly, reaching straight to the 4th level of the Black Wind Valley. Ran Yu began right at the 4th level. The Fire Cloud State disciples present only attempted the 1st level for starters. Ran Yu chose the 4th level immediately, but Gu Luo only chose the 2nd level? Gu Luo doesn't like to show off. It would probably not be difficult for him to directly reach the 4th level too. Many people felt mixed emotions. Many of them were Earth and Heaven Fey. However, despite being Heaven Fey, the difference in bloodlines was different. Powerful bloodlines made others extremely jealous. Having just landed at the 4th level, Ran Yu felt the black mist around him seem to suddenly come alive. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws, turning into the forms of various Fey beasts or haunting ghosts, before they pounced at Ran Yu. Boom! Ran Yu's protective Yuan Qi burst forward around him, forming a jade-colored halo. Some of the black gases were immediately reflected by the halo, but the black gas that transformed into Fey beasts and haunting ghosts were able to directly penetrate Ran Yu's jade-colored protective Yuan Qi, as they continued pouncing at Ran Yu. Indeed, the Black Wind Valley's black gases are very strange. They can absorb Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi here, slowly transforming their bodies. Some of the black gases can even give rise to intelligence. And these black gases that have some form can penetrate protective Yuan Qi without any effects. That is to say, there is no way to withstand the black gas by just using one's protective Yuan Qi, said one of the Fire Cloud State disciples who knew about the Fire Cloud State. As the Fire Cloud State disciple was saying this, the black gases had already penetrated the protective Yuan Qi barrier as they headed straight for Ran Yu. Just as it was about to enter Ran Yu's body, Ran Yu suddenly let out a shout. Boom! Behind Ran Yu, an intense bloodline aura burst out. The red bloodline aura was like a spurting flame, burning through the void. Shie! 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 The black gases were burned by the bloodline aura, melting away like snow under intense heat. Behind Ranyu, the bloodline aura finally transformed into a six-legged strange fish. It had a fish body and a snake head. Its scales were engraved with mysterious water runes. "It's the Rani fish," someone said enviously. The Rani fish was an ancient fae that lived in the water. In the 10,000 fae Empyrean heaven, there was a myriad of ancient fae, and the strengths between different ancient fae varied greatly. The Rani fish did not have outstanding strength amongst the wide variety of ancient fae, but the Shushui Ran clan had inherited the pure bloodline of the Rani fish, which made it no trifling matter. Many heaven fae liked to boast about the bloodlines of dragons or phoenixes that their ancestors possessed. It may sound amazing, but in fact, they had very low concentration of those bloodlines. The strength left behind for their descendants were naturally much weaker. If a heaven fae's bloodline concentration was high enough, they could form the phantom image of an ancient fae using their own body's blood aura, just like Ranyu. This was a technique that made many heaven fae envious. If one was a little stronger, they would have the ability to summon the ancient fae, which was to gather the real power of the ancient fae from the cosmos, and was also known as bloodline awakening. Now, Ranyu was still a good distance away from this awakening. Heaven fae that possessed the power of awakening were greatly vied for, even in the Luo clan royal capital. After Ranyu condensed the Rani fish phantom image, the red blood aura appeared to be without resistance. It raged wantonly in the black mist as large numbers of the fae beasts and haunting ghosts formed from the black gas were torn apart and devoured. The bloodline phantom image formed by Ranyu is devouring the black mist? Upon seeing this scene, people were amazed. That bloodline phantom image appears to be devouring the black mist to strengthen itself? That's right. At this moment, Song Mang nodded. This is the opportunity the Black Wind Valley provides. There's no harm in me telling you this. Hundreds of millions of years ago, an extremely powerful ancient fae, rumored to be a degenerated blood dragon, had its corpse torn apart in the Black Wind Valley. The degenerated blood dragon's blood that flowed out dyed the Black Wind Valley red, before turning into the black mist that remains present to this day. The black mist went from its initial birth till they took up form, eventually generating intelligence. Over a long period that spanned tens of millions of years, their bodies have been able to accumulate pure heaven-earth essence. If you can devour them, it will strengthen the power of your bloodline. However, if you fail to devour it, you might end up being devoured by the black mist. In more severe cases, your soul might be wiped away, hence, cultivation in the Black Wind Valley is actually very dangerous. When Sung Mang said this, he gave a meaningful glance at the Fire Cloud State disciples in front of him. The weaker ones turned slightly pale in the face. The blood left behind by a degenerated blood dragon had produced the black mist? Then, it was no wonder that absorbing the black mist would strengthen their own bloodlines. However, the black mist was too terrifying. If one wasn't careful, one's consciousness could be devoured by the black mist, turning them into retards. Then, it was truly no different from being dead. Look, Ranyu has already reached the 5th level. Someone suddenly said amongst the crowd. Already the 5th level. Previously, when Ranyu came to the caves at the 4th level, he had suddenly conjured the ancient fae bloodline in his body, devouring large amounts of black mist. The beings in the black mist had intelligence, so knowing that they were no match for Ranyu, they escaped. Hence, Ranyu went straight for the 5th level. After the 5th level, the pressure increased sharply. And this level was the threshold Song Mang mentioned. If one could not reach this level by the end of the Black Wind Valley trial, Song Mang could directly eliminate them from participating in the Luo Divine Hall trials. Many Fire Cloud State disciples were still worrying over their entrance into the 5th level, but Ranyu was already at the 5th level from the very beginning. And from the looks of it, Ranyu was still able to hold up at the 5th level. Ranyu was at the 5th level, while Gu Luo was still at the 2nd. As for the others, they had only just begun at the 1st level in an attempt to adapt to the intensity of the black gases. The situation was clear at a glance. Although Gu Luo was at the 2nd level, he had yet to stimulate his ancient Fey bloodline. He was resisting the black mist only with his powerful body. It was terrifying just to think of using one's body to resist the black mist. It's just a matter of time before Gu Luo reaches the 5th level. He might even have the ability to reach the 5th level now, just that he is no hurry. But for us, we can't not be anxious about it, or we might be eliminated before we reach the Luo Divine Hall. It would be a waste of the chance the Fire Cloud State has given us. Junior Brother E, let us go down too. Let's begin from the 1st level and take it slow. Maybe you can approach the 1st level from a distance and not be in a hurry to descend. At least, there will be an adaptive process. Chapter 829, Yi Yun descends Black Wind Valley. Luo Fengling was still somewhat worried for Yi Yun as she looked at him. Legend said that the ancient degenerated blood dragon was a result of the egg of true dragon being marred by evil blood. This caused the baby dragon to mutate before it hatched. After it hatched, it would be a crimson-colored degenerated blood dragon. Blood dragons were cruel and bloodthirsty. It devoured billions of living creatures to strengthen its body and might even be more powerful than true dragons, but as it traversed the unorthodox path, its aura was messy and violent after devouring too many creatures. This resulted in it having a very short lifespan. It was a pity that the most precious bones and dragon spine of the ancient blood dragon was gone, leaving only the dragon blood behind that had merged with Black Wind Valley as one. The Black Wind Valley, which was refined by the dragon blood, could be considered an impressive treasure itself. In such a dangerous area, Yi Yun did not have the bloodlines of ancient Fei, nor did he have a powerful body. With protective Yuan Qi losing its effects, it was naturally much harder for him to descend into Black Wind Valley. Actually, even Luo Fengling herself lacked the confidence, much less Yi Yun. Although she too was a heaven Fei, the concentration of her bloodline was greatly inferior to Ran Yu's. Yi Yun nodded as he looked at Black Wind Valley in a thoughtful manner. Junior Brother E, what are you looking at? At this moment, a schadenfreudian voice came from Laya as he grinned. He flew next to Yi Yun and said, "Don't give up, but why did you have to be human? It's understandable that you have a weak physique. Your laws are strong, but it appears to be useless. In the 10,000 Fei Empyrean heaven, all that matters is after all bloodline. The Luo Divine Hall trials were tailored for the Fei race, not humans. So what if your laws are strong? That will be the only aspect that you will shine in. If you can't pass the obstacle in front of you, you won't even be able to go to the Luo Divine Hall." Laya smiled happily. What did it mean to being able to walk with one's head held high? This was what it meant to being able to walk with one's head held high. He had been stifled by Yi Yun previously, because just on the nomological aspect, Yi Yun had completely desecrated Laya with every aspect of his combined. Now, having finally seen Yi Yun encounter a setback, how could he not take the opportunity to taunt Yi Yun? It could be that as Yi Yun matured with the passing of time, the gap in their strength would become bigger. He might not be able to see Yi Yun's back even if he wanted to taunt. "Ah, Junior Brother E, this senior brother is going ahead." Laya roared with laughter, and without waiting for Yi Yun's response, he had jumped down towards Black Wind Valley. He jumped straight for the 2nd level. The reason why Laya chose the 2nd level from the beginning was because he was confident of his own body's strength. Secondly, he intended to show off. Having said those words that allowed him to hold his head high, how could he not let his actions accompany his words? How could he not do a perfect act of establishing his dominance? The moment Laya arrived in the 2nd level, he immediately sensed the pressure from the black winds. With a roar, his bones began to crackle as needle-like hair grew from his body. His eyes turned luminous green with a long tail behind him. This was the transformation of the Fey race. Laya is mixed blood. He has both the bloodlines of a heaven and earth Fey. Although he cannot summon the power of his ancestors through the use of his blood like Ranyu, he can use the earth Fey's transformation to resist the black gas. Luo Fengling said while standing beside Yi Yun.
Many Earth Fae in the 10,000 Fae Empyrean heaven were beasts, trees, birds, fish, or plants who achieved their Tao after living for a very long period of time. To put it bluntly, they were ordinary Fae. Earth Fae were the direct descendants of these ordinary Fae, so they could transform into the shape of beasts. However, Heaven Fae were unable to do so. Their ancestors were ancient Fae. Firstly, their bloodline heritage had been passed down for a long period of time, and secondly, the bloodline they inherited was thin, so for them to transform into an ancient Fae? It was unknown and probably unimaginable how concentrated the Fae bloodline had to be to do so. Hence, the technique of transformation was a trait of Earth Fae. Transformation gave Earth Fae great strength, and now, Laya was enjoying the effects of it. He let out a wolf howl in a carefree manner, jumping straight from the second level to the third level. Ao woo! Although Laya could barely withstand the third level, he still howled at Iyun, who was still in the air. The provocation was self-evident. If Iyun lost his cool and rushed straight for the third level, the black gas would erode his consciousness, turning him into a retard. Junior brother E, will be going down too. We'll wait down there for you. A few Fire Cloud State disciples said to Iyun with spurious smiles before descending Black Wind Valley. None of these people had any kind intentions when it came to Iyun. They were all waiting for him to suffer. Junior brother E, don't get provoked by them. Luo Fengling exhorted Iyun. After all, Iyun had stolen the limelight previously, but he now encountered great restrictions. She was worried that Iyun could not accept the stark differences. Thank you, senior sister Luo, I know very well. Iyun said as he slowly flew down towards Black Wind Valley. Laya was not wrong at all. The Luo Divine Hall trials were prepared for the Fae race and not tailored for humans. Most of the test methods were considered from the Fae race's point of view. There was nothing unfair about it. After all, the road of martial arts was never about fairness, only victory and defeat. Without any further ado, Iyun landed in the first level. He did not know anything about Black Wind Valley, so starting from the first level was the most secure way of doing things. Luo Fengling also landed in the first level of Black Wind Valley with Iyun. After that, Luo Fengling immediately conjured her bloodline's power to resist the intrusion of the black gas. Although Luo Fengling was with Iyun, it was obviously impossible for her to help Iyun at all. Many Fire Cloud State disciples were looking at Iyun with schadenfreudian looks. They were waiting for Iyun to put on a show. Song Mang also looked at Iyun. He was very interested in Iyun, but he did not take extra care of Iyun. In the Luo clan, everyone was given equal opportunities. Roar! At this moment, a few black gas blobs transformed into the shape of Fae beasts beside Iyun, before pouncing right at him. These Fae beasts looked extremely realistic up close. They had hideous blue faces, cruel with tumultuous killing intent. Iyun conjured his protective Yuan Qi. The Yuan Qi barrier that contained the power of pure Yang was like an indestructible golden bell shield, enveloping Iyun within. Upon seeing this scene, there were people who immediately shook their heads. It was already mentioned that protective Yuan Qi was useless, yet he conjured it? Xie. 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 When the black gases struck Iyun's protective Yuan Qi, only a portion of the black gas was burnt up by the Yuan Qi shields. However, those Fae beasts that had taken form could penetrate the pure Yang Yuan Qi shield and continue charging at Iyun. Iyun pricked his eyebrows. Indeed, as Song Mang said, Black Wind Valley tested the bloodline of the Fae race. The black gas that had taken form already possessed intelligence. They could ignore the protective Yuan Qi and were only devoured by a Fae race's bloodline. Furthermore, energy with intelligence and life could not be absorbed by the purple crystal. Besides, the black gas was not purely energy. Iyun could sense a high concentration of blood aura in the black gas, which was likely attributed to the blood dragon's blood. The degenerated blood dragon had devoured countless creatures, so the resentment in these creatures remained in the blood dragon's blood.
The black gas left behind by the degenerated blood dragon is of a bizarre law. With my cultivation realm, trying to dominate over the laws left behind by the degenerated blood dragon is impossible. I can only go along with it. If my protective Yuan Qi is useless, and only a Fey race's bloodline can absorb the blood aura left behind by the degenerated blood dragon, maybe. As Yi Yun pondered, a few black Fey that had taken form charged at Yi Yun. They were cackling with laughter as they produced sounds that resembled the haunting wails of ghosts and howls of wolves. Yi Yun was inferior to Gu Luo in certain ways. His body was not strong, so the moment his body was infiltrated by the black gas, he would immediately be in extreme danger. Many people stared widely to watch the scene. Just as people believed that Yi Yun was about to have the black gas infiltrate him, resulting in serious injuries even if his mind was not wiped out. Shao! They heard a high-pitched scream. This sound came from within Yi Yun's chest as all the black gas Fey beast's howls were masked by the sharp scream. Oh! What happened? People were taken by surprise. They looked at Yi Yun as a terrifying energy exploded behind Yi Yun, as though it was a burning black inferno. As the dancing tongues of flame roared towards the sky, people realized that it was not a fire snake on closer look, but gigantic snake heads. Every snake head was of different shape and size. Some of them had only one eye, while others had three. Some spat out flames while others spat out frost. 9 snake heads and a massive body. This was the gigantic phantom image that appeared behind Yi Yun. 9 neonate. Many people finally understood that Yi Yun had summoned a 9 neonate behind him. How is this possible? Could he have the bloodline of a 9 neonate? Many people were alarmed. 9 neonates, especially 9 neonates that survived 9 tribulations, were powerful ancient Fey. Even mighty figures in the 10,000 Fey Empyrean heaven would rather not face them in battle. Heaven Fey who possessed the bloodline of 9 neonates were definitely of supreme status amongst the Heaven Fey. The 9 neonate bloodline naturally could not appear on a human's body. It's not a 9 neonate bloodline. It's just his aspect totem, and the 9 neonate in his aspect totem is just a 1 tribulation 9 neonate. It still pulls apart from 9 tribulations, but humans can use aspect totem in this way? People found it incredulous. After the 9 neonate appeared, it began devouring the transformed black gases, devouring a blob of black gas in one mouthful, straight into its body. Yi Yun cultivated the 10,000 beast totem, which was an odd totem mystic technique. It was first brought to the 10,000 beast totem by the Azure Yang Lord. Yi Yun had refined the 9 neonate as a beast mark using the 10,000 beast totem mystic technique, but the 9 neonate had yet to die. Instead, it had been merged within Yi Yun's body with the ability to continue growing. Back when it merged into Yi Yun's body, the 9 neonate had survived a lightning tribulation, with Yi Yun benefiting from it as well. This was not just a pure aspect totem. If it were the aspect totem other humans cultivated, in the form of swords or starlight, or phenomena like a luminous moon above the sea, these aspect totems were completely void of any relation with the Fey race. Now, Yi Yun had injected his body's power into the 9 neonate and absorbed the black gas using the 9 neonate mark. Although a 1 tribulation 9 neonate was not strong, as a beast with the ancient Fey bloodline, it was of higher nobility than Tiger Fey or Wolf Fey who achieved their Dao. It was more than sufficient to deal with the first level's black gases. Chapter 830, 9 Neonate Tempering. The moment the 9 neonate appeared, the blood dragon black gases around Yi Yun were immediately devoured by the 9 snake heads. After the blood dragon black gases were devoured, Yi Yun immediately could sense the joyful emotions of the 9 neonate. In the lower realm, the 9 neonate was always lacking in resources, preventing it from growing stronger. Now, in the empty azure billows black wind valley of the 10,000 Fey Empyrean heaven, despite it being a land fraught with danger, the 9 neonate welcomed it as if it was a fish in water. The Fey race's physiques could be strengthened by devouring the blood dragon black gas. As for the 9 neonate, after it swallowed the black gas,
wiping away the foul blood aura in it and merging it into the 9 neonate mark also provided it pure blood energy.
The degenerated blood dragon had the bloodline of a true dragon, and was also a noble existence amongst fey beasts.
And with the 9 neonate being a beast of relatively noble bloodline, the blood dragon black gas was perfectly suitable as a supplement.
This fellow. Lai Ye's eyes flickered. He believed that Yi Yun would be out of tricks for this obstacle, so he had went to great lengths to mock him. He never expected the human to possess such an aspect totem, one that had a more noble bloodline than his.
It's just a 1 tribulation 9 neonate. Lai Ye's eyes flashed with ruthlessness before he stabilized his mind.
The 1 tribulation 9 neonate was just an aspect totem.
It was impossible to compare it with a true fey body that he had cultivated for decades. Even if Yi Yun had the 9 neonate, Yi Yun did not even need to think about getting to the 5th level. The others had similar thoughts. They were stunned when they first saw the 9 neonate appear from the human's body, but after coming round to, they did not find it anything remarkable. The totem mystic technique this human cultivated was just slightly more special and had to do with the fey race, so it was no wonder there was such an effect. It was impossible for a human like Yi Yun to use only his aspect totem to compare with their fey race's bloodline. The first level's blood dragon black gas was nothing much for the fey race. Some of the fey race could even withstand the level by just using their bodies.
As for Yi Yun, he had to use his aspect totem. The aspect totem and the fey race's stimulation of bloodline was similar, so having used this approach at the first level, what was he to do after that?
The first level's black gas had no effect on the 9 neonate and instead provided it with food. The black gases already had their own intelligence, so with a sharp scream, they no longer charged at Yi Yun.
Onwards to the 2nd level. Darting his eyes, Yi Yun's body immediately descended.
The 9 snake heads behind him moved ferociously as though the gigantic 9 neonate phantom image was a powerful fey that descended from ancient times.
The 2nd level's blood dragon black gas was much more coagulated than the first level's.
The number of black fey hiding in the black gases that had taken form were greater in number than the first level. The moment Yi Yun arrived at the 2nd level, more than a dozen black fey pounced out of the black gases in an attempt to bite Yi Yun's body. Although these black fey that had taken form did not have actual bodies, their fangs and claws were whole and sharp. With the foul energy condensed together, their close proximity to people made the people feel as though their meridians had frozen and their yuan qi flow retarded. Such black fey that had taken form could drain a warrior who was lacking in strength in an instant.
Shao!
The 9 neonate phantom image let out a roar as the 9 snakeheads darted at the black fey like 9 bolts of black lightning. As the blood dragon black gases were stirred by the 9 neonate, ear-piercing screams came from within. The 9 neonate held these black fey in its mouths before tearing them apart.
The dispersed black gases were then swallowed. The foul blood aura was being refined by the 9 neonate. Luo Fengling watched in surprise.
She was still at the first level, but Yi Yun had already arrived at the 2nd level.
Many cultivators were stunned. This 9 neonate aspect totem was extraordinary.
It had already reached the 2nd level, and it was unknown how far it could continue going. The black fey that had taken form were constant in number.
More than a dozen appeared every single time. The 9 neonate is feeling the pressure.
Yi Yun saw black fey pounce onto his protective yuan qi first, and the moment the foul blood aura struck the protective yuan qi, a burning sound was issued.
Following that, the 9 neonate behind him would come biting at it.
The 2nd level's black fey that had taken form had denser foul blood aura, so devouring them became harder.
This Yi Yun. The other cultivators looked uncertainly at Yi Yun.
They could also tell that the 9 neonate phantom image was having a harder time devouring the blood dragon black gas. However, they could not tell what the limits of the 9 neonate were. At this moment, Yi Yun's body suddenly plummeted.
The 3rd level. Lai Ye's pupils violently contracted. He was currently only at the 3rd level.
He had previously mocked Yi Yun,
and in a blink of an eye, Yi Yun had used an aspect totem to arrive at the same location as he was. However, the third level is not that easy to handle. Laya howled as he grabbed a plume of black gas that had taken form before tearing it apart with his sharp claws. The black gas at the third level had already taken the forms of fierce beasts such as tigers and leopards. They constantly pounced out of the black gas. Even Laya was finding it difficult to withstand the barrage of attacks. Furthermore, the black fae that had taken form were appearing in endless succession, and the blood dragon black gas could easily erode the bodies of the cultivators. To withstand such a waxing and waning situation, it was extremely difficult. Yi Yun reached the third level. From the looks of it, Laya doesn't find it easy to remain in the third level. Although we can also reach the third level, it will likely be difficult. All these Fey race cultivators had ugly expressions. Could their Fey race bloodline be inferior to a human? The moment Yi Yun reached the third level, he immediately felt the sharp rise in pressure. A tiger that had taken form pounced out from his side, locking its jaws on one of the 9 neonate phantom images' necks. The 9 neonate immediately fought back, but when its snake mouth bit the tiger, its body quivered. The phantom image turned somewhat chaotic. The ferocious foul blood aura was something the 9 neonate could not withstand either. However, after devouring a mouthful of it, the 9 neonate let out a joyful howl. These were dangerous beings, but they were also great supplements. After being bitten by a tiger, a gigantic python suddenly appeared behind the 9 neonate. In the thick black gas, there was no lack of fey beasts that had taken form. The 9 neonate phantom image may have 9 heads, but to handle one of the fierce fey beasts, it needed 2 or 3 heads to match them. Furthermore, these fierce fey beasts appeared constantly. It was very difficult for the 9 neonate to resist them. Its body was also being bitten by the fey beasts, and as foul blood aura drilled into its body, Yi Yun immediately felt his yuan qi flow turn dissonant. His body felt a soreness and itchiness from within. The foul blood aura could poison his body through the aspect totem. Yi Yun hurriedly circulated his yuan qi. His pure yang body could counter toxins, but he still needed to slowly clear them away once they entered his system. However, if there was a lot more, Yi Yun would also slowly fail to keep this up. This human actually managed to find his footing. Laya's expression turned ugly once again. Yi Yun had also reached the third level and spent about 10 seconds there. And although Yi Yun looked like he could barely withstand it, he did not reveal any serious flaws. Things would only gradually become easier for him. The 9 neonate phantom image was able to absorb the foul blood aura, and the more it absorbed, the stronger it could grow. They, as Fey race, also used the absorption of the foul blood aura to strengthen their physique to last further here. If not for that, how could it be said that the Black Wind Valley was also an opportunity? However, absorbing this bit of foul blood aura was nothing much in the Black Wind Valley. There were greater benefits hidden below the 7th level, things typical cultivators had no means of probing. Probably only Heaven Fey with powerful bloodlines like Ranyu and Guluo had a chance. Chapter 831, Consuming the Fey Bone. Laya did not have any confidence when it came to the 7th level, but even so, he could not tolerate that a physically weak human could use an aspect totem to reach the same level as him. This way, his derision from before had transformed into a slap that smacked him right back in the face. The other cultivators also had expressions that did not look much better than Laya. At this moment, Yi Yun moved again. The third level is too difficult for a 1 Tribulation 9 neonate to withstand. Yi Yun stood in the third level for a moment before finding it meaningless to stay on in the third level. He was still 2 levels away from the 5th level. Every level down had an exponential increase in difficulty. Although Yi Yun had yet to come to the end of the road with every means used, he had already had a good understanding of the danger that lurked in Black Wind Valley. Standing in the third level, he needed to give his all to resist the Black Fae that had taken form. He could not pay attention to other things, and if he were to wait for the 9 neonate to slowly mature and for him to gradually adapt to the environment, it would take too long a process. If he was given a few years' time, he could slowly reach the 5th, 6th, and even the 7th level. However, Song Mang had only given them a short period of 1 month. The 9 neonate possessed the blood of ancient Fae, and was a heaven Fae of noble blood descent. Its growth would be slower than ordinary heaven Fae or even earth Fae. The more powerful a life form was, the more difficult it was for them to breed and mature. This was an unspoken rule of the universe. A month's time was too short for Yi Yun and for the 9 neonate. I'll stop the attempt here. It appears that without enhancing my physique, there is no way to pass this. Yi Yun looked indifferent as he looked up. With that, his body moved as it immediately flew upwards. Oh! Why is this human returning? The cultivators were feeling shocked because they never expected Yi Yun to suddenly fly back. Furthermore, he did not return to the 2nd level, but returned directly to the 1st level. Ascending was much easier than descending. After reaching the 1st level, Yi Yun found a cave and sat in there. What's going on? The Fire Cloud State disciples looked at each other in confusion. Yi Yun had shown off his aspect totem and appeared to be indomitable. He had stunned them by directly going from the 1st level to the 3rd level. Why did he suddenly return? They clearly could tell that Yi Yun was able to withstand the 3rd level, and although this fact was something that irked them, they had to admit that the 9 neonate aspect totem was indeed powerful. This human had a few tricks up his sleeve too. But now, with Yi Yun returning, what was going on? A human's aspect totem is after all not a natural bloodline. He can't last too long. A cultivator suddenly said. Probably. Yi Yun uses a 9 neonate as his aspect totem, but compared to the bloodline of us natural Fae, it's still inferior. Another cultivator nodded his head too. An aspect totem was after all a cultivation technique that humans mastered. How could it be compared to their natural birthright as Fae race? From the looks of it, it's not that the aspect totem is too weak, but it's Yi Yun who can't handle it. The person who spoke was Laya. His voice entered the ears of other members of the Fae race. The aspect totem can withstand it, but Yi Yun's body can't. At the 3rd level, he had to constantly withstand the foul aura's invasion. How can a human's body be able to withstand such pain? What Laya said was the truth. He had indeed seen the foul aura drill into Yi Yun's body. The other cultivators nodded their heads in succession. They had also seen it. He can't even withstand that bit of pain? What's the point of practicing martial arts? Someone shook his head. If Yi Yun could withstand the pain, he could naturally continue staying on in the 3rd level. However, he had returned just like that. If not for him being unable to withstand it, what other reason could there be? Don't say it in that way. Humans are after all inferior to us from the Fae race. Junior brother Yi Yun has such delicate skin and tender flesh, it's natural he can't withstand the foul blood aura. Laya said with a sneer. The Luo Divine Hall trials were far more brutal and dangerous than Black Wind Valley, so how could the foul blood aura compare with it? Yi Yun could not even withstand the pain from this stage, so how was he able to participate in the Luo Divine Hall trials in the future? The other cultivators shook their heads and no longer focused on Yi Yun. One by one, they entered Black Wind Valley and began consuming the blood dragon black gas. Ran Yu heard the commotion above him and also shook his head lightly. This trial was ultimately prepared for Fae race with powerful bloodlines like them. And at this moment, Gu Luo also moved. Like a corpse, he plummeted straight down and reached the 3rd level in a blink of an eye. Gu Luo has yet to stimulate his bloodline. The looks in the cultivator's eyes changed. Gu Luo's body was truly tough. Gu Luo is also a heaven Fae with an extremely powerful bloodline. The difference between Fae race bloodlines is evident here. The cultivators were filled with envy. The power of the Fey race's bloodline is indeed very advantageous here. Sitting in the cave, Yi Yun also heard the discussion regarding Gu Luo. The 9 neonate phantom image behind him were still digesting the blood dragon black gas that it had previously consumed. At the first level, Yi Yun could hold on just with his 9 neonate aspect totem. The 9 neonate could absorb the black gas to grow stronger, while he also had something to do. Although I lack the benefits of a bloodline, I have the 9 neonate phantom image, as well as this item. Yi Yun's eyes flashed as something flew out from his interspatial ring. The ancient plainstone box quietly floated in front of Yi Yun. Ancient Fey's bone. This ancient Fey bone was something that even Ran Yu coveted. That Laia mocked me for being human and having a weak body, but that is indeed the case. Yi Yun's eyes seemed to glaze over. Who knew how strong his physique would become after he absorbed the ancient Fey bone? I will first finish absorbing the ancient Fey bone here on the first level. Yi Yun's eyes focused as he opened the stone box. The white piece of bone immediately rushed out with its desolate and terrifying aura. The ancient Fey's power lasted for eons. Even a piece of bone sent shivers down the spine. The ancient Fey's life force was extremely immense. Even after its death, after it being reduced to bone, Yi Yun could still sense that eternal will coming from within the bone. As Yi Yun looked at the ancient Fey bone, he could even hear the sound of blood flow that resembled a surging river resound in his ears. See? Yi Yun held his breath. It was no wonder Ran Yu was tempted to commit murder for this item. The ancient Fey bone was indeed extraordinary. I'll absorb it first. Yi Yun reached out his hand and pointed at the ancient Fey bone, immediately wrapping the ancient Fey bone in Yuan Qi. Surging life force poured out, causing Yi Yun's face to immediately turn white. The ancient Fey bone's aura was too powerful, just maintaining the Yuan Qi wrappage alone was not easy. Yi Yun's Yuan Qi wrapped around the ancient Fey bone in an incessant manner, as he slowly extracted a bit of the surging life force. Extracting a strand of the life force was as difficult as taking a portion of a surging river. And what would happen if an entire river was plunged into his body? Yi Yun looked at the ancient Fey bone energy he had extracted. It was snow-white in color, and contained immense power within. Chapter 832, Reckless Waste of Heaven's Gifts. Come! The plume of energy flew towards as Yi Yun willed. It sank deep into his body. Boom! Yi Yun immediately felt as though he was a drum, while the energy was a drumstick. The drumsticks brandished with immense power, slamming him heavily to create reverberating shockwaves. At that moment, Yi Yun felt like he had fallen into the endless universe. Amongst the cosmic sea of stars in vast space, he was as tiny as a speck of dust. His body did not even seem to exist, having lost control of himself. The massive ancient Fey energy was like the sea of stars, washing his body with formidable force. The moment a portion of the ancient Fey bone's life energy was extracted, the Fey race cultivators in Black Wind Valley sensed it. The ancient Fey's aura was immense and matchless. It caused palpitations in the hearts of others. It's Yi Yun. He's beginning to absorb the ancient Fey bone? It's truly the case. Is he planning on attempting Black Wind Valley again after absorbing the ancient Fey bone? The cultivators looked up, but they could not see anything beyond the cave's entrance. However, the blood dragon black gas was constantly in turmoil outside the entrance, as though they had been stirred. Yi Yun's physique was too weak and could not withstand the black gas's erosion for long periods of time. However, if he were to absorb the ancient Fey bone, things would be different. However, the premise was that he was able to absorb it. Absorbing the ancient Fey bone here? With only a month's time, how much can he absorb? Even a year is useless, let alone a month. For humans to absorb an ancient Fey bone is such a reckless waste of heaven's gifts. When the Fire Cloud State disciple saw a human wasting such a precious ancient Fey bone, they felt their hearts bleeding for the treasure. The ancient Fey bone, one that came from the ancient Fey, the heaven-devouring flood dragon, could result in the flourishing of a Heaven Fei clan through the use its bloodline. For example, the Xiushui Ran clan was such a large clan it descended from Irani fish ancient Fei. The heaven-devouring flood dragon was nearly on the same level of existence when compared to the Xiushui Ran clan's ancestor. How could a bone it left behind, even if it was a tiny piece, be something a human could absorb? Ignoring humans, even Heaven Fei at the Heaven Ascension Perfection realm, who came from famous clans with powerful bloodlines and extremely tempered bodies, considered geniuses amongst geniuses, would need a great deal of time to absorb and digest the energy within the ancient Fei bone. And initially, due to a weak physique, the amount of energy one could bear was very little. With the improvement of one's physique, one was able to gradually absorb more energy. Just like opening up a lake, only a big lake could hold more water. The final result of absorption, even if done by a top Heaven Fei genius, would probably have less than half the ancient Fei bone's energy absorbed. The remaining energy would be dispersed and wasted. But now, this ancient Fei bone was being carelessly used by Yi Yun. How much of the energy could he absorb? Positing 1% was already overestimating him. The reckless waste of Heaven's gift was not enough to describe the process. If it were them, they would naturally find a quiet chamber and go into reclusion for 2 or 3 years for the absorption of the ancient Fei bone. They would repeatedly refine it, and even crush and swallow the bones before they would give up. Fuck, this Yi Yun must know that without absorbing the ancient Fei bone, it would be impossible for him to pass this trial, so he wants to absorb the ancient Fei bone. He is disregarding everything else as long as he passes the trial. This is infuriating. As the saying goes, the grandson isn't distressed selling the land his grandfather toiled on. This bastard human. The ancient Fei bone is not his, but the accumulation of our Luo clan. Now that it has been given to him, he is wasting it. He really does not know how to appreciate it. Seeing Yi Yun's manner of usage to pass the trial at all costs, the Fei race present were so peeved that their intestines twisted. What were his actions based on? As Fei race disciples who natively grew up in the Luo clan's 196 states, they had entered the ancient Fei edifice together with Yi Yun. Yet, the best items in the ancient Fei edifice were taken by Yi Yun, and he was even wasting a treasure in such a manner. They would have cherished the ancient Fei bone. Even if they had to give up on the trials, they would not bear to waste it in such a manner. However, the ancient Fei edifice only gave them junk, so how could their hearts be balanced? Senior Tsang Mang, are you going to watch him waste the ancient Fei bone just like that? Laya could not stand for this. At the 3rd level of Black Wind Valley, he directly spoke to Tsang Mang. Tsang Mang coldly glanced at Laya and said, "Is your mind unsettled because you did not receive any good opportunities in the ancient Fei edifice? However, this is because you were too disappointing, so who can you blame?" A single sentence from Tsang Mang's mouth caused Laya's words to be stuck in his throat. Too disappointing. Laya's face went green. He truly felt ashamed when Tsang Mang said those words. Naturally, he did not dare express his anger at Tsang Mang, so all he could do was vent his fury on Yi Yun. He gritted his teeth and glanced at where Yi Yun was and ruthlessly said, "Wait and see. Even with the ancient Fei bone, you might not even reach the 5th level. Using a human's body to absorb the ancient Fei with just a month's time means most of it will be squandered. What's there to improve your body? Besides, even if your body is improved slightly, without any means, it's still useless. Having a strong physique was like having a good weapon. If one began savagely brandishing it around, the resulting amount of power was still tiny. Only by mastering the methods to using the weapon would the weapon's power be fully expressed. The Yuan Qi system was the same too. Having powerful Yuan Qi was useless, one needed cultivation techniques as well. And it happened that Yi Yun also had cultivation techniques. 9 volumes Celestial Axis. This was one of the top body tempering cultivation techniques in the 10,000 Fei Empyrean Heaven. It was also an opportunity Yi Yun gained in the ancient Fei edifice.
However, to absorb the ancient Fae and master the cultivation technique in the time allotted, that would be even more difficult. The Fire Cloud State disciples did not even fathom the possibility that Yi Yun had such unrealistic ideas. Song Mang did not speak. Instead, he watched Yi Yun silently, without anyone knowing what was on his mind. Noticing Song Mang's look, Ran Yu raised his eyelids. Even though Lord Song Mang reprimanded Laya, Lord Song Mang must feel uncomfortable from the way Yi Yun is wasting the ancient Fei bone. After all, this is the Luo clan's heritage and accumulation. Yet, it has been wasted by a human. Ran Yu sneered and looked at Yi Yun. What a foolish human. Just because you think that the ancient Fei bone is yours, does that mean you can use it freely? You have gone to extraordinary lengths just to pass the 5th level and not get eliminated. Not only have you wasted your opportunity, but you have also offended Lord Song Mang. The losses outweigh the gains. Furthermore, despite paying all these costs, it is possible that you won't even be able to reach the 5th level and still be eliminated. Ran Yu's eyes flashed a sharp color. He found Yi Yun extremely foolish. Youths were usually impetuous due to their age. To profligate just because he had gained the recognition of the ancient Fei edifice was a perfect depiction of a fool's haste is no speed. Such a Yi Yun was not a rival Ran Yu needed to consider. His laws may have been strong, but he had offended others, and was unlikely to pass the trials. Elimination was a most likely outcome. With this thought in mind, the Ronnie Fish bloodline image behind him opened its mouth wide and devoured the constantly appearing Black Fae. Hua Hua. Yi Yun was floating in the magnificent galaxy. The ancient Fei's aura came from the galaxy as Yi Yun felt he was immersed inside the ancient Fei's body, which was as large as a world. He was bobbing up and down in the ancient Fei's blood as it surged through invisible vessels. Yi Yun maintained his mental clarity and like a sponge, he began to slowly absorb the ancient Fei energy. Chapter 833, Acupuncture Points Sealed. Being wrapped by the galaxy, Yi Yun felt his limbs and torso being awash with ancient Fei energy. This energy was extremely ancient. It contained the ancient Fei's will, primal simplicity and savage desolateness. As the energy entered Yi Yun's body, he felt his aura subtly changing, as though he would experience time in the same way the world he was in experienced, everlasting. If this feeling of existence alongside the world sunk in, Yi Yun's will would subtly be assimilated. His body would decay away, becoming a part of the aura. This made Yi Yun's heart sink and he became extremely vigilant. Yi Yun suddenly realized the ancient Fei bone's energy was too powerful. If he did not absorb it cleanly, he would slowly be assimilated. To be assimilated by an ancient Fei bone. It might sound preposterous that a bone that had been dead for billions of years would assimilate a living being, but what Yi Yun was presently experiencing proved this point. If Yi Yun extricated himself from the situation, he would not be in danger, but the result would be Yi Yun absorbing only a tiny bit of the ancient Fei's energy that would be around 1%. If this went on, how much could he improve in a month? It was too slow. Besides, the energy he failed to absorb in a timely fashion would be dispersed into the heaven and earth, turning into a portion of the ancient Fei's cosmic power. And the so-called bloodline awakening to gather the power of the cosmic ancient Fei power was this cosmic power. In the 10,000 Fei Empyrean heaven, this energy was an energy form that was considered superior to Yuan Qi. No wonder those Fei previously mentioned that I won't be able to absorb the ancient Fei bone. So this is where the problem lies. Obviously, Yi Yun would not sit idle as such wastage occurred. He wanted to take in all the ancient Fei energy and compress them into his body. The thought of using a human's body to dominate over the ancient and powerful ancient Fei sounded like wishful thinking, but Yi Yun possessed the purple crystal origins. With it, everything was no longer a problem. Regardless how powerful the energy contained in the ancient Fei bone was, it was still energy of a dead being. Its ability to assimilate living creatures was just instinctual, but in front of the purple crystal, it could not stir any waves. To the purple crystal, controlling such energy was as completely trivial. Collect.
With a thought from Iyun, the purple crystal's powers radiated outwards. The energy that was about to disperse was all swept back into Iyun's meridians. Following that, all of this massive and ancient energy was compressed by the purple crystal. Iyun seemed to see the ancient Fey bone conjure an ancient Fey phantom image. However, under the purple crystal's pressure, it was only putting up a futile struggle. Iyun decided to seal the 360 acupuncture points on his body. By sealing the energy in his meridians, he allowed his body to slowly digest and absorb it. As long as he possessed the protection of the purple crystal, Iyun did not need to worry that his body would be assimilated by the ancient Fey energy. Now, the only path the ancient Fey energy had was to be merged into his blood veins. As such, Iyun could freely extract energy from the ancient Fey bone. As the ancient Fey energy surged around violently, it slowly filled up all of Iyun's meridians. Following that, they seeped out of Iyun's meridians into Iyun's body, which his flesh and blood absorbed. A small amount of ancient Fey energy attempted to rush out of Iyun's body, but with Iyun sealing all his acupuncture points, they surged at the closed-off points to no avail and had to turn back. As such, the amount of ancient Fey energy that accumulated in Iyun's body increased. Boom! 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 Iyun's body began to produce booming sounds as the energy had nowhere to vent itself inside his body, and could only surge in random directions, striking his body. Iyun's body began to turn red like melting iron. The ancient Fey bone's energy bored into his meridians and bone joints, producing the clear sounds of bones cracking. Oh! Song Mang opened his eyes and looked down. The cultivators also noticed the commotion. What's the matter? It can't be that Iyun is trying to forcefully absorb all the energy, right? Laya also looked up, and after a look of surprise, his expression turned into one of disbelief. Is this Iyun still straight in the mind? He wants to become a fatso in one mouthful without a big enough appetite? He will only gorge himself to death. If one forcefully absorbed the ancient Fey bone, either one was assimilated by the ancient Fey bone or one would explode to their deaths. What madness is this? He is going to die from his foolishness. The cultivators found it unbelievable. Wasting energy was unavoidable, but the human was planning on reaching the sky in a single bound, and explode his body in the process? Song Mang frowned slightly. His opinion of Iyun was not that high yet. Iyun was indeed talented when it came to laws. If he was nurtured carefully, Iyun was likely to become an expert of the Luo clan, and might even be able to enter the royal capital. The Black Wind Valley trial was definitely disadvantageous for Iyun, but martial arts was never about fairness. I never expected Iyun to take such risks in order to pass. Song Mang shook his head. Warriors could not mature and grow stronger by just smashing their heads randomly into walls. They needed persistence and courage, but at the same time, they needed wisdom and self-comprehension, otherwise, they would only die. Now, Iyun was clearly placing himself into an extremely dangerous situation. However, despite this happening, Song Mang did not intervene. In Mte Azure Billow, he was just a witness. All the trials were to be completed by the Luo clan disciples themselves. The disciples beneath him may be said to be of the younger generation, but even the youngest had cultivated for 3 decades. If they were mortals, they would be head of their households. They had to take responsibilities for their own actions. Seeing how Song Mang ignored Iyun, Laya, Ranyu and company were gloating over Iyun's misfortune. If Song Mang intervened, Iyun would definitely be alright, but that was something they did not wish to see. The ancient Fey edifice had given Iyun a great opportunity. Unfortunately, Iyun could not digest it, and might even die because of this opportunity. It was very ironic. The only regret was for that piece of ancient Fey bone. It would have been great if they were the ones to have it. With this thought in mind, many Fire Cloud State disciples saw Iyun's skin turn redder, as though he was a boiler with billowing flames burning within. Furthermore, not only had Iyun sealed all his acupuncture points, he had even sealed the pores all around his body, which numbered in the thousands. Even geniuses of the Fey race who could awaken their ancient bloodline would only seal a number of acupuncture points when they absorbed the energy in an ancient Fey bone. They would definitely not seal all the pores on their bodies. They had to disperse a bit of the energy through their pores or their bodies might explode, resulting in their death. But now, not only was there no excess energy seeping out of Yun's pores, even a drop of sweat did not flow out. This made Yun's body slowly swell up. The blood vessels beneath his skin was visible. If not for Yun's clothes being enchanted, his clothes would have already been lit on fire. "Hey, why don't we guess how long this punk can withstand this?" Laya suddenly asked on a whim. Since cultivation was boring, he might as well find something to amuse himself. "Shall we make a bet?" Chapter 834, Intermediary Spirit Blood Snake. Bat? The Fire Cloud State disciples immediately had their interests perked up. Since the Black Wind Valley trial would last an entire month, being able to find some fun in the devouring and killing boredom while watching a show was something they certainly would not refuse. However, at this moment, a commotion happened high above them. Rolling clouds were separated as a spirit cruiser suddenly appeared. As it descended, it stopped in a hovering position above Black Wind Valley. Everyone saw that on the bow of the spirit cruiser stood Song Mang. Two Song Mangs? With their eyesight, they could not tell the differences between the previous Song Mang and the newly arrived Song Mang. In terms of looks and aura, they were identical. However, when the other Song Mang stood up, the Song Mang on the spirit cruiser's bow transformed into a tiny snake before whizzing into Song Mang's sleeves. It's Lord Song Mang's avatar. When the disciples saw this, they were secretly amazed. This was not a cultivation technique, but Song Mang's talent. It was unknown how many snakes were hidden on his body, with every snake capable of being his avatar. It's the people from the Phoenix Fermiana state. They are done with the ancient Fey edifices test and have been brought here to Black Wind Valley too. The Phoenix Fermiana state disciples quickly saw that the spirit cruiser's human cargo was the group of disciples from the Phoenix Fermiana state. With more than 100 states in the Luo clan, the disciples from every state that were to participate in the Luo Divine Hall trials would participate in various forms of training. And since the Fire Cloud State and Phoenix Fermiana State were considered neighbors and were assigned to be under Song Mang's watch, it was normal for their tests and training to be the same. Back at the ancient Fey edifice, their tests were staggered. However, as the Black Wind Valley trials lasted for an entire month, with only a day's difference between the disciples of the two states, most of their time would be spent training together. Every state's disciples were already engaged in an intense competition amongst themselves. As for different states, the competition was even more intense. Seeing the Phoenix Fermiana state disciples arrive, the Fire Cloud state disciples ignored Yun and each one of them had their faces sullen. From this moment on, the Fire Cloud state and Phoenix Fermiana state's cultivators will undergo training in Black Wind Valley together. The assessment criteria is the same. 1 month later, those who reach the 5th level will be considered as passing. Those who can't reach the 5th level, you might as well not go to the Luo Divine Hall for the trials, so as to not waste my Luo clan's resources. At the ancient Fey edifice, the overall results of the disciples from both states are about the same. It will now depend on the results of the Black Wind Valley training. Song Mang's cold voice resounded. Upon hearing this, the Fire Cloud state disciples immediately had ugly expressions. Although it was said that their results was about the same, everyone knew that just Yun alone had given them, the Fire Cloud state, a huge lead. If their overall results were better than the Phoenix Fermiana state, that would only be natural. By saying that it was about the same, that meant that other than Yun and Guluo's results being extremely outstanding, the other disciples had results worse than the Phoenix Fermiana state disciples. Or else, how could it just be about the same? What Lord Song Mang said makes me the most ashamed. Ran Yu secretly clenched his fists. His results at the ancient Fey edifice was far from ideal. He was inferior to Yun and also Guluo. Of course, there was no way he had beaten Luo Tian.
At Black Wind Valley, this was his area of expertise.
He could not lose again. The training of the two states disciples was administered by Tsang Mang.
By putting the disciples from the two states together, and saying such instigating words, it was simply to agitate these disciples, making them compete till they had their heads broken in. However, the path of martial arts was always about stepping on others to go higher. Either you stepped on thousands of people to stride up the heavens, or you would be trampled beneath the feet of others and destroyed. Hence, when they heard Tsang Mang's words, be it the Fire Cloud State disciples or the Phoenix Fermiana State disciples, who had Luo Tian as their leader, they were all full of fighting spirit.
For Luo Tian, his results at the ancient Fei edifice test was indeed extremely outstanding.
Luo with Yi Yun's accomplishments before him, his amazing result did not appear as shocking as it should have been. On the journey to Black Wind Valley, Luo Tian was pumping himself up.
Even without Tsang Mang saying anything, he was bent on ruthlessly trampling Ranyu, Gu Luo, and Yi Yun beneath him.
At this moment, a sharp roar was heard beneath Black Wind Valley.
Everyone was alarmed as they lowered their heads quickly. What's the commotion?
Seeing the black gas rolling within Black Wind Valley as though it was a tidal wave, the surging black gas seemed to produce the sounds of tsunami. These disciples were startled having heard this rumbling sound. The degenerated blood dragon was already dead, and Black Wind Valley was a landform after its corpse rotted.
However, from the commotion, it was as though a true dragon had been revived. Your luck isn't too bad, Tsang Mang suddenly said. Oh? What does Lord Tsang Mang mean?
If your luck isn't good, you might not even have the chance of encountering it despite reaching the deep depths of Black Wind Valley.
However, now, you can see its true face. Aren't you curious what the true opportunity hidden in Black Wind Valley is? This is it, Tsang Mang said.
Upon hearing Tsang Mang's words, everyone immediately became extremely curious.
This commotion was the opportunity of Black Wind Valley? At this moment, the black gases turned more turbulent as the sharp roar approached them.
With a boom, the concentrated black gas was separated, and a red snake that looked as crystalline as blood jade was seen swimming in it. The snake's head had a single horn, and the moment it appeared, it made everyone feel like their scalp had exploded.
What intense foul blood aura! This is the intermediary spirit blood snake.
It is naturally condensed out of the blood dragon black gas in Black Wind Valley.
It is considered a unique treasure of Black Wind Valley.
It isn't a living creature itself, but it is exceptionally quick-witted.
It usually stays below the 7th level and seldom shows its face, Tsang Mang said. Black Wind Valley's treasure.
Eating it is equivalent to absorbing blood dragon black gas for 3 years. Furthermore, it contains a strand of the degenerated blood dragon's aura. However, this sort of thing typically isn't used for eating,
Tsang Mang said in a direct manner. See?
Upon hearing that the intermediary spirit blood snake contained the degenerated blood dragon's aura, many disciples drew cold gasps.
That was the bloodline of a true dragon. Even if it was just a strand that could not be any less, it would still be amazing. People like Luo Tian and Ranyu already had their eyes lit up.
Even a living zombie like Gu Luo also had a strange glint in his eyes.
As for Laya and company, they only revealed envious looks before their faces turned bitter as they shook their heads. What good luck was this?
Even without Luo Tian and company present, it was impossible for them to reach the 7th level.
There was no way they could capture the intermediary spirit blood snake. If everyone could not do it, it would have been fine, but it was highly possible that Luo Tian and company were able to reach the 7th level and below. The inequality and imbalance left an astringent taste in these disciples' hearts. Chapter 835, Seamless Body. Intermediary Spirit Blood Snake.
Ranyu's eyes flashed a hint of desire and greed. Previously, he had failed to obtain the ancient Fei bone. So now, he had to get the intermediary spirit blood snake at all costs.
However, his enemies changed from Iyun to Luo Tian and Guluo. But this was just perfect. Luo Tian and Guluo were famous opponents with true strength. It felt better competing with such enemies. Unlike Iyun, a human rascal who was unknown. Winning against him did not win any glory, but once he lost, as he did previously at the ancient Fey edifice. That feeling was so embarrassing that he felt like immediately committing suicide. The intermediary spirit blood snake only revealed its head before swimming back into the rolling black gases. "All right, begin," Song Mang said lightly. "Ha, then I shall begin." Luo Tian whipped the tail behind him before leaping into the blood dragon black gas. ZZE. The bunch of you came here a day earlier, but the majority of you are still only at the second level. What weaklings! The moment Luo Tian descended, he did not hold back on his derision. The faces of the Fire Cloud State disciples turned ugly when they heard this. But it had to be said that Luo Tian was indeed powerful. Luo Tian was agile like an ape. The foul aura emitted by the blood dragon black gas surged at him, but with a wave of his long tail, they were all absorbed by his tail. It was so easy, it was like he was playing. Of course, this was just the first and second level. Even Luo Tian could not be that relaxed if he went lower. Gu Luo. Ran Yu. Luo Tian noticed Gu Luo and Ran Yu, who were beneath him, at a glance. His eyes focused, but following that, he started looking around and he was somewhat taken aback. "Why don't I see Iyun?" Luo Tian had jumped down into Black Wind Valley with an aggressive posture, but he did not see Iyun's figure. However, with a sweep of his perception, he found Iyun on the first level. At this moment, Iyun was sitting in a cave. The skin all over his body looked as though it was roasted, and deep inside his body, there were roaring sounds that resembled an airbox. What is Iyun doing? Luo Tian was momentarily shocked. Oh? Ancient Fey aura? All his acupuncture points are sealed? Luo Tian realized that something was unusual about Iyun. Even his acupuncture points for his ears and heart were sealed, so Iyun could not hear anything from the outside world. Don't tell me that he is absorbing the ancient Fey bone here? Luo Tian was deeply startled. Was Iyun dumb? The Black Wind Valley trial only lasted a month. His cultivation level was still extremely weak, yet he was absorbing the ancient Fey bone here. What's so surprising? A human's body is lacking, and Iyun's powerful nomological insights are useless here. He can't even pass the 5th level, and the outcome will be him not being able to attend the Luo Divine Hall trials. Ran Yu said nonchalantly from the 5th level of Black Wind Valley. His voice pierced through the black mist and into everyone's ears. Weak bloodline. The bloodline of humans is indeed weak. However, using a last-minute effort of absorbing the ancient Fey bone in order to pass Black Wind Valley is just too naive. Luo Tian did not know why Iyun was so dumb. But it was good. Previously, he had been trampled on by Iyun, and he nursed a grievance against him. Now that he saw Iyun digging his own grave, he also felt his mind ease up. A last-minute effort was done because he was out of options. If he doesn't do so, he won't be able to join the Luo Divine Hall trials. Ran Yu said nonchalantly and glanced at Luo Tian. Ignore him, I am your opponent. Upon saying this, Ran Yu's aura exploded as a black gas snake the thickness of a bowl was dispersed by Ran Yu's punch that was augmented with his bloodline power. It was immediately devoured after that. Ah, Ran Yu, you think too highly of yourself. Do you think you are worthy to be my opponent? Luo Tian suddenly plummeted straight down. 3rd level, 4th level, 5th level. Luo Tian instantly reached the 5th level, the same level as Ran Yu. Ran Yu's eyes focused as his bloodline power burst out. His nomological insights were weaker than Luo Tian, but the test of bloodline at the Black Wind Valley trial was his forte. He had to obtain the intermediary spirit blood snake. Ranyu is heading to the 6th level. It looks like Luo Tian has given Ranyu some pressure. He is prematurely rushing for the 6th level. No hurry. It is not that easy to descend to the 6th level. Look at Ranyu, he is only probing it. Ranyu did not move, but the Rani fish phantom image behind him began swimming to the 6th level. However, just as it reached the 6th level, thick black gas surged over, and in it, there was a humanoid shadow. The humanoid shadow held a long saber which it brandished and it slashed at the phantom image. Ranyu immediately felt his scalp tingle and he hurriedly made the Rani fish phantom image dodge and then swing its tail at the saber. Bam! A loud bang reverberated as the shadow saber was parried. However, the Rani fish also retreated out of the 6th level. The humanoid shadow sullenly took a step back before disappearing into the blood dragon black gas. Could that humanoid black gas have devoured a warrior in the past? It seems to possess a certain amount of intelligence and it can use cultivation techniques. Ranyu's face turned solemn. The degenerated blood dragon's blood was extremely odd. The degenerated blood dragon had devoured thousands of living beings to begin with, so it was natural that the blood it left behind could devour Fey race warriors to strengthen itself. When the other disciples saw this scene, they shuddered. The black gas was terrifying to begin with. If it was able to inherit a certain amount of intelligence of the Fey race, it would be much harder to deal with. They had also seen that there were several humanoid shadows lurking in the black gas. If Ranyu truly descended into the 6th level, he would be immediately encircled. If the 6th level was already this difficult, the 7th level was obviously even more terrifying. However, levels below the 5th were the stages for powerful freaks. They just needed to reach the 5th level. Everyone began working hard. Although they could not compare with freaks like Ranyu, they did not want to lose to the others at the very least. Instantly, everyone began giving their all to battle the Black Fae before devouring the black gas. The rest of the Phoenix Fermiana State disciples also began from the 1st level. And as this scene happened, Yi Yun, who was still in cave, was experiencing a different scene. Phew! Phew! Yi Yun's glabella rose up high as every acupuncture point and meridian was filled with energy. Although the energy was tempestuous, with the purple crystal, Yi Yun was able to evenly distribute the energy to every minute spot in his body. He wrapped every cell in his body with energy, preventing any leakage. Typically, during the body tempering of humans and even the Fey race, there were always leaks. Certain muscles and blood vessels were difficult to temper, and even the most ingenious cultivation techniques would have leaks. And these leaking points would become the warrior's weakness in the future. As their strength reached the next realm, the points would become obstacles that formed bottlenecks. And at this moment, by relying on the purple crystal and the ancient Fey bone, Yi Yun was unwittingly tempering every minute part of his body. Over time, Yi Yun would possess a seamless body. Of course, he was just at the beginning, and he still had a long way to go. As he inhaled and exhaled, Yi Yun seemed to become one with the heaven and earth. His flesh, blood, meridians and organs were like an iron block that was repeatedly forged. It was heated to a red-hot color as it was brutally tempered. During this tempering process, impurities were expelled, leaving behind parts that were more transparent and solid. Chapter 836, Provoked. As time passed, deep in Black Wind Valley, the Phoenix Fermiana State and Fire Cloud State disciples displayed their respective skills. In the process of them battling the blood dragon black gases, their physiques gradually strengthened as well. A large number of disciples had completed the 2nd level, and they successively began to enter the 3rd level. Many of them had gotten their footing in the 3rd level, and some had even reached the 4th level. At this moment, most of them were at their limits, without any ability to continue descending anymore. Some had no choice but to sit down and cultivate, and allow their Fey race bloodline to devour the Black Wind Valley's black gas so that they could be nourished. And while cultivating, some of them paid attention to Yi Yun's situation.
Seeing Yi Yun's situation, they were rendered truly speechless. When they were at the second level, they saw Yi Yun's body burning over, with all his acupuncture points sealed off. His body was hot like a boiler and he looked as though he would combust in flames. Now that they had arrived at the third or fourth level, they themselves could not tolerate it any further.
And looking back at Yi Yun, his body was still hot all over with his acupuncture points sealed, as though his body was about to explode? What was wrong with this? I say, how is that rascal holding on for so long? Even if he doesn't explode and die, it won't be surprising if his meridians are destroyed. Even the bodies of the Fey race cannot withstand such powerful energies. A Fire Cloud State disciple said after seeing Yi Yun's situation. At this moment, Laya had also arrived at the fourth level. As he looked at Yi Yun, he knitted his brows. That rascal had lasted longer than he expected. However, no one could hold on for that long. Even if there will allow them to hold on, their meridians would not be able to. When he thought about it, Laya grunted and said, "It's just a result of willpower." But by doing so, his meridians will be damaged. Without a year or two, he won't be able to recover from it. He's already a spent force. I bet he will last for another 2 hours at most.
2 hours? In my opinion, it seems like he won't be limited to that. He might even be able to last another 4 hours. A Fire Cloud State disciple said with uncertainty. He too had believed that Yi Yun would not be able to persist for that long, but from the looks of it, Yi Yun appeared to be able to carry on longer. Laya chuckled and said, "It won't be more than 4 hours. Didn't I say before that we can bet on this?" However, the Phoenix Fermiana State disciples came and interrupted us. "Are you still up for it?" With Laya saying this, the other Fire Cloud State disciples were hesitant. They were not certain on how long Yi Yun could persist for. However, it was unexpected that someone was really indignant. A female voice belonging to Luo Fengling came from the third level. She said, "Laya, junior brother Yi Yun is our Fire Cloud State's disciple. Now that we are competing against the Phoenix Fermiana State, disciples from both states are in contention, trying to outdo the other, so they win glory for their own state. But for you, Laya, you didn't compete with the Phoenix Fermiana State disciples and instead choose to mock our Fire Cloud State disciples. Aren't you going too far?" Regardless of the matter, Luo Fengling was the one who brought Yi Yun into the Fire Cloud State. Furthermore, Yi Yun had good character, so Luo Fengling had a good impression of Yi Yun. Besides, Luo Fengling was a new disciple who was going to participate with Yi Yun for the upcoming Luo Divine Hall trials together. Their statuses were rather similar, having been ostracized by the senior disciples, so they had a common enemy. Seeing Yi Yun being derided, she felt uncomfortable. Laya sneered. "Of course, our Fire Cloud State has to compete with the Phoenix Fermiana State. However, it will not be relying on a human, it will be a member of our Fey race that has the most concentrated bloodline. I might not be up to it, but I believe that my bloodline will be able to contribute a portion of strength. As for you, Luo Fengling, why don't you think about your role when it comes to the competition against the Phoenix Fermiana State? Don't think that just because your surname is Luo and you being a Heaven Fey means anything. There are numerous people in the Luo clan with the surname Luo. Some of the distant bloodlines are even inferior to my Lai clan. You haven't reached the third level up to now. I'm not even sure if you can reach the fifth level by the end of the trial. You might even be eliminated." Luo clan mercilessly mocked Luo Fengling, causing her to grit her teeth tightly. The family clan that she belonged clan was an insignificant branch of the Luo clan. Indeed, her bloodline was not powerful, and it was something that she lacked the most confidence in. Cultivation techniques could be cultivated, but to supplement her bloodline, only a top treasure like the ancient Fey bone could do so. Where was she going to obtain one from? Having her raw nerves struck, Luo Fengling angrily said, "Didn't you want to make a bet?" "I'll bet with you. What happens if I can reach the fifth level?"
What happens if junior brother Ian manages to last for more than 2 hours? Upon hearing Luo Fengling's agreement to bet with him, Laya was interested. With a twinkling light in his eyes, a teasing smile suffused across his lips. He was not confident about Luo Fengling being unable to reach the 5th level, and he did not bet on things that he had no confidence in. But for Yi Yun, even if he could last 2 hours, could he last 4 hours? Wasn't betting on 4 hours a sure win? With Luo Fengling being agitated, she would probably agree if he added another 2 hours to the bet. Upon thinking about this, Laya smiled and said, "You want to bet? Great. If the punk lasts for more than 2 hours, I will give 3 world stones to you for every 2 hours he lasts. If he can't persist past 2 hours, you lose 10 world stones to me. How about it?" With Laya saying that, the people present secretly shook their heads. Laya was too treacherous. If Luo Fengling made a bet with Laya over how long Yi Yun could last, that was already disadvantageous to Luo Fengling. But now, Laya had established a bet to scam Luo Fengling. Things like persisting on every 2 hours, which meant losing 3 world stones, sounded like Luo Fengling had gained the advantage, but everyone knew that 8 or 10 hours was practically impossible. It was all carrots on a stick that could not be obtained. With Laya saying this, he made a 2-hour bet become a 4-hour bet. Only after 4 hours would he begin losing world stones. If it was less than 4 hours, he would win 10. Immediately, many people despised Laya for his actions. Luo Fengling was a junior and a young lady. Yet, Laya had taken advantage of an agitated Luo Fengling to change the bet, scamming a young girl for her world stones. He was utterly shameless. At this moment, Luo Fengling was irrevocably committed. Having been mocked by Laya, how could she take this lying? At this trial, she had suffered criticism from her identity as a new disciple and her obtaining a spot in the trial through Fairy Black Bamboo's backdoor. It was only 10 world stones, 2 years' worth of salary. Although it will be quite a pinch, Luo Fengling could still afford it. "All right. I'll bet on it," Luo Fengling said while gritting her teeth. At the same time, she secretly prayed that Yi Yun could last for more than 2 hours. She hoped that not only would his body be tempered, but also allow her to not lose a single world stone. As a side branch of the Luo clan, Luo Fengling's family would not provide her with too many resources. She still had to rely on herself. Losing 10 world stones would greatly reduce her cultivation speed. Since you have agreed to the bet, make the oath," Laya said. As he said this, he flicked a drop of blood from his fingers and made a hand seal that flew towards Luo Fengling on the 3rd level of Black Wind Valley. Luo Fengling caught the seal and also flicked a drop of blood onto it. This was a mental demon oath. The disciples of the Luo clan would typically use such oaths in their bets. After signing it, there was no room for regret, or the costs would outweigh the gain. Once the mental demon oath was established, the bet was established. Laya chuckled as he began meditating on the 4th level, making his preparations to break through to the 5th level. It was not easy to meditate on the 4th level. He had to constantly power his Fey race bloodline to devour the black mist, and if he made a mistake, the black gas would intrude into his body, causing damage to his soul C. Laya was accumulating his strength so that he could proceed to the 5th level. Up to now, his reaching the 5th level was already certain. Song Mang had previously demanded that the disciples reach the 5th level, but he did not say that they needed to find their footing on the 5th level. This was very simple for Laya. The personal goal that he set for himself was to find his footing on the 5th level and be able to last on the 6th level for a short period of time. Although completing such a goal would not leave much of an impression on Lord Song Mang, it was a commendable achievement in his own family clan, allowing him to enjoy more of the family's resources. As Laya was focused on his cultivation, someone suddenly said, "Senior brother Laya, it's almost 2 hours." "Oh?" Laya opened his eyes and used his perception to sweep the 1st level of Black Wind Valley where Yi Yun was. He saw how Yi Yun looked the same, with his skin glowing red and streams of energy flowing beneath his skin. As Yi Yun's pores were sealed, the energy could not surge out, and seeing the blood vessels that were bursting with energy was quite a shocking sight. However, Yi Yun was still persisting on. Laya frowned slightly and said, "What's the hurry? It's only been 2 hours. Isn't there another 2 hours?" Laya continued his meditation as he devoured the black mist, strengthening his bloodline. People were quite impressed with Laya's nonchalant state of mind. Many of the Fire Cloud State disciples were paying attention to Yi Yun's situation from time to time as Laya cultivated. However, Laya was paying close attention as well. A warrior had great mental powers, so with their sense of time, they did not need things like hourglasses or incense sticks. They could silently keep track of time. Soon, 4 hours had passed. Yi Yun was still sitting on the first level and it looked like he was in a trance. Despite his body seemingly burning in flames, he was like a monk that was sitting amidst flames of nirvana, able to meditate and chant Buddhist verses despite the fire consuming him. "Senior brother Laya, it's been 4 hours." Laya was already keeping track of time himself, but a junior brother, who did not know any better, reminded him. Laya's expression sank all of a sudden. How was this rascal persisting? He stared at the junior brother who spoke. He wanted to scold him, but at this moment, the junior brother added on, "Senior brother Laya, you have lost 3 world stones to Luo Fengling." The corner of Laya's mouth twitched slightly. "Cut the crap!" Laya cursed. 3 world stones was nothing much to Laya. However, he could not figure out what was going on with Yi Yun. To last for that long, even the bloodline of Heaven Fei could not do that. Laya coldly said, 4 hours is his limit. That lass, Luo Fengling, has pretty good luck. However, since I have lost, I will not turn back on my word. Having said this, Laya calmed his heart down and began to meditate again. But following that, "Senior brother Laya, it's been 6 hours." The talkative junior brother opened his mouth again. Laya stared with widened eyes as his face turned ugly. He stood up and glanced at Yi Yun in a perplexed manner. What the hell was going on? It's been 6 hours. I don't believe that your meridians can withstand it. I want to see how long you can last. Laya clenched his fists as he forcefully composed himself before sitting down again. He was still able to calm his heart down for cultivation, but following that, "Senior brother Laya, it's been 8 hours." That reminder was like a devil's curse. After hearing it, Laya's heart skipped a beat. He was truly afraid of hearing it, but he knew for a fact that 8 hours had passed. His anger flared as he hatefully stared at the junior brother who had opened his mouth. He snapped, "There's no need for you to remind me." The junior brother was taken aback and shrinking his neck, he kept quiet. 8 hours. What the heck? At this moment, Laya no longer had the composure to continue cultivating. Every 2 hours, he would lose 3 world stones. Could that punk really persist on all the way? Nice going, kid. I'll have to hand it to you. I would like to see how long you can last for. If you have the ability, try making me lose all my fortune. Laya had quite a fortune. After all, he was older than Luo Fengling. The salary of the Heaven Fire Hall and the support from his family clan allowed him to come up with 30 world stones. World stones? I have lots of them. Even if I need to produce 20 to buy an explosive death of yours, I'll be willing to produce them. With this thought in mind, Laya felt his mind ease up. But following that, the 10th hour, the 12th hour. As the river of time flowed, Laya could no longer sit still. It's been 16 hours. Is something amiss? A junior brother said. Holy shit, there must be a problem. Someone said as more and more people paid attention to Yi Yun. They couldn't believe that Yi Yun had persisted for so long. And at this moment, Laya's face had gone green.
His net worth could not withstand such a big loss. Since he had already signed the mental demon oath, he could no longer go back on his word. Even Ranyu would feel the pinch if he lost so many world stones, much less himself. But that was not the end. Time moved to the 24th hour as an entire day passed. Laya was becoming extremely anxious. It meant that he would lose 33 world stones. He did not even have that many world stones on him. He might even need to sell some of his treasures to produce the rest of that amount. And following that, 30 hours and then 32 hours. Soon, it was almost halfway past the second day. Laya was on the brink of a mental collapse. Why did Iyun look as though he could persist on further? Soon, the sun set. MT Azure Billow had an array formation that maintained the rising and setting of the sun. Seeing that the sun had set while Iyun was still fine and dandy, Laya felt himself go dizzy. He could only see blackness as he nearly spewed out a mouthful of blood. He felt completely defeated. He no longer dared to say things like, "If you have the ability, make me lose my fortune," because he had already lost all his fortune. Now, he wished that he could kneel down in front of Iyun and beg him, "Big bro, please don't hold on any further, I myself can't hold on any longer." However, Iyun apparently did not hear Laya's prayer. The second day passed as the sky lit up. Iyun remained unfeeling, while Laya passed the night in a tensed up state. His eyes were already red. The matter was just too strange. Iyun looked like a simmering volcano and he looked like he would erupt at any moment. But for some unknown reason, he remained as calm as ever. And the most unforgivable matter of all was in the morning of the third day, Iyun's body suddenly floated up. He had closed off his five senses, but he flew from the first level slowly onto the second level. There was no one left in Black Wind Valley's second level. Even Bai Chen had barely managed to reach the third level. Hence, Iyun was the only person on the second level. No one laughed at Iyun's slow speed because Iyun had flown to the second level while absorbing the ancient Fey Bone's energy. Behind Iyun, the 9 neonate phantom image emerged. It wandered about, devouring the black mist to strengthen itself, looking extremely carefree as it went on its merry way. Not only did Iyun dislike the lack of intensity of the black mist on the first level, he was even able to withstand the second level's black mist while absorbing the ancient Fey Bone's energy. Iyun was absorbing the ancient Fey Bone's energy, while the 9 neonate aspect totem was absorbing the black gases. When he saw the scene, Laya truly wanted to kneel before Iyun. He believed that regardless of how long Iyun could persist for, there would definitely be a limit. Now, with Iyun coming down to the second level, it meant that he still had ample room for more. "Are you kidding me?" Laya's face was drenched with sweat as his eyes turned bloodshot. He wanted to just pass out or jump off Black Wind Valley's cliff. What was going on? He would rather be beaten to death than believe that a human could absorb so much of the ancient Fey Bone's energy. That's not right. That's not right. Something must not be right. Laya bellowed. At this moment, there were numerous Fire Cloud State disciples who were looking pitifully at Laya. They also knew about how Laya had attempted to scam Luo Fengling, but now, he had ended up losing 70 to 80 world stones. And from Iyun's situation, it did not seem like it was a problem to break past 100. By losing more than 100 world stones in one fell swoop, whatever Laya gained had previously at the ancient Fey edifice might even have to be vomited out. At this moment, even Song Mang was startled as he looked at Iyun. From not paying any concern to Iyun from the beginning to noting with interest, and finally to amazement. There were not many juniors that could amaze Song Mang. Chapter 838, 4 days. It's been 3 days. Beside Laya, someone said softly. 3 days had passed since Laya had made his wretched bet with Luo Fengling. This also meant 72 hours and Laya had lost more than 100 world stones. Laya no longer had the disposition to continue cultivating. Every breath he took made his body wince in pain. Why does it feel like?
Yun will be able to persist on all the way? He won't persist for a whole month, will he? A month?
Lia's face twisted when he heard that sentence.
Yun was planning on persisting to the end of the Black Wind Valley trials?
Persisting for a month sounded unbelievable, but from the way that Yun stayed on the second level all fine and dandy, when was it going to end? Luo Fengling was also now on the third level. With the passing of time, she herself was confused, having earned more than 20 years' worth of salary without doing a thing. It was just fascinating hearing what had happened. What method was junior brother Yi using to persist for so long? However, finally on the fourth day, there was a slight change in the situation.
Yun's body was no longer burning hot.
His skin was no longer glowing from the heat, and from the looks of it, he seemed to slowly calm down. The ancient Fey energy was mysterious and bizarre. Using one's flesh and blood to refine the energy could result in all sorts of unpredictable matters. The others had no idea what had happened to Yun either. But from the looks of it, the ancient Fey energy was not surging as crazily as before, as though it could be controlled now.
Why is this happening? Has he finally ended the absorption of the ancient Fey bone?
People began to generate such thoughts when they saw Yun's state.
Only by stopping the absorption of the energy would Yun appear so calm on the surface. How do you end the absorption?
The ancient Fey bone is sealed by a mighty supreme figure. The moment that the ancient Fey blood and energy contained within is absorbed, it is equivalent to opening a hole. The blood and energy would constantly leak out, and in a few days, there wouldn't be much of the ancient Fey energy left in it.
The person who spoke was Luo Tian from the Phoenix Fermiana state.
Ignoring the ancient Fey bone, even mortal herbs like ginseng had similar properties. If one bit on a ginseng, its essence would begin draining away, and in a few days, all of its herbal properties would be gone. Hence, ginseng pickers would usually use a small brush to pick at it for days, afraid of breaking any strand of the ginseng.
Wouldn't that be a waste?
However, for this guy, wasting is better than succumbing to the tumultuous energy that might result in his meridians being damaged.
Another Phoenix Fermiana state disciple said.
Waste. Then he might as well give me the part of the ancient Fey bone that hasn't been absorbed.
Many people were rendered speechless when they heard this.
Don't force yourself if you can't absorb all of it, we can help you absorb a bit of it.
Wasting it would be such a pity.
However, regardless of their wishes, with Song Mang still sitting mid-air all calm and composed, as though he was not planning on interfering, it was not possible for them to rush up to the second level to grab it from him.
Don't be silly. Even if he can't absorb it all, he won't give it to you.
Although the ancient Fey bone's energy will leak, only a small portion ends up leaking. There will be still some leftovers, but why would he give it to you? Many people were envious, but they were out of options. They could only watch as Yun recklessly destroyed a treasure of heaven. In order to pass the Black Wind Valley trial, Yun had wrecked an ancient Fey bone that was from their Luo clan. If not for Song Mang floating mid-air, they would have rushed up and grabbed the ancient Fey bone from Yun.
But nonetheless, Yun had exceeded expectations.
He had persisted on for 4 days, which was fascinating. The violent energy was something that typical people could not persist on for 8 hours, what more 6 times that amount. Ran Yu meaningfully glanced at Yun and he said to himself, Yun, I have indeed underestimated you previously. To be able to last for so long under the intense energy tempering, you will definitely obtain some benefits if your meridians aren't damaged. From the looks of it, Yun did not appear to have injured his meridians. But even so, with so much energy consumed, no one knew how much he could digest. Being able to eat a meal that was worth what was days' worth for others did not necessarily mean that one could grow fat or taller. That human punk has truly not spared any effort in order to pass the trial. It appears like he won't have problems reaching the 5th level.
We can't be inferior to a human punk.
Let's work hard at getting a foothold on the 5th level before attempting the 6th.
A Phoenix Fermiana state disciple said.
The middle bulk of the Phoenix Fermiana state's disciples were generally stronger than the Firecloud state's disciples. At this moment, they began their attempts at the 4th and 5th levels. And at this moment in time, Ranyu had already found his footing on the 6th level. He had destroyed a humanoid shadow with a slash, absorbing all the black gas from it. He was finally able to gain a foothold on the 6th level. However, the pressure from the black gases had spiked at the 6th level, so it was not easy for Ranyu to withstand it. He still had more than 20 days to step onto the 7th level. As long as everything went smoothly, it would not be difficult. Seeing Ranyu gain his footing on the 6th level, many people felt jealous. As long as he reached the 7th level, there would be an intermediary spirit blood snake there. They were also participating in the Luo Divine Hall trials. But as ordinary disciples, they were still too far from competing with a genius like Ranyu. Similarly terrifying was Gu Luo. Gu Luo had remained on the 4th level for a very long period of time. Compared to Ranyu, he was rather inconspicuous. However, when Gu Luo descended onto the 5th level, he immediately caught everyone's attention. This was because Gu Luo had yet to stimulate his Fey race bloodline even at the 5th level. He was relying on his body to forcefully resist it. The black Fey that had taken form began to bite Gu Luo's body, but he remained as still as a mummy. Instantly, black Fey swarmed him, and this scene alone left many people's scalps tingling. How strong was his body for him to be able to resist such biting? That was purely masochistic. Even if he had a powerful body, it was impossible to not feel any pain from such biting. As the Phoenix Fermiana State and Firecloud State disciples were striving hard to attempt the deeper levels in Black Wind Valley, Yi-Yun was still quietly refining the ancient Fey bone. In 4 days, the purple crystal had completely disintegrated the ancient Fey bone. The ancient Fey bone's energy was crystallized into tiny crystals that were dispersed throughout Yi-Yun's flesh and blood. Yi-Yun was slowly digesting and absorbing the energy crystals, and the process was much slower. This also stopped Yi-Yun's body burning like a boiler. As for the ancient Fey bone itself, it had already been reduced to powder. Even a Heaven Ascension Realm genius from a famous Heaven Fey family would absorb half the energy of an ancient Fey bone at best. Furthermore, it would take them a year or two to slowly digest and absorb it. This was already the best outcome. But using the purple crystal, Yi-Yun just needed an extremely short amount of time to completely absorb the entire ancient Fey bone.
Chapter 839, Reappearance of the Intermediary Spirit Blood Snake.
Days passed and nearly half of the month-long Black Wind Valley trial was over. Including Laya, there were more and more people who had managed to set foot onto Black Wind Valley's 5th level. This was the minimum level that Song Mang required. Laya was one of the first few people who had stepped foot onto the 5th level, but, regardless of how much he let others by, he had an ashen face, as though his father had just died. The debt of more than 150 world stones was suppressing his heart like a heavy rock. Just thinking of how he could settle the debt gave Laya a headache. And the culprit of all this was Yi-Yun. He was still on the 2nd level. Why is that kid still meditating? When does he plan on finishing his meditation? Just looking at Yi-Yun made Laya feel an irreconcilable hatred for him. He wanted to see what fuss Yi-Yun would produce after absorbing the ancient Fey bone for 4 days. He wanted to know if Yi-Yun could even find his footing on the 5th level. And suddenly, a red stream of light flashed near the 7th level. It was the tiny single-horned snake with a body as crystalline as blood jade. The moment the snake appeared, it brought with it a strange aura. Everyone could sense it. To the Fey race, the intermediary spirit blood snake was a treasure with extreme attractive powers. This attraction came from their bloodline. Laya momentarily could not bother to focus on Yi-Yun. As he looked at the tiny scarlet snake shuttling through the 7th level, his eyes glimmered. He truly wanted it. If he could catch that tiny snake, what were 150 or 160 world stones? Even if it were 1,000 world stones, his family clan would give it to him without the blink of an eye. Unfortunately,
he could not even find his footing on the 6th level, what more capture the tiny snake? Laya felt helpless. On the 6th level, there were only 3 people: Ran Yu, Luo Tian, and Gu Luo. Of course, the 3 of them were the only ones eligible for competing for the intermediary spirit blood snake. Seeing the intermediary spirit blood snake appear, the trio, who were meditating on the 6th level, immediately stood up. All of them wanted the intermediary spirit blood snake at all costs. Luo Tian, the intermediary spirit blood snake shall belong to me. Ran Yu roared as his blood began to boil. The Rani fish phantom image appeared behind Ran Yu once again. With a leap, he entered the 7th level. For Ran Yu, the move from the 6th to the 7th level was a great challenge. The 7th level. It has finally begun. Seeing Ran Yu head to the 7th level first, the Fire Cloud State disciples had anticipatory looks. Since they were destined to have no luck with the intermediary spirit blood snake, they could feel honored if it was the famous Ran Yu, who was also a Fire Cloud State disciple, that managed to catch the intermediary spirit blood snake. Ran Yu was the first to jump down, but Luo Tian only smiled. He did not make a move. The moment that Ran Yu landed on the 7th level, the surrounding black gas immediately billowed around him like a tsunami wave. Ran Yu had already done all his preparatory work. He had been cultivating for so long on the 6th level, all for this moment. Phew! The intermediary spirit blood snake was just too fast. Just after Ran Yu stepped foot onto the 7th level, it sank into the billowing black gas and disappeared. At this moment, in the roaring sea of black billowing gases, a gigantic black dragon took form. It stirred the sea, producing an overwhelming pressure. As it spiraled over, it bit at Ran Yu. Ha! Ran Yu bellowed. The Rani fish phantom image suddenly expanded in size and it jerked its body. Simultaneously, Ran Yu threw a heavy punch with both arms. The surface of his fist seemed to contain a layer of surging water, and once he struck with his fists, the water withdrew as energy burst forth. Ran Yu and his ancient Fey bloodline synergized well together. Boom! The water patterns and the Rani fish clashed with the gigantic black dragon. A wanton shockwave burst out as Ran Yu felt his arms go numb, and was sent flying backwards. Boom! Ran Yu slammed into a stone pillar heavily. He felt something rise up his throat and he nearly spat a mouthful of blood out. But with so many people watching him, he was unwilling to show any weakness. He forcefully swallowed the mouthful of blood and circulated his energy once again. But even though he could forcefully brace himself, Ran Yu felt that his energy was rapidly depleting, with some of the black gas entering his body. Ran Yu's heart sank. The 7th level was on a completely different level of difficulty compared to the 6th level. At this moment, Ran Yu no longer had thoughts of capturing the intermediary spirit blood snake. Gritting his teeth, he resisted the surging black waves around him. Every punch sent out water ripples that expanded out in concentric circles. They clashed with the waves, but they were being repeatedly compressed by the waves. If this went on, it would be a problem for Ran Yu to find his footing on the 7th level, much less capture the intermediary spirit blood snake. The Fire Cloud State disciples felt their hearts tightened. With Ran Yu having so much trouble, what about Gu Luo? Weak. At this moment, Luo Tian suddenly spoke. As he watched the struggling Ran Yu, he sneered and said, "With your strength, finding your footing itself is a problem, so how can you even capture the intermediary spirit blood snake? Even if I don't compete with you, you won't be able to obtain it either." Ran Yu was infuriated. However, he no longer had the time and energy to refute Luo Tian. All his energy was dedicated to resisting the black wave. Watch carefully. Having said that, Luo Tian roared, as every joint in his body produced an erupting explosion. Luo Tian's bloodline was the ancient gigantic demon ape. The ancient gigantic demon ape had extremely powerful strength. It had the ability to move stars and it had a brutal personality. It was extremely terrifying.
And the descendants of the gigantic demon ape were born with incomplete manifestations. There would always be parts of their body with the characteristics of a fey beast. After the gigantic demon ape's descendants stimulated their bloodline, they would be different to typical heaven fey. They had a natural ability which was to fuse with the bloodline phantom image.
After the fusion, Luo Tian's body would be like a frame that supported the bloodline phantom image.
With a thick and realistic bloodline phantom image enshrouded by Luo Tian, this fusion resulted in a giant ape.
Luo Tian's realm was only at the Heaven Ascension realm. His bloodline phantom image was not powerful.
If it was, what he produced would not have been a 30-feet giant ape, but a being that was 1,000 feet tall and would be able to shatter a mountain range with a single punch. Furthermore, this was a mountain range from the 12 Empyrean heavens.
The firmness was far from ordinary.
But even so, with Luo Tian's cultivation realm, it was already extremely terrifying for his bloodline phantom image to reach this stage.
This needed an extremely powerful physique to support it. This was also the result of more than 10 days of cultivation on the 6th level for Luo Tian.
Luo Tian used every hidden card he had, with his goal naturally being to enter the 7th level to capture the intermediary spirit blood snake.
Luo Tian was in no hurry to go lower.
Instead, he shattered several black gas shadows on the 6th level and devoured the blood dragon black gas to nourish his gigantic demon ape bloodline.
Following that, Luo Tian leaped downwards onto the 7th level of Black Wind Valley.
With a wave of his hand, the phantom image moved along with him as a gigantic ape palm struck at the blood dragon black gas in the 7th level.
Chapter 840, Cooperate? Boom!
Luo Tian's gigantic ape palm heavily slammed into the black-misted dragon head.
With a quiver, the dragon head roared and continued rushing forwards. Pang!
Luo Tian pressed down on the dragon head, but his body was sent flying backwards by the great impact.
He eventually landed on a rock cliff.
Luo Tian suppressed his surging blood as he roared again, bulging all his muscles.
Pang!
The ancient gigantic demon ape bloodline in his body burst out to its limits, but Luo Tian still could not do a single thing against the black dragon.
With a sudden jolt, the black dragon pressed down on Luo Tian, causing the cliff face behind him to crack. Even Luo Tian was at a disadvantage? When the Phoenix Fermiana State disciples saw this scene, they felt their hearts tighten. Just a flood dragon condensed from the black mist on the 7th level of Black Wind Valley was already this powerful. Both Luo Tian and Ranyu could not block it.
At this moment, Gu Luo also jumped onto the 7th level. Taking advantage of Luo Tian's fight with the black dragon and his thin mummy-like body, he plunged deep into the depths of the black mist like a ghost.
Gu Luo was taking the opportunity to capture the intermediary spirit blood snake. That guy. The Phoenix Fermiana State disciples began to curse.
By taking advantage of Luo Tian's blocking of the black dragon for him, Gu Luo's sneaky act was despised by the rest of the warriors.
Of course, although they found it despicable, they could only watch on.
Other than those three, no one else could enter the 7th level.
Gu Luo was extremely fast.
Since Luo Tian was trapped by the black dragon, he could not prevent this from happening.
Hence, in an instant, Gu Luo had rushed into the black mist.
The intermediary spirit blood snake was leisurely swimming around in the black mist, as though it was having fun in Black Wind Valley. Seeing Gu Luo charge at it, the intermediary spirit blood snake remained unperturbed. He didn't if it was an illusion, but it revealed a weird sinister smile.
It was creepy just thinking about a snake's smile. See?
The intermediary spirit blood snake spat its tongue out like an arrow that shot straight at Gu Luo. Using his bloodline's power to augment his dehydrated palm, he suddenly grabbed at the snake.
Pwah! Blood splattered everywhere as a mist of redness burst out of the black mist. With a deep-sounding snort, Gu Luo held his dehydrated palm. His hand had been pierced through by the intermediary spirit blood snake, boring a blood hole in it. People knew very well that Gu Luo's body possessed terrifying strength. Previously, on the 4th and 5th levels of Black Wind Valley, Gu Luo had only used his body to withstand the black gases. Yet, with Gu Luo's powerful body, he was instantly wounded. How could the intermediary spirit blood snake be caught? Shoo! 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 The intermediary spirit blood snake shuttled through the air and devoured all the blood that spewed out of Gu Luo's palm. And at this moment, the intermediary spirit blood snake changed its target and charged at Gu Luo's body. Gu Luo's constantly paralyzed face finally revealed a trace of fear. With a leap, he jumped towards the 6th level. Luo Tian and Ran Yu also noticed that the situation was unfavorable. Luo Tian forcefully conjured his bloodline's power and he repelled the black dragon. Luo Tian and Ran Yu also jumped back to the 6th level. With the trio gone, the intermediary spirit blood snake returned to its leisurely state. It swam in the black mist, appearing and disappearing from time to time. The three top figures of the Fire Cloud state and Phoenix Fermiana state had returned in failure. Upon seeing this scene, the Luo clan disciples present felt their hearts skip a beat. The 7th level was just too difficult. From the looks of it, all three of them had no means to capture the intermediary spirit blood snake. There were more than 10 days left. It was also difficult for the trio to use the time to improve themselves to the point of being able to capture the intermediary spirit blood snake alone, and it might even be impossible. Unless they cooperated. With the three people cooperating, one of them can block the black dragon, while the other two could capture the intermediary spirit blood snake. It was actually possible. If the ordinary Luo clan disciples could think of cooperation, it was obvious that the trio thought of it as well. However, if they cooperated, how were they going to split the trophies of war after capturing the intermediary spirit blood snake? Could the intermediary spirit blood snake be equally split? It was quite impossible to think of splitting such a spiritual being. When he thought about this, Luo Tian suddenly thought of something else. Looking up, he saw Song Mang sitting with a coy but deep meaningful smile on his face. This gave Luo Tian a fright. Could that sly fox have done this on purpose? Song Mang knew that with the trio's strength, it was impossible for them to capture the intermediary spirit blood snake alone. However, he made them look at it, and it was practically a carrot dangling in front of them that they could not eat. Geniuses that came from different states felt contempt for each other, and in fact, even people from the same state believed in every man for himself. Sharing with others was not tolerated. Song Mang knew this clearly, but he had deliberately designed a situation in which they needed to cooperate. Without any cooperation, no one could receive anything. However, if they cooperated, how were they going to split the rewards? This was a problem that Song Mang deliberately proposed. What is Song Mang doing this for? Ran Yu secretly pondered. Maybe Song Mang was telling the Luo clan disciples that the Luo clan needed intense competition, but they also needed each other's cooperation? Or could it be that Song Mang wanted to watch a good show of them trying to cheat and outwit each other? The strongest person who was most opportunistic could capture the intermediary spirit blood snake in the confusion. However, regardless of what situation that Song Mang wanted to see, it did not matter. What mattered was that Luo Tian, Ran Yu and company knew that when they matured, they would explore mystic realms in the future. And when the time came, they would also face similar situations. When a group of people were chasing a treasure with no one having the ability to monopolize it, they had no choice but to cooperate, and also guard against their teammates while trying to outwit each other. That old fox is machinating something against us. Ran Yu's face fell heavily as he looked at Gu Luo and Luo Tian. Gu Luo remained silent with the same old corpse-like face. There was no way to read his thoughts. From a look on Luo Tian's face, he clearly shared the same thoughts as Ran Yu. Noticing that Ran Yu was looking at him, Luo Tian sneered and said, "I know what you're thinking. I do not have the habit of cooperating with others. The three of us shall make a move together, but everything will depend on your own skill. As long as we don't hold back each other, we can see who has the ability to capture the intermediary spirit blood snake. With Luo Tian being so arrogant, Ran Yu also sneered and said, I did not plan on cooperating with you as well. We shall be judged by our own merits and see who the winner is. Song Mang sat silently midair, nonchalantly watching at all of this. He naturally knew that be it Luo Tian or Ran Yu, they were prideful people. How could they tolerate sharing treasures with others? Furthermore, there was more than 10 days left before the Black Wind Valley trial ended. Luo Tian and Ran Yu would definitely vie for it, but things would turn interesting when they realized the fact that it was impossible. Song Mang did not expect the arrogant geniuses to sincerely cooperate with others. He only wanted to see how the geniuses would handle such situations when they faced with them. It was also interesting to see how they reluctantly cooperated while trying to defend against being backstabbed. Song Mang was curious about the outcome. This was the only pleasure that came from leading the bunch of juniors to participate in these boring trials. With this thought in mind, he suddenly sensed something and looked at the second level of Black Wind Valley. That human kid was finally getting up after such a long meditation?